We will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' inconsistency was on display again last night. The Snakes were shut out for the 7th time this season, and Merrill Kelly gave up 6 runs in their 7-0 loss to the Angels. Still a chance to win the series this afternoon with Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound. First pitch will be at 12:40 today right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as Brendan Sorsby plans to head to the NFL's supplemental draft, the Arizona Cardinals are expected to attend his pro day. For more on that story, head on over to arizonasports.com today. And last night, soccer's greatest ever, Lionel Messi, at age 38, bagged his first World Cup hat trick and moved into a tie for most World Cup goals of all time in Argentina's 3-0 win. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI at WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit wgu.edu and enroll today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We've got soccer to talk about, Jared Carlin. What a day in the World Cup. As you were saying, Jarrett, how boring soccer is.
Soccer is
the worst.
You know how close it is? There's no margin for error because either it's a tie, it's extremely boring, or it's a 2-goal or 3-goal win, and it's a blowout.
Well, yeah, I guess there is that.
There absolutely is in between. There can be 1-goal losses.
Well, I was saying there wasn't yesterday.
Clearly, it's all happenstance.
So that means it's cut and
that means 2 days ago it was all ties. Yesterday it was all blowouts. Come on,
yesterday it was all superstars. Is what it was.
It was stardom on the biggest stage,
at the highest level. And this dude from Norway trips me out, man.
Erling Haaland, man.
How tall is this dude?
He's like 6'4".
Isn't that weird?
I thought his name was Trips Me Out. The way you said that from Norway.
No, the guy, listen, as somebody who has been in Scandinavia twice, Iceland, and now recently Copenhagen, you would not believe how tall the people are there. It is something that just jumps out at you.
I think that is the tallest region in the world by average height.
And you see it on the daily. Just walking, you're like, dang.
Now, isn't that fascinating that basketball is not that big there?
Yeah, it's exactly right. Well, if they'd ever get off their darn bicycles, they might dribble a basketball. But that dude from Norway is like truly a Viking.
They call him the striking Viking. That's the
That's
early,
a fantastic nickname.
That's the early nickname.
Yeah, and then Mbappe with the great goal, and then Messi says, "Hold my beers," right?
And today you have Ronaldo. Let's see what he's going to do.
Yeah, it's his turn.
It is.
Because when Mbappe finished his match with 2 goals, and that put him above Messi temporarily on the all-time World Cup scoring list. And then Messi goes out and says, yeah, exactly.
Hold my beers.
And scores 3.
At 38 years old.
Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it?
Now, Ronaldo has pretty much fallen out of the greatest of all time conversation, right? Because of his World Cup failures.
That could be another Jarrett take that ages like a fine milk.
I'm just telling you. I'm asking Sammy.
I would say the GOAT discussion in soccer is probably 80% of soccer fans or people that talk about it can agree that Messi's the greatest of all time, and that 20% elsewhere is between like Pele and Ronaldo.
I was going to say, what is Pele? Chop paella?
Chop paella.
Chop paella.
Wow. What do you think of paella, Jarrett?
I love seafood. I do like rice. What else you got there? Saffron. Very good, very good. I wouldn't put it in one of my top dishes.
I thought you were going to go into the Seinfeld quote from George. It's a melange of fish.
I was also made aware yesterday, one of my friends sent me a screenshot of a midfielder on Norway, and he said, I didn't know after you leave your radio show you go play for the world. It looks a lot like myself.
Oh, who is it?
Really?
What's his name?
Send it to me. I'll post it.
Okay, I'll find a good. His name is unpronounceable.
For you?
For me.
Wow.
Let me send it to Vinny and we'll see what we can do.
This is a guy from the Haitian team, you said?
Is his name Eduardo Rodriguez?
Hey, that more than any other name, for whatever reason, Eduardo Rodriguez, it's gotten me before.
It's tough. The way the sounds blend together, it's a little tough.
A little bit.
Erod.
A little bit. That's the go-to.
Yep.
All right, start the show, Jarrett.
Eduardo.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Not a lot going on for the Diamondbacks in any facet of a 7-0 loss to the Angels last night at Chase Field. Visitors jumped on Merrill Kelly for 6 runs on 11 hits, including home runs by Zach Neto and Mike Trout in 5 1/3 innings. D-backs' anemic offense managed just 4 singles against Angels pitching. Starter Reed Detmers in total control, allowing just 3 hits in 7 scoreless innings. Diamondbacks shut out for the 7th time this season, the 3rd time in a week, and the 4th time this month. That series wraps up today with a matinee in downtown Phoenix. That guy, Eduardo Rodriguez, on the hill for the Diamondbacks against Angels rookie left-hander Sam Aldeguerri. First pitch, 12:40, all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with D-backs BP show at noon. If you were there and stayed at the game, that's one thing. If you were watching the game and were able to stay awake for that, bless you. That was tough.
Yeah, I would agree.
Diamondbacks finalized their deal with two-way Korean prospect Jun Sung Yeom, an 18-year-old shortstop and pitching prospect. Jun Sung was recognized as one of the top 3 high school prospects in the 2026 KBO draft, but the D-backs instead nab him with a deal including a $1.5 million signing bonus. Not bad for being right out of high school. He won't start his D-backs pro career, however, until next spring. Brendan Sorsby, a tentatively scheduled pro day for July 10th in Southlake, Texas, according to reports from many people, including ESPN's Pete Thamel, and the Cardinals are expected to attend the workout. Our own John Gambadoro has also said the team has done homework on the quarterback who was slated to play at Texas Tech this season after a Texas judge granted an injunction following Sorsby's admission of gambling on his own team while at Indiana in 2022. He also underwent a 35-day stay in a residential treatment center for gambling addiction. We're going to get into a couple of aspects of this story, which continues to percolate. We'll also talk to Bruce Feldman from The Athletic and Fox Sports on the subject. Tuesday on World Cup pitches, France topped Senegal 3-1, powered by 2 Kylian Mbappe goals. Norway stormed past Iraq 4-1 as the striking Viking Erling Haaland scored twice. Austria won a World Cup game for the first time in 36 years with a 3-1 triumph over Jordan. And the performance of the day belonged to the legendary Lionel Messi. 3 goals in Argentina's 3-0 win over Algeria. 3-0, sorry. It was Messi's first career World Cup hat trick and his 16 World Cup goals now over 6 events. Tied for the most ever by a single player.
Remind me to remember that nil thing is another thing that annoys me about soccer.
Today, another quartet of group play games. Cristiano Ronaldo and Portugal facing the Democratic Republic of the Congo in Houston at 10. Then it's England against Croatia in Arlington, Texas at 1. Panama tangling with Ghana in Toronto at 4. And Uzbekistan against Colombia in Mexico City at 7. Is this the last day of first matches?
I was just going to say, my goodness, are they stretching this out more
I
than
think
the NBA playoffs?
I think today is.
Yeah, because U.S. plays Friday, their second
and
game.
Mexico plays Thursday. Yeah, okay, yeah. Today's the last day.
In the NHL, John Tortorella will not be returning as head coach of the Vegas Golden Knights. That was announced just 2 days after Vegas fell in 6 games to the Carolina Hurricanes in the Stanley Cup Final. Tortorella took over for Bruce Cassidy with 8 games remaining in the regular season and coached the Golden Knights to a 7-0-1 record. And then Western Conference Playoff Series wins over Utah, Anaheim, and Colorado, but he's not coming back. And the 4-11 Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight in their final WNBA Commissioner's Cup contest. They host the Las Vegas Aces at Mortgage Matchup Center. Mercury riding a 3-game losing streak heading into the contest. Tip-off just after 7. You can catch it on Arizona's Family Sports or USA Network. There you go. There is your splash for this Wednesday, June 17th. It's a Wednesday that feels like a Thursday. Coming up, are the Cardinals actually interested in Brendan Sorsby? The latest, straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
So you're asking me, do you have any interest in Brendan Sorsby? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Run.
No! How could you ever trust him with the most influential position in all of professional sports when you know he's already gambled on his own team? Your quarterback is going to, more times than not, dictate whether or not you win a game or lose a game. But having said that, I would never do that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal, book telehealth if she feel.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Parker & Sons here. What if your new AC unit started paying you back before you paid for it? A new high-efficiency unit cuts cooling cost from day one, so you save on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the system. Because right now, you pay nothing until 2027. No interest, no payments, no stress. But this offer ends June 30th. Call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey with Brendan Sorsby no longer playing for Texas Tech. How does that change the balance of power in the Big 12 this football season? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6, on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
With the NFL supplemental draft deadline just in 1 week, June 22nd, it became untenable to resolve all these legal issues in that time. Sorsby's a fascinating prospect. I feel like from talking to scouts and personnel people going into the last draft that he would have had a chance in this very weak quarterback draft of 2026 to be a first-round pick. He elected to go back to college. He elected to take the deal that was expected to be worth more than $5 million at Texas Tech. There's a lot of talent in Brendan Sorsby, and it will be fascinating to see how NFL evaluators view him. Remember, draft capital in 2027 is vastly different. It's expected to be one of the most loaded draft classes, quarterback and otherwise, in the last generation. So where will the NFL deem Sorsby in this draft? It'll be a huge question looming over the next couple weeks. He's a talented, dynamic player.
That is Pete Thamel from ESPN, the most talked about player in the NFL. Is not a player in the NFL yet.
Yeah.
In Brendan Sorsby. I misspoke yesterday. I said the deadline for the supplemental draft application was June 28th. It's June 22nd. So that kind of pushed everything up. With the legal filing by the Big 12, that set all the wheels in motion. So Brendan Sorsby's going pro. The next step in all of this, Beck, is whether or not the NFL says, this is the kind of guy we want in our league.
Yeah, that's it.
Which is not a foregone conclusion by any stretch.
Well, and I brought this up yesterday. I'm going to be very curious to see what the NFL does with this, given the integrity of the game issue that is so clearly at stake with a player like Brendan Sorsby. You can't get around it, and I'm all for second chances. I'm all for all of that kind of stuff. But the fact of the matter is, Brendan Sorsby bet on his own team while he was at Indiana. He has a gambling addiction, and how can you trust a player like that moving forward, especially if you're a quarterback? The ability to influence games, there's nobody else on a football field who can influence a game like a quarterback, and so I think this whole thing is rife with problems. And so here we've got an official workout that the Arizona Cardinals apparently are going to attend, which tells you a couple different things. It tells you, number one, most importantly, in my opinion, that the Cardinals don't have a philosophical problem with this issue. If you're going to his pro day, you're going to go assess the kid and his talent and what he can put on a football field. And it says, number two, after 10 practices, they're not blown away by Carson Beck to the point where they're like, we need another prospect in here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first part of that, certainly, it might be a philosophy where the Cardinals are saying, hey, let's go. We'll do our diligence. We'll take the trip to Texas. We'll watch this kid work out. If we're blown away, that might alter our thinking. On the Beck part, there's probably some truth to that as well, but It's still so early.
Oh, of course it is.
It's 10 practices.
All I'm saying is that after 10 practices, they're not blown away by him to the point where they go, that's our guy.
Well, let's say that they bid on Sorsby, and we're thinking like a third-round pick. A third-round pick is not nothing.
No.
And 2 third-round picks on quarterbacks back-to-back years is certainly not nothing.
Yep. That's exactly right. So I find it very interesting that the Cardinals are going to be among the teams that, and maybe most teams will, because that's how teams are. But it isn't that indicative and damning of the selective morality in sports, and particularly the NFL. Let's go see how good he is, and if he's really that good, we'll overlook this little problem that he has.
Look, the fact that he is on the doorstep of becoming a pro after pocketing $5 million from Texas Tech without ever taking a snap for them, and then just maybe becoming a first-round draft pick? Because Tom Pelissero was on Rich Eisen yesterday, and he talked about what types of teams might be in on Sorsby, and this is pretty interesting.
I think that any team with even a passing quarterback need now or in the foreseeable future has to be interested in Brendan Sorsby enough to do all the homework on him if it gets to a day 2 pick. The real question is, would anybody go and use a first-round draft pick to go and take Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft?
Teams with multiple first-round draft picks. There's a team that would rank ahead of the Cardinals on that list. The New York Jets have 3 first-round draft picks. And the way that this works, I was mistaken also on the way that works. From the Athletic article on this, the NFL supplemental draft is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier is teams with 6 or fewer wins. The Cardinals would go into that tier. The second tier, rest of non-playoff teams. And 3, the 14 playoff teams. The article reads, the order of each group is randomly selected. If a team is interested in drafting a prospect, it places a bid on that player in a certain round. If multiple teams submit bids in the same round, the team picking first in that order is awarded the player. The Jets kind of control this if they want to. Aaron Glenn, the head coach of the Jets, was asked about Brendan Sorsby.
Brendan Sorsby at Texas Tech declared yesterday that he's going to apply for the supplemental draft.
Yep.
If the NFL does approve that, would you guys have interest in exploring that?
I'm focused on the guys that we have here now, and that's something that I'm sure me and Mooja talk about. But listen, I got the quarterbacks here that we're focused on right now.
Just one follow-up on it. Apart from the evaluation of him as a quarterback, the off-the-field stuff, the gambling issues, would that disqualify him in your eyes?
I have no idea what that is, to be honest with you. I heard about it, I see it on TV, but I don't want to respond to that because I have no idea of the inner workings of that. It's not fair to that player for me to do that.
Yeah, and I think part of the process, too, is not just going to watch the workout, but he hasn't gone through the interviews that prospects go through with teams at the Combine and starting those relationships, and hasn't had a chance to maybe make an impression on that realm. This is pretty fascinating, but the Cardinals, in terms of draft capital, they've only got their own picks in all rounds next year. 1 pick in each of the 7 rounds. So that doesn't necessarily bode well for them if they really want him.
Yep.
We just don't know what the interest level is.
Well, here's
right now.
the thing. You're not only judging what is this guy's value versus Carson Beck going forward. You have to judge it, what is Brendan Sorsby's value versus potential quarterbacks we can get in next year's draft. Because let's suppose they're really bad and they have a top first-round pick, and now all of a sudden they're not in the market for one of these really elite prospects that we think are going to be in the first round next year. Like,
that's true.
You're committing not just like that this guy is a better prospect than Carson Beck, but you like him more than guys that you could possibly get next year.
Okay, again, but I think it comes down to the fact that as an organization, what do you have to reconcile to draft this kid? Because what happens the first time he has a 3-interception game? What are fans going to be saying? Social media will be buzzing with, hey, he just threw the game. Do you want to be dealing with that kind of stuff? I mean, I would have to be very, very convinced that the kid has really gotten the help he needs, because the amount of betting that he did in college is pretty extreme.
It's alarming. There's no doubt. I mean, $90,000 worth of bets. And as, who was it that pointed that out? Stuart Mandel pointed it out that pretty much everything he did in operation was wrong. And he knew it was wrong at the time because he was building in fail safes to get away with it.
Yeah, that's it.
You'd have to be fully convinced that he has licked his problem, and I don't. Again, I don't know the player. I don't know the person. He's going to have an opportunity to sufficiently do that. The social media point, yeah, it's going to come up. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And when you're dealing with a sport with as many guys in the locker room as football has, you got 53 guys in that locker room.
Oh, yeah.
They got to be a believer in their quarterback, too.
Yeah, that was one element of it that I had not thought of until I heard that Wolf rejoin, hey! and he's talking about, as a guy in the locker room, are you going to give him the side eye if you make a really bad decision or if you put the ball on the ground? Or is that going to be a real thing? If you draft this kid, his thing is, and this is why I think it's interesting whether or not the NFL is going to get involved, because generally they don't. As you brought up yesterday, it's kind of like let the states decide for themselves what they're going to do, and that's kind of the NFL's MO. If a club here or a club there wants to take a risk on a low character guy, have at it, but it's your bed and you're sleeping in it. I wonder, given what this story is about, given the partnerships with legalized gambling, I wonder if the NFL is going to step in and just say, not so fast. Because they do not have to grant him access to the league, from what I understand. You just can't declare for the supplemental draft and then have the teams start bidding for you. It has to be approved and sanctioned by the NFL. So, and they may not get involved, but this might be something where somebody in the league offices go, these clubs, they'll do anything for quarterbacks, and if he's good enough, they'll look the other way on anything. Yeah. And I'm not trying to come down too hard on the kid, but these are the harsh realities. We have talked about legalized gambling and what it might mean for some of these for leagues and the integrity of sports, and we've already seen incidents. There have been things in the NBA. There have been all sorts of things. And now here's a guy that is a known addict who has willingly bet on his own team at Indiana, and now he wants into the NFL.
On the other hand, why they might look the other way and allow it to happen, how do we begin this segment? He's the most talked about player in the NFL right now, and he isn't even there yet.
Yeah.
And they love attention, and they love...
Where did the transgressions take place? They didn't take place on the NFL's watch. Mm-hmm. That has something to do with it as well. And they might just say, all right, if you want this guy on your roster, that's the risk that you're taking as an organization. But he's going to have a lot of things and conditions that he has to meet that other players just don't have. That's one thing to consider, too. Half Day Club is back. Join the Wolf and Luke Show today as they broadcast live prior to D-backs Angels. Lower-level D-backs tickets are just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Just text the word HALF, HALF, to 620 for details. Coming up next, speaking of those Diamondbacks, last night they proved it doesn't matter if you're playing, who you're playing, if you can't hit and you can't pitch. We'll get into that next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs, the 0-1 pitch to Arenado. Is swung on, grounded up the middle. It is Madrigal on the shortstop side of the bag who's got it. He throws to first in time, and that's your ball game. Angels win this one in convincing fashion. They shut out the D-backs by a final score of 7-0.
More reaction to the D-backs Angels series coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Good morning, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And in baseball, managers are required to see the entire field. Otherwise, your team isn't going to be very good. Well, it's exactly the same with your finances. And if your wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park for you, step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, your tax, and your estate planning together on the same team under one roof with the firm that sees the entire field. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed at pretty much everything. Their knowledge, their transparency, me. No sales pitches, no financial jargon, just straight talk the way I liked it. They asked the right questions, showed me things I never knew existed, like ways to potentially earn higher returns by investing in companies that haven't gone public yet. And then they showed me the benefits of comprehensive and personalized strategy, from wealth management to taxes to estate planning. They understand no two retirement plans are the same, and as an individual firm, Trajan Wealth not bound to one line of products or portfolios, and their fiduciaries, which means their advice is built around you and what is best for you. I walked out knowing I was in really good hands, and that's a really good feeling. Plan smart, dream bigger by calling Trajan Wealth at 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
Dang, I forgot the wakeboard. How am I supposed to enjoy myself without my favorite water activity? I mean, sure, we could still go tubing, fishing, or even just relax on a floaty, but without the wakeboard, what's the point?
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Ah, this feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing you down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
With Michelob Ultra Zero, there's always what's next. Next play. Next shot. Next score. Next celebration. Michelob Ultra Zero. Zero alcohol, distinctly smooth taste, and just 29 calories. Stay in the game with Michelob Ultra Zero. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Zero alcohol-free malt beverage, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The bats went silent, and Merrill Kelly was not at his best. That is not a recipe for success for this Diamondbacks team. The Snakes were shut out by the Angels last night in their 7-0 loss. And here was Merrill Kelly on this team's inconsistencies.
I mean, it's a combination of things. When we, sometimes when we pitch well, we don't hit. When we hit well, we don't pitch. Some games here and there we don't play the best defense, but that's why baseball's a team game. You got to have both sides of the ball.
Eduardo Rodriguez will be on the mound today with a chance to win the series. First pitch will be at 12:40 this afternoon right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And whether it's the uncertainty with Jacoby Brissett's contract or the possibilities of Brendan Sorsby, the Cardinals' quarterback questions are ongoing, and we've got you covered over on ArizonaSports.com. And this report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Summer road trip, start at Freeway Chevrolet. They have the lineup to handle whatever comes your way. And right now you can save on every new Chevy. Hurry in today.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Morana talk D-backs baseball now.
Oh, Trout, he sends one out to deep center field. Lawler's going back again. He's got to play this one off the wall, and that is above the yellow line. And that's a home run for Trout. Second straight night that he has gone deep, and it's 5-0 Angels in the top of the 5th inning.
Yeah, Chris Garagiola on the call. Mike Trout playing rare games at Chase Field, but putting on a show with that home run last night to straightaway center field. 7-0 loss. A game really almost completely devoid of highlights or positives for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They managed just 4 singles, one of which was in the 9th inning, and it was a 31-mile-per-hour dribbler off the bat of Corbin Carroll. No runs on the board for the 3rd time in a week. Merrill Kelly, to quote Chris Garagiola.
Yeah, good Lord. Yeah.
5 1/3 innings, 11 hits, 6 runs, gave up 2 home runs, had 9 hard hit balls. His ERA now up to 5.8, and well over 8 at home.
All right, so the Diamondbacks are in a weird pattern right now, and that is when they're not winning games, they're getting handled fairly easily in their losses. They're 6-12 in their last 18 games, a stretch in which they've been outscored 89-49.
Oof.
So what that will tell you is when they win, they're winning close games. When they lose, they're starting to get mauled, if you will. That's not a good trend. And what's happening with Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen is concerning. You wonder about this offense and the hit and miss nature of it. Was this really a function of Reed Detmers having a very, very good night? He's a very good pitcher for the Angels. But this is a team that generally does very well against left-handed pitching.
It does.
And they didn't muster up really any hard hit balls. They drew only 1 walk, which is a telltale indicator from a team that isn't operating the Diamondback approach.
There was a stat during the course of the game that Bob Brenly pointed out that Reed Detmers, like 30% of his pitches came in 2 at-bats. There was only like 2 extended at-bats. One of them by Jordan Lawler, and one was it Adrian Del Castillo, I think was the other one. So the approach isn't there. They are hitting .202 as a team in the month of June.
Ooh,
202.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not going to do much. And the worst thing about that is teams that struggle offensively, they give off bad vibes. People, they don't care. They're not locked in, and it creates unhealthy discourse among the fan base when you have teams that don't create traffic on the base paths. You know, it's a long held truism in the sport of baseball. You might just be getting got by a really good starting pitcher, but when you can't extend counts and you're not drawing walks and you're not hitting the ball hard, it's not a good look.
Yeah, and look, Reed Detmers is good, but his strength this year, he's been one of the top strikeout pitchers in baseball. That really wasn't his game last night. He had 3 strikeouts in 7 very non-taxing innings. I mean, he threw 90 pitches in 7 innings. So what is going on with the hitting, Torey Lovello?
Our quality of contact in the zone, certain pitches, if we're hunting them in the middle of the zone, has been really good. As of late, things have been a little bit of a grind. You know, it's been in scoring position. It's been a little bit of a grind. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything and say that it's okay, because it's not. I mean, we're aware of it, and we're going to work at it. We got a really good group of hitting coaches that are just grinding it out with the boys, and I see them working as hard as anybody in the batting cage. I see the conversations are very positive, but agree with you on a lot of fronts there. I mean, you asked one question, but it tells a big story. Like, I can sit here and talk to you about this for half an hour. Checking off of certain pitches and certain counts gives you count leverage, or keeps you in counts, or gives you the ability to see one more pitch. And we're a very stubborn group when it's going right. And you know what is happening, and why are we not having success? I think guys are trying to do too much. I just want them to just be themselves, know what they're good at, be themselves by going up there, controlling counts, and doing the damage on the right pitch. If not, check off of it.
Do you think this is just the ebbs and flows of a long baseball season, this stretch of anemic offense? or is it reason for bigger concern?
I don't know. I've been feeling a little bit wonky about this team for a few weeks now, and it just feels like they're hanging on by their fingernails. And I know that this was the game plan. The game plan was to hang around until you got great reinforcements. But the bottom line is 67% of those reinforcements, Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck, are from the bullpen, which has been the strength of the team by a long shot. So I don't know what the long-term prognosis is going to be for this team or this season, because just when you think that they're getting elevation, they fall. There was a time, a few weeks, a stretch when the starting rotation was clocking quality starts one after another after another. And that's kind of fallen apart. And the lineup, it's up and it's down. What is consistent about this baseball team? What's going to carry you into the bullpen when the bullpen has been one of the surprising strengths of the team?
But for weeks we were talking about, man, they really got to get Geraldo Perdomo going. Mm-hmm. He's finally going.
He's going.
That's good. Mm-hmm. The bad thing is he's the only one that's going.
Yeah.
He's hitting .333 this month. He's the only Diamondback with an average that high.
Mm-hmm.
Moreno's been decent. Carroll's been decent. That's about it.
Yeah. No, that is about it.
5 guys of their 16 players that have swung the bat and had an at-bat this month, 5 of the 16 are above 200.
That's crazy. You can't build a playoff team out of an offense that zips in and out of, production like that.
Yep. And on the pitching side, Merrill Kelly, not a good night for him.
Obviously, it's not fun. I don't enjoy getting my teeth kicked in. I'll mix a good one in. Like Miami was, I thought, fine. 6 with 2. 75 pitches, probably could have gone another one. But obviously the one before that and then tonight's not ideal. And to start the year wasn't ideal. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable. But I got to be better. It's nobody's fault but my own. I'm just simply not doing my job right now, and I need to do a better job.
Yeah, it was one of those nights because those back-to-back shots, I think it was Neto and Trout, but both just hammered balls to straightaway center field. Neto just missed a home run, which would have been his second, and Trout,
Oh, yeah.
He crushed
that
ball.
And the Angels broadcasters were saying it all last night. They were saying that man, Mike Trout loves this ballpark. Doesn't play here very often, but when he does, he makes sure he gets a Dos Equis.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
You trade for Mike Trout.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. Well,
money's no object. That series concludes today, 12:40 first pitch with Erod on the mound. Norwegian midfielder, Eduardo Rodriguez. We did get an update on the player that Sammy has been compared to.
Yeah.
Andreas Schelderup.
What do you think?
Schelderup, okay.
Yes. Have you posted the pictures, Jared?
No, because I wasn't impressed by the comparison.
Your hair is nothing like his.
The hair is nothing like it.
When I grow out my hair, it looks a lot more like it. But
he's younger than you, and he still has a little bit of a baby pudgy face. But there is a little bit of resemblance.
See, I was telling Jared, I normally get a Bo Nix or like a Zach Wilson.
Could see both of those.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This kid's a little too, he was born in 2004, so yeah, he's a little bit younger. So
Sammy's older than somebody. How's that feel?
Feels great.
Coming up next, what do championships won by the biggest market in the NBA and one of the smallest markets in the NHL have in common? Lots of people watched. We'll tell you more about it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Pavin Smith, the expiration date on his Diamondbacks career is rapidly approaching.
No, it's expired.
It's rapidly approaching.
It's expired. It's just like, you ever go to your cabinets and something expired like a while ago? Like, why is this jar of teriyaki sauce still in here? It expired last year. Pavin Smith is the expired teriyaki sauce. We got to get rid of this. This thing expired, honey.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. During the round of golf, he got a text from one of his clients. She told him she was doing her happy dance. She had just paid off her home in 41 months. Can you imagine that? Less than 4 years. That's what people get with the Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. In fact, it's even bigger than that. All of your income goes to wiping out all of your debt, and you can do it without changing a dime of your spending habits because you have 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you need it. And in times of financial instability, that can be a great asset and probably something you are not getting from your mortgage. Finally, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, obviously. But more than anything, you now have decades to build personal wealth while everybody else probably struggling with that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Find out more. See if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Employee pricing is back at Santan Ford, and this is the big one. You pay what we pay. That means F-150s up to $15,000 off MSRP, Super Duty trucks up to $8,000 off MSRP, and Mustang Mach-E's up to $11,000 off MSRP. This is employee pricing. You pay what we pay on America's favorite trucks and SUVs. Real savings, real money off the sticker. Employee pricing is back. Going on now with Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley and online at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 motor oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier last week checked South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Wolf. What will it take for the Diamondbacks to 45? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
4-point lead. Here comes Fox. 5 seconds remaining. Fox to Wemby. Wemby tries a 3, puts it up, off the mark. Anunoby the rebound. It's over. It's over. Knick fans, this is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended. Go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
That was Mike Breen on the call on ABC. Back on Saturday night as the Knicks win their first championship since 1973, and a lot of people watched it. The highest-rated NBA Finals since 1998, which was Michael Jordan's last hurrah against the Utah Jazz. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. No, listen, I think going into this series, you knew this was going to be a huge box office bonanza. New York Knicks, the New York media, the city of New York, Madison Square Garden, and then the premature anointing, I should say, of Victor Wembanyama. Right? I'm sure Oklahoma City versus the Knicks would have done similar ratings, but there was something to this that looked very good on the marquee.
It did. And look, I think there's other factors involved in this, too. A lot of NBA fans, and I will say not casual fans, but fans were frustrated because they didn't know, they weren't used to the new TV schedule. They weren't used to who was broadcasting the games. Where could I find games? When you had 5 games of the NBA Finals and you knew exactly where it was going to be every single game, I think that consistency helps. And I think that consistency helped in hockey, too, because ABC, ESPN had all those games as well. And the hockey ratings were the highest in 7 years.
And this was stunning to me. The fact that the Stanley Cup ratings were through the roof involving a hockey team from Carolina and Vegas. That, to me, I would not have guessed that.
No Sidney Crosby, no Alex Ovechkin, no Connor McDavid, none of the, the
no
casual
heritage franchises.
No big original six.
Right, yeah, exactly. No Canada versus USA, none of that kind of stuff. And so I don't know what the bigger story is here. I don't know. Jarrett was kind of positing earlier that this is just kind of what live sports does for people now if they're big events.
It's one thing. It's one of the, and it's why it's so valuable to all the media entities.
Yes.
It's one of the only things left in entertainment that people watch live. And
the other one is award shows for years, but the trend now is for these networks to put award shows on cable channels or streaming services, which makes very little sense to me. But again, I'm not a television executive. But yeah, sports is where it's at. That's going to get the most dollars. What if I told you that?
What if I told you
that the Raleigh-Durham market for the NHL Stanley Cup Finals was not the smallest market involved? Raleigh-Durham is the 22nd ranked market in the United States. Vegas is 40th.
Wow.
I would have guessed the opposite.
Yeah, no, listen, so I wonder, did having the 2 U.S. teams, did that boost viewership rather than hurt it?
I mean, there's been, the Canadian team hasn't won it since '93.
Yeah.
The Canadian stuff always hurts because they don't count Canada television households in the ratings.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But I don't think who played in it really mattered. I think the fact that it was just on, it was promoted, it was on real networks. The game, not the last game, but the first several games were really close and exciting.
High-scoring games.
It was a great. The first few games of the series were all-timers.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
and I think that worked for the NBA as well. Take away all the Knicks part of it, the Wembanyama part of it. The fact that each of the games were really close and went down to the fourth quarter helps.
Yesterday you said it was a blowout, Jarrett.
The series was a blowout, but the games were good. I was thinking, I think it was better. It would have, the Knicks part of it was the most important part of it.
Yeah.
Because even if you don't like New York, whatever, the story of a team trying to win their first title in a really, really long time, and the magic around Madison Square Garden and the fan base was great. I think playing against Wembanyama, one of the most hyped players in years, and the new face of the NBA really, really helped.
Yeah.
Maybe the only better possible matchups they could have had were Knicks versus Lakers and LeBron, probably still Knicks versus Warriors and Steph Curry. But I think versus the Spurs and Wembanyama was the third best possible matchup.
It's so ironic to me that Victor Wembanyama went into the NBA Finals with this great glow about him. He wasn't just anointed as the next face of the league and the guy. He was the one instrumental in beating an Oklahoma City Thunder that people had grown very sick of. So there was this shine to that team, and then coming 5 games later, he's like this terrible villain, and everyone's hating on him.
Like, has anybody, again, this is basketball, has anybody gone into a series more loved and left it more hated?
Yeah, that's a great question.
No.
I can't think of it.
No.
Although
maybe Bill Buckner.
For different reasons.
To be fair, the elbow to the goozle was in a different series. And that was when it kind of started with him.
It was, but I will say this. If Wemby embraces that role, look out. I'm not
7'5" French villain.
I'm not fully convinced he's comfortable being the bad guy, even though he is an emotional player that lost control of his emotions a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's the guy that we saw push down Jalen Brunson by the head
mm-hmm.
and then turn and smile at him,
mm-hmm.
if he embraces that fully,
taking that charge from Mitchell Robinson and telling him, I'm in your head.
You think you're sick of the Oklahoma City Thunder, you're going to get sick of the San Antonio
Some of the comments
Spurs.
to the media, too. Embracing the villainous a little bit.
Yes.
Pettiness.
And yet at the same time, he's also he's capable of being very thoughtful, very eloquent.
He's a fascinating guy.
Fascinating guy. There's video that surfaced before Game 3. He's sitting in Times Square, not Times Square. He's sitting in Central Park sketching a statue. And he's got like his security detail with him, and he's just sitting there with just riveted focus on what he was doing. It's like this guy's different. He's out there.
Different.
Yeah.
But Jared, I think on the Knicks Spurs series, the ratings, you hit on an interesting point, because I think once upon a time I thought if you had New York in a final, it was going to be a ratings bonanza, and I said it once in 2000 when the Yankees finally played the Mets in the World Series. I made the claim foolishly. Everybody's going to watch this. Everybody's been waiting for this. It was one of the lowest rated television series
ever,
of all time. When you have a New York team that was trying to break the streak, that was the key. And look, we talked about it several times during that series. America got behind the New York Knicks in all of this.
Yeah.
They were a fun team to watch.
That's right.
And a likable story.
Yeah. And that very rarely ever happens to a team from New York City. But this one definitely qualified.
Very rarely.
Yeah, very rarely.
Yeah. Coming up next, what does the Cardinals' interest in Brendan Sorsby say about their current crop of quarterbacks? We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and it's vacation season in Arizona, which means it is the worst time to be dealing with and struggling with nagging, chronic, awful joint pain. Good news is I've got a path back to normalcy for you. My friends at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. These are cellular-level treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief. And folks, this stuff really works. These treatments are backed by science. They happen right in their office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. What happens is this: the inflammation calms down, that pain backs off, and suddenly you're feeling like your old self again. I know this stuff works. I've leaned on them twice. They've helped me dramatically on 2 different occasions. The patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics, staggering 92% nationwide. Also includes Emmett Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics helped him deal with his chronic joint pain post his NFL career. Go get a free consultation. See how these cutting-edge treatments can help you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. A customer called in recently asking why their newer AC system was already having problems. My first thought was because you probably didn't have us install it. But honestly, your AC system shouldn't be failing that fast. Small issues can quickly become expensive breakdowns. Get your AC installed and maintained the right way with Precision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC and make the Precision decision today.
Two Jeeps, $50,000. 2 big nights. Only at Casino Arizona this June and July. Earn entry starting June 1st. Then join us on Wednesday, June 24th and July 29th for the grand prize drawings. You could drive away in one of 2 Jeep Wranglers or win your share of up to $50,000 cash. Don't miss your chance to win big. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona. Uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' inconsistency was on display last night. The Snakes were shut out for the 7th time this season, and Merrill Kelly gave up 6 runs in their 7-0 loss to the Angels. Still a chance to win the series, though, this afternoon. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball, and first pitch will be at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as Brendan Sorsby plans to head to the NFL's supplemental draft, the Arizona Cardinals are expected to attend his pro day. For more on that story, head on over to arizonasports.com today. And last night, soccer's greatest to ever do it, Lionel Messi, at age 38, bagged his first World Cup hat trick in Argentina's 3-0 win. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess, cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey with Brendan Sorsby, no longer playing for Texas Tech. How does that change the balance of power in the Big 12 this football season? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6, on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I mean, listen, I understand taking risks when it comes to players that have off-field bags, but to me, this is a step you don't cross. This is literally and figuratively touching the money. A player that was willing to gamble on his respective sport is an individual that could potentially jeopardize the integrity of the game, jeopardize the integrity of my franchise, and jeopardize my relationship with my fan base. And if you're an NFL owner, this is a call that you're going to have to make. This is not necessarily a football decision. This is a business decision. And I think Brandon Sorsby threatens the business of the NFL in a way that very few players have entering the league.
It's Chris Canty earlier this week on ESPN Radio making his feelings known. Don't draft Brendan Sorsby and all the reasons why. And there's 32 teams that potentially have that decision that they're going to make. I say potentially because the application reportedly has been filed. It has not been approved yet. There's no date set for a supplemental draft because that has not been approved. Brendan Sorsby would be the only person in the supplemental draft pool this year. But there are reports. There are all kinds of odds. It's kind of ironic we're going there.
How about that?
Sports books list the Arizona Cardinals as one of the more interested teams, according to the odds that they're posting on this.
And so if the reports are true that they are interested in attending that workout, I'm curious as to why. I mentioned earlier that the 10 practices that Carson Beck has been with the Cardinals, it's nothing. It's a very small, minuscule sample, but there are a number of NFL quarterbacks whom flashed on day one to the point where teams are like, we have got our dude. Jaden Daniels famously, during the initial 7-on-7 drills in Washington, completed every one of his pass attempts, and teammates and coaches were absolutely stunned. That was day one. Now, that's Jaden Daniels. He was the number 2 overall pick. That's not Carson Beck. But my point is, if Carson Beck had been sensational in these 10 practices, would the Cardinals even be bothering with Brendan Sorsby? It's a fair question.
If Brendan Sorsby was available in this year's draft, we talked so much about, hey, maybe the Cardinals are going to trade back into the back end of the first round to get their hands on Ty Simpson. Would they have had a similar approach?
Well, this is what I'm fascinated.
To Brendan Sorsby.
Let's suppose the timeline was different and he declared for the actual NFL draft. And right before the NFL draft, all this came out about the betting and stuff.
Would be a disaster.
Would he have even been drafted?
That's a great question.
How far would he have fallen?
That's because we have gone through this public excoriation of this story and how some rando judge in Texas, a guy named Ken Curry, could just say, nope, I'm buying that kid's story. He will suffer irreparable mental harm that he can't afford to be suffering with this addiction.
Why? He's just a poor
Texas Tech.
Right, exactly.
He's just a poor child, this boy. Give him a break.
That's hysterical. Yeah, so again, I'm just really, really curious as to what the Cardinals are thinking here, if this is, in fact, something in a player that they're actually interested in. I firmly believe in what Chris Canty said, that the NFL really needs to take a long, hard look at do you just willingly and openly welcome a player like this into your league right here and now?
Yeah, but that's the question that Roger Goodell has to answer. If he does answer it affirmatively and say, yes, okay, it's up to the teams to decide. The teams have a really interesting decision because I think there are teams that are equipped to make the risky pick of Brendan Sorsby because they can afford for it not to work out. Are the Arizona Cardinals a team that can afford for this not to work out?
That's a great question.
If this blows up in the Cardinals' face, it's just another thing to deal with. If Carson Beck doesn't work out as a third-round pick, okay, you wash your hands, you move on.
Right.
If you, and even though it might be the equivalent of a third-round pick next year for Brendan Sorsby, it's a lot more eyeballs on you if you're the team that's going to take this risk.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. So it's going to be interesting because the selective morality thing is very, very real in sports. So that is, you certainly wouldn't waste a first-round draft choice on a kid like Brendan Sorsby, but if you could get him with a sixth, would you? Let's do it then, because there's great value, great upside.
Less investment.
Right, less investment. So, but then that's the selective morality in terms of the dangers that this addiction brings to a professional sports organization. Yeah, again, because not only even if the kid has successfully treated this addiction and seen the error of his ways and say he's completely rehabbed, and I don't even know what that looks like when it's a gambling addiction. But let's just say that is the case with Brendan Sorsby. It's not going to stop the petulance and the vitriol on social media. It's not going to stop the accusations the minute he has a bad game or does something stupid.
It's an interesting addiction because let's suppose his addiction was heroin.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't call into question how his addiction to heroin could impact the actual legitimacy of the sport that he's playing.
That's it. That's exactly it. And that's the problem with this particular addiction, especially now when gambling on these sporting events is so easy and so accessible and occasionally very, very anonymous. So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a fascinating litmus test for the NFL to see if it's business as usual or if they're going to actually put up guardrails to kind of protect the integrity of the sport.
Yeah, Nick Baumgardner wrote a piece on The Athletic that went through the teams that he considers, the candidates to maybe select Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft. The Cardinals are the second team he lists. Under his heading of would this make sense, he writes, yes, if Arizona can get Sorsby using a mid-round pick, if I'm the Cardinals, I'm not sure I'd give up more than a fourth for him, especially after just using a third-round selection on Carson Beck, which I believe was a reach. That's his rating. This isn't dissimilar to the Cade Klubnik situation in New York. I said that name without stumbling. Wow, that was good. Though in that the Cardinals already have a young passer they like, spending valuable capital on another youngster, especially one in Sorsby's current situation, could be tough. And then he concludes, that said, Arizona should play the game a bit here because Sorsby is a better prospect than Beck. Arizona could be in position to snag a guy at the top of the 2027 draft, but there are no promises.
Mm-hmm.
Bidding a day 3 pick on Sorsby could make sense. So
the timeline of this
or lower.
The timeline of this Cardinals offseason is ridiculous because it's would they have given the extension in the raise to Jacoby Brissett if they didn't already sign Gardner Minshew? Would they have signed Gardner Minshew if they knew they were going to draft Carson Beck? Would they have drafted Carson Beck if they knew Brendan Sorsby would be available? It's like each one of the quarterbacks has a question mark now.
Has a sliding door mentality to it. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, and then you also have to you wonder, and I don't really think this is accurate, but what if Jacoby Brissett, kind of found his stride as a professional last year? And what if the Cardinals are being penny wise and pound foolish with this guy? And again, I don't necessarily buy that because at his age and with his experience in the NFL, I think everybody's got a pretty clear indication who he is. But last year was the best he's ever been.
I mean, if they get Brendan Sorsby, there's no way they bring back Brissett at that point, right?
Not.
You can't have 4 different quarterbacks.
No.
Jared asked a question that really got me thinking, too, on the timing of this.
Mm-hmm.
And there was some people in real time who were like, okay, if you are a good quarterback prospect that could be a first-round pick in this year's draft, a weak quarterback class,
mm-hmm.
a lot of it applied to Dante Moore with Oregon. He decided to go back. He cited some mental health concerns that he wanted to take care of. But why didn't Brendan Sorsby declare for the draft? I wonder if he knew this was coming.
The reason I've saw people suspect is that he was going to get more money from Texas Tech than he would have as a third-round draft pick.
Yeah, but if people are saying he could have been a first-round pick in 2026, that's a lot more than $5 million. I know it's kind of a bonus year of income,
mm-hmm.
but still.
And why does Texas Tech not want their money back?
That's what earlier in the show when you brought that up, how does he not have to pay back his NIL?
I don't know.
This is a fired with cause situation, isn't it?
I would think.
We've seen other situations where those payments have been made. Something happens, player leaves. Oh, you got to pay that back. I think it's a PR thing. We have so much money, it doesn't matter. In our NIL collective at Texas Tech.
Wow.
It's just flowing. You want to see Ron
It's not
White?
the only thing flowing.
You want to see Ron White at Talking Stick Resort on October 4th? Win your tickets before they even go on sale. Visit the contest page at arizonasports.com to enter to win those tickets now. Coming up next, with his recent title run, is Jalen Brunson now a better player all-time than Steve Nash? Why is Steve getting strays? We'll explain next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs, the 0-1 pitch to Arenado is swung on, grounded up the middle. It is Madrigal on the shortstop side of the bag who's got it. He throws to first in time, and that's your ball game. Angels win this one in convincing fashion. They shut out the D-backs by a final score of 7-0.
More reaction to the D-backs Angels series coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Right now, private student loan debt in the United States sits at around $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is considered distressed. So that means there's a lot of people in a lot of pain, and a lot of them don't know that there is a way out. So you know that stack of student loan statements on your kitchen table that you've been ignoring? You don't have to keep pretending it's not there because of Y-Refi. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi refinances distressed and defaulted private student loans that other companies won't touch. This is what they do, day in, day out, and they've gotten really good at it. Y-Refi is not a debt settlement company. They don't lump you into some cookie-cutter program. They work with you one-on-one, and they tailor a loan to your specific situation. And you're dealing with real people, not a faceless call center. Y-Refi builds your new payment around what you can actually afford, not what some formula says you should pay, what you can realistically handle each month. Private student loan debt makes people feel stuck, hopeless, like there's no light at the end of the tunnel. Y-Refi can be that light. They give you a plan, a real number you can work with, and a reason to believe things can actually get better. Give Y-Refi a call today if you're in this situation. 888-Y-REFI-85 or go to yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, did you know the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years? And you're telling me your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, our clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years or less, and they don't need a pro basketball contract to make it happen.
That is incredible.
It's true, Tom. The Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day with absolutely no lifestyle changes.
What I really like about Galaxy is you're all so easy to work with.
Thanks. We talk with our clients, not at them, and we'll answer every question until you're totally comfortable. Zero pressure.
Check it out for yourself at GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey, it's Gambo. Let's chat for a second. If you're over 40, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I hit that point myself where your energy drops and weight doesn't come off like it used to. I was still working, still active, but it wasn't the same. That's because your body changes. It's biology. But it doesn't mean you have to accept it. You can fight back. That's why I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Not because it's hype, because it helps me stay energized and lean. It's built for men over 40 to support steady energy and metabolism. So when you're active, you get results. No extremes, just a daily supplement you take every day. If you're feeling that shift, don't wait. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. You could go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. You could also go to Sprouts. mDrive is the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. Or again, online. Go to mdriveformen.com, put GAMBO in the promo code, and get 20% off your first order. mDrive, for men who still show up.
Time out. I'm burning. Time out. Time out.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Where's the ducket? Where's the straight?
We're just going to describe it, but I'll say I put a lot of time and effort into trying to be the best player I can be to try and help a team win. Just really thankful I have the organization, the coaching staff, my teammates to have my back every single day. I think that means the most to me.
It's Jalen Brunson, after winning a title with the New York Knicks, the finals MVP, averaged 32.6 points per game, had that memorable 13-point stretch in the fourth quarter of Game 5. He took over the last two games, rightfully so, the MVP, and one of the most talked about players, and honestly, a player that I've come around on. You remember once upon a time I used to talk about Jalen Brunson being just frustrating to watch because he would dribble the hell out of the basketball, but man, the footwork and the clutch gene are fun to watch.
Yeah, I really began to like the kid from that series when he played for the Dallas Mavericks against the Suns, and he was just relentless in attacking the Suns, and I thought to myself, man, this kid is for real. And look at him now. So popular in New York, he did an interview where he basically gave his dream breakfast order. Jarrett, you might like this. He was asked, what when you go to a bodega, like a street side shop in New York City, what do you order? And he said, I get a peach Snapple, purple Doritos, an everything bagel with egg, cheese, and spicy mayo and hash browns. He said that in an interview, and that has now become a thing in New York. Now most bodegas are selling something called the Brunson.
That is also such a beautiful New York City bodega order. A peach Snapple. I haven't even heard the word Snapple in like 30 years.
Yeah.
And then the everything bagel sandwich, delicious.
Well, I forgot to tell you this. When I was in Copenhagen, it's a big-time bakery culture there. Fresh bakeries, all little mom and pop shops all over the place.
The people there are literally named Danish.
Great point. That is outstanding humor. They are obsessed with this creation that is a freshly baked roll, crusty on the outside, chewy on the inside, just like you like it, Jarrett, with a little bit of Danish butter and 2 slices of cheese or 1 slice of thicker cheese. They are obsessed with this sandwich in Denmark. Obsessed with it.
Did you have one?
They were delicious. Yeah. And it's a whole Danish thing. Something very, very simple, but executed to the highest level.
Well, in addition to people emulating Jalen Brunson's breakfast
there you
order,
go.
People are also wondering now about, and this is inevitable, we just saw it happen, his first championship. What's his place in history? They were asking on ESPN yesterday, should he have a statue outside Madison Square Garden? Way too early for that.
Yeah,
but
eventually,
in
yes.
terms of his place in history, this is from the Bill Simmons podcast. This is Bill Simmons on his belief on Brunson's place in
real
history.
quick. As you remember, he's wrote an entire book ranking all-time players, and then he did it updated like 20 years later.
He did. And
so this is in reference.
If you read the full book, congratulations, because it was War and Peace.
There's this whole bunch of guards that Brunson is in the middle of now, historically. Luka Doncic, George Gervin, James Harden, Sam Jones, Jason Kidd, Steve Nash, and Walt Frazier. I have all those guys in the 40s, and you could argue about the order, but they're all there. They all have the All-NBAs. Frazier has the 70 and 73 finals. Nash had the 2 MVPs. Kidd was an MVP runner-up, but dragged those 2 Nets teams to the finals, which mattered. Then he won a title, and Jason Kidd was just awesome. Like, I have him above Nash, Kidd, Sam Jones, Harden, Gervin, and Luka. And just if people think this is reactionary or whatever, like, this is how I did the book. Like, I had Dwayne Wade, I think in the top 40, maybe even top 35, just because of what he did in the 2006 finals. Like, sure, That's it. Like, you get a major bump if you pull that off on the biggest stage and you help drag your team to the title. So Jalen Brunson, 41 in the pyramid.
Brunson better than Nash. True or false, Dan Bickley?
Wow. I have a hard time saying true. I have a very hard time saying true, but again, there's something to be said for what Bill Simmons said at the end there. If you've got the ability to drag your team to the top of the mountain when everybody, Karl Anthony Towns was not very good in Game 5. Whenever the Knicks needed Jalen Brunson to be the superhero, he put on the cape, and that I do give somebody major points for that. But I have a hard time, having watched Steve Nash all those years, putting Jalen Brunson ahead of him.
It's also, Jalen Brunson's career is still going.
Yes.
One of my biggest pet peeves is when we try to...
Yeah.
And again, we do this with
Thank
LeBron
you.
all the time.
Thank you.
Like, their
You
career...
do it with Lionel Messi, for example.
Yes. Well, I mean, his career, if it ended today, he would be the best. But
I think that's what Bill Simmons is saying, that now already he's past these guys.
But what if next year or in 2 years Brunson gets back to the playoffs and I don't think this will happen, but what if he and the Knicks stink? And he's not good in the clutch. Players change. I don't think he's all of a sudden not going to be clutch.
Yeah, no, listen. Jalen Brunson has 4 championships in 11 years. He won a state championship in basketball at a suburban school in suburban Chicago that never wins championships in basketball.
Adlai Stevenson.
That's it. You got it. You got it. Yeah, that's the alma mater of my wife. So listen, and there's that. Then there's the 2 championships at Villanova. Now there's the championship here. This kid is obviously a winner.
Again, no NBA Cup mention.
But
I
also,
keep leaving that out.
If Brunson and this Knicks team, they get, I think we can agree that the Knicks aren't going to repeat. They may have a chance to get back to the finals. If Brunson never wins another championship, and there's also a chance that he's not on an All NBA team moving forward. Like, you have to take that into account when his career's over. Like, Steve Nash is a 2-time MVP.
Yeah, I mean, and that is the number one item on his resume that would give you pause. I mean, I don't really love Steve Nash. He was maybe one of the most fun players ever to watch in Suns history. I don't have a problem with people ranking Jalen Brunson ahead of him right now.
Wow.
I don't.
How about Jason Kidd?
What we just saw was absolutely special.
Historic.
I agree. I agree with that.
Fantastic. Yes.
Like the definition of making yourself a legend. Would you put him ahead of Jason Kidd? Because Jason Kidd won a championship late in his career, but also, like Bill Simmons said, took 2 Nets teams to the finals and was really great in his prime.
And I think Jason Kidd, and I've talked about this before, Jason Kidd's place among Valley basketball fans is so clouded.
Because of how it ended.
I mean, he's honestly, from a performance standpoint, one of the all-time great Phoenix Suns. Look at his first team All-NBA status while he was here. He never gets mentioned with Suns greats and never will.
And he never gets enough credit for, as a head coach, carrying a cup of water and telling his player to bump him, so I spill this cup of water on the court so I get a timeout that I do not have.
Brilliant.
Who'd have thought? Yeah, who'd have thought? So the Steve Nash thing, the two-time MVP, and revolutionizing the game and being part of an offense that blew up the NBA. I love that guy so much as a player. I have a hard time doing it, but I can understand somebody like you saying, I've got no problem with it.
I see both sides of it as well.
Yeah.
I mean, because Steve Nash's superpower was his court vision and his passing, correct?
Yes.
Jalen Brunson, to me, has 2 superpowers as a player. We heard people laud his footwork. It's the best footwork ever for a guard in NBA history, which makes him so tough to guard because he's not athletic. And he's got the clutch gene on top of it.
Yep, he does. And mental toughness that's absolutely elite.
Yes. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You want to give a good long look to Carson Beck. Can you do that and give a good long look to Brendan Sorsby at the same time?
Probably not this year.
Probably not, right?
Probably not this year.
And you need to, because you're going to need to make an informed decision as to whether either one is the guy. But if either one was the guy, and you didn't have to take quarterback next year in the first round, ooh, the things you could do with that pick.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Summertime, Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Vince Marotta here, and an AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems, like your AC, your plumbing, or your fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
As America celebrates its 250th birthday, it's amazing to think of how much has changed since 1776. Take dentistry. George Washington's teeth weren't actually made from wood, but from materials like ivory, metal, and even someone else's human teeth. Fortunately, we've come a long way in 250 years, and today, dental implants from Aria Dental Implant Center can permanently replace missing and broken teeth with a solution that looks, feels, and functions like natural teeth. No more slipping dentures and hiding your smile, just the confidence to eat and laugh the way you were meant to. In honor of America's 250th, Aria Dental Implant Center is running the Wolf Red, White, and Blue Special. 10% off your dental implant procedure this month only when you mention Wolf. Celebrate your own dental independence like I did and get 10% off. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
Gleason Roofing. The predictions say we could be in for a really wet monsoon season. Don't be the odd person out hoping we don't get rain during a drought in the desert because you don't know if your roof can handle it. Contact Gleason Roofing and have them do what they did at my house. This is Jim Sharp, and when Gleason Roofing came to my place for a no-obligation roof audit, I knew I was going to need something done because my roof was more than 10 years old. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that I didn't need a complete roof replacement. Gleason Roofing only needed to replace my underlayment. The good news is that many roofing issues can be caught early before they turn into a full replacement. A simple inspection by Gleason Roofing now could save you thousands later during monsoon season. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to claim your no-obligation roof audit. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' bats went silent, and Merrill Kelly was not his best, and that is not a recipe for success for this Diamondbacks ball club. The Snakes were shut out by the Angels last night in their 7-0 loss, and here was Merrill Kelly on this team's inconsistencies.
I mean, it's a combination of things. When we, sometimes when we pitch well, we don't hit. When we hit well, we don't pitch. Some games here and there we don't play the best defense, but that's why baseball's a team game. You got to have both sides of the ball.
Eduardo Rodriguez will be on the mound today with a chance to win the series. First pitch will be at 12:40 this afternoon right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And whether it's the uncertainty with Jacoby Brissett's contract or the possibilities of Brendan Sorsby, the Arizona Cardinals quarterback questions are ongoing, and we've got you covered over on ArizonaSports.com with the latest. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. 2 Jeeps, $50,000, 2 big nights at Casino Arizona. Don't miss your chance to win big on June 24th and July 29th. The details are at CasinoArizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:33. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I am Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys the big stories going on in sports. And a massive story right now in college football and the NFL. Brendan Sorsby heading to the NFL supplemental draft, and the Arizona Cardinals are going to his pro day. If the Cardinals are interested, and if he does end up becoming an Arizona Cardinal, what does that mean? Like, what do they even do? What's their plan?
Well, I've been asking that for weeks.
Well, yeah.
What exactly is their plan? Because it seems like one day they're going this direction, then the next day they're going this direction. So to me, if they do go and get in the bidding for Brendan Sorsby, it tells them that, like I said earlier, that Carson Beck hasn't wowed them to the point where they know that's our guy. And this has happened. I've given you one example in Jaden Daniels. Bo Nix's first practice in Denver had complete command of everything. C.J. Stroud's first practice in Houston, people are like, this kid's got the greatest poise. He gets the guys in and out of the huddle. It says they're still not completely sold on Carson Beck, which is not unusual, but it's still a fact. It also means you're going to unplug yourself from Jacoby Brissett.
Yes.
You have to.
But I also think it would indicate that their plan is just being hell-bent on finding their quarterback of the future. To essentially draft 2 quarterbacks in one draft, one calendar year, even though the draft pick would be applied to next year. That doesn't happen very often in the history of the NFL. But yeah, I have the same questions about plan and direction that Bick does.
Because then, would that take them completely then out of drafting the quarterback in the first round next year? Or is everything still on the table?
You would hope so.
Hopefully one of them would be good. But again, if they do have both of them and their record is poor again, they're going to be in position to draft another quarterback maybe. All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks got shut out for the 7th time last night. How would you guys assess the play of the Diamondbacks, quote, 3 stars together this season?
Insufficient. I think all 3 have had their moments. It's very good to see Jerry coming out of it now and getting back to the player he was last year. That's very, very encouraging because I think that Geraldo Perdomo is one of those guys that if he is rolling, he's a contagion. He lifts everybody with him. But they haven't been good enough. Ketel Marte had a couple week span when he was just smoking the baseball every at bat. Corbin Carroll had that spree of triples for a while. They just haven't been consistent enough at a high level.
Yeah, I mean, we've acknowledged the fact that there's a lot of pressure on that trio to kind of carry this offense because I hate to say it, right now there's a lot of dead weight on the offense from 4 down. Notice Perdomo's already moved back up in the lineup order. I would agree. Insufficient, not good enough. The way this team is constructed, they need more from those three guys offensively, and they're not getting it. But even if they had good offense last night, I don't know if it would have mattered because the pitching was poor.
And that's where we're going next. Merrill Kelly gave up 6 runs last night. Zach Gallen's been inconsistent. So of the 5 starting pitchers, can you rank them 1 through 5 on who you trust with the ball most right now?
Wow. Mike Soroka's number 1.
I think he has to be one.
There was one point where I had Ryan Nelson up at the top. That's no longer the case. Eduardo Rodriguez, I'm going to guess number 2. It's completely inverted of what you would think from the start of the season.
It really is.
Yeah, Soroka 1. Erod 2. I think there's
then
arguments
Ryan
to be made
Nelson.
for Erod for 1. Then it gets real fuzzy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Probably Nelson. Recency bias. Gallen 4.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly was just not competitive last night.
His ERA is 5.97.
It is nuts because at the beginning of the season, if you would have asked the same question, it probably would have been the exact inverse of Merrill and then some version of Gallen and Nelson, then Erod, then Soroka.
Well, the bigger factor is, again, 60% of your lineup is in the mix of who's been worse. You can't have 3 starters with 5+ ERAs and expect to do anything.
Yep. All right. The Phoenix Suns, we've mentioned the draft coming up, free agency coming up as well. Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory. Some decisions to make this offseason. What do you think is going to be the toughest decision they'll have to make this offseason?
To crack that one first, Vinny?
The toughest decision, I saw a salary projection for Colin Gillespie, and I know he's been termed as a priority, but it's going to be this projection was north of $21 million per year.
Wow.
So that's going to be a tough decision. I think the Mark Williams decision, obviously they can tender him, make him a restricted free agent at this point. And I'm not eliminating the possibility of a Jalen Green trade, even though there seems to be people shooting it down from all avenues.
Yep.
But that's a tough decision because, again, do you want to potentially risk another year of Devin Booker's quote-unquote prime to figure out if this works?
Yep, that's
and if
it.
it doesn't work, you've squandered a year.
Yep.
Him getting hurt last year was about the worst thing that could have happened for that question.
Yeah, in retrospect, especially with that question, I think it is the latter. I think it's the Jalen Green factor because if Devin Booker is going to win a championship, you've got to create a better ecosystem around him. And I don't think that this trio that they have now is going to work for Devin Booker.
Yep. So the 126th U.S. Open starts tomorrow at Shinnecock Hills. And this isn't a golf question, but winds have reached...
Shinnecock.
No.
Never mind.
No, Jared.
Okay,
Save that for Friday.
Yeah.
So,
there's no Friday show.
Exactly.
Good.
So
good.
they've seen 40 mile an hour winds at the course this week, and we briefly had this discussion pre-show. Do you guys enjoy kind of extreme weather in sports?
No.
Oh,
No.
why?
I love it in football. And in terms of golf, I'm hit and miss with this. I like golfers to be challenged. Yes. I do not like golf tournaments when there's 5 guys over 20 under par, better than 20 under par. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I've seen some open championships where guys are playing in torrential downs,
get a little out
rain.
of hand.
It gets a little out of hand.
Golfers, like non-professional golfers, but avid amateur golfers, love those conditions because they make these guys look mortal.
Right.
And he's just like me. I don't like weather in sports, generally speaking, because you can't practice it. Everything, performance-wise, is based on practice, repetition, all of it. You can't practice for that.
It's fair.
And so you're not seeing the best possible performance from these guys that we all want to see the best from.
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
That's fair. And we'll see. Bick, I think it'll be around even par this week. Even par to 1 under wins it.
Yeah, it's a very difficult course, and you had mentioned they're going to get a lot of wind as well. Good luck with that. This is going to be, I think that this is going to be the Scotty Scheffler tournament we've all been waiting for. Let's hope.
All right,
He's going for his career slam.
Career
That's
Grand
right.
Slam.
Very good, Vinny.
His birthday's on Sunday.
I can read.
There's that, and there we go. Thanks, guys.
No. Thank you, Sam.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
All rebooted on this Wednesday. Coming up next, we will talk some Diamondbacks baseball after an ugly performance against the Angels. Alex Weiner, our D-backs insider for Arizona Sports, joins us next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Murata. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026. Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this summer, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through August 1st and save up to 25% off custom printed banners. Staples. That was easy.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
D-backs fall to the Angels last night, 7-0. Third time they've been shut out in a week. 7th time this year. Still have a chance to win the series against the Halos today. Chase Field and a matinee. with Erod on the mound, here to talk some Diamondbacks baseball with us, our D-backs insider Alex Weiner, joining us bright and early via video. Alex, good morning.
Alex.
Good morning.
Look, there's issues with this team. We know this. Bigger issue right now in your mind as somebody who's watching this every single day up close and personal. Pitching or offense?
Probably the offense. Pitching wise, obviously it's not been super consistent lately. Especially 2 of the last 3 starts from Merrill Kelly have been a little bit concerning for sure. But just the offense, it feels like 1 week, or at least for a couple of weeks stretch, they'll be on fire, and then for the next couple of weeks, it'll feel like this, where the at-bats are really quick. It feels like they're hardly ever even up, because yesterday that's how it felt. It felt like they were hardly up just because it was so quick. They were getting through the innings, and there were so many early count outs that they never really got into any kind of rhythm, and they never really made Reed Detmers work that hard. So I think when you look at the lineup right now, it's good to see Geraldo Perdomo's coming around. It's been good to see Gabby Moreno coming around, but there's just been too many black holes right now, and it just feels like kind of a grind for them to put up any kind of consistent offense right now.
Yeah, and the fact that they only had 1 walk last night, is that a barometer? Is there a correlation between working counts, drawing walks, and a team that isn't locked in the way they should be?
I think so. Absolutely. Especially with the team that, the identity is supposed to be like, you're supposed to grind pitchers down, work your walks, get players on base, and then be able to kind of come through in those moments. And we've seen that for stretches, but it felt a little bit too easy for Detmers last night. And Torey Lovello after the game mentioned, it looks like a lineup of guys who are all trying to do a little bit too much, all trying to kind of swing their way out of it, as opposed to letting the kind of game come to you a little bit. Maybe that's the case. Maybe it's something else. But yeah, to your point, it looks like a team that's not quite locked in or clicking the way that it should be, or the way that people have expected.
Alex Weiner, our D-backs insider, joining us via video here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Offensively, from a plus side, we talked about a little bit about this earlier, Alex. It looks like all the waiting for Geraldo Perdomo to be Geraldo Perdomo is finally over. Are you sufficiently convinced that Jerry is back to his 2025 form?
Yeah, it didn't take long for him to get back up towards the top of the lineup. It's like, all right, we're going to hit him down the bottom. He's comfortable there. And then maybe like a week and a half later, it's like, never mind. We need him to hit second because we just need some production up there. It's looked very Geraldo Perdomo-ish. The quality of contact has been better. He's continuing to work his walks and not strike out. And so I think there's been some good signs. This is probably the best stretch he's had all season. So, in that sense, I'm encouraged that he can kind of continue on this track here, which would be huge. It's a huge game changer for him and for Gabby Moreno to kind of add some depth to even just like the top of that lineup with some of the inconsistencies from Ketel Marte and nobody really kind of grabbing the cleanup spot by the horns here. So if they can continue to produce, then that gives you a pretty good top 4 again.
We've seen this team benefit from some youth infusion at times this year. We talked to Bob Brenly about this yesterday. What is the delicate dance Torey Lovello has to do here between respecting veterans and honoring the fact that they've got a track record versus maybe giving the team over to those youthful players that have kind of flashed at times this year?
Yeah, it's a great question. And it's not only like a Torey Lovello question, but it's a Mike Hazen front office question as they try to figure out like what the roster construction is going to look like when certain guys come back. They obviously made the big decision to send out Ryan Waldschmidt when they got Lourdes Gurriel back. And so it is delicate. I think, having that, youth movement does add a lot of energy, especially when they come up and are kind of running out of the gates pretty well, like Ryan Waldschmidt did or Jose Fernandez did earlier this year. But at the same time, I'm not sure they want to be overly reliant on young guys who are all trying to kind of figure it out at the same stage of their careers together. It could, that could be an exciting time, but that could also be kind of a frustrating time if things aren't going well. So they right now need answers offensively. They need quality at bats offensively. I think they will trust some of the veteran guys to do so, but they're going to have to do it because the younger guys are lurking. And if the veterans are not performing, there are, potential replacements already there.
Alex Weiner, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Back to the pitching. Strikeout numbers are down. We've made a lot about Zach Gallen's swing and miss numbers not being there. Strikeouts per 9 down. Merrill Kelly, same thing. But staff-wide, if you look through 73 games this year to last, 97 less strikeouts from a staff this year as opposed to last year. And it wasn't a big strikeout unit last year either. Is that just some sort of statistical anomaly? Is there real reason for concern there?
But I don't think it's an anomaly. I mean, I think Gallen and Kelly not striking out really anybody certainly adds to that. It's not like Erod is a huge strikeout person typically throughout his career anyway either. So I think it's part of it's just personnel, but part of it's also, Gallen and Kelly probably have to strike out more guys. I mean, Kelly's tracking right now for a strikeout rate that I think is like in the 13s, 13s or something like that. It's like 13.6%. I mean, that would be far and away a career low. His previous career low was 19.5% to give you like an idea there. I mean, it's way, way low. And Gallen kind of the same thing. And so, yeah, I don't think it's an anomaly. I do think it's concerning because they're going to have to make some big pitches to get themselves out of situations, or else it can kind of snowball like it did yesterday for Merrill.
All right, so give us your thoughts on Max Kepler as he kind of winds his way through the minors to the Diamondbacks. Do you think he's going to provide some pop to this lineup? You talk. I mean, clearly the lack of home runs is pretty profound with this team. 7 shutouts is a pretty high number for this time of the year.
Yeah, I mean, they had 6 shutouts last year, and they already have 7 now. I mean, it's pretty incredible. Yeah, for Kepler, it kind of shows you what the team is at in terms of like trying to search for answers, right? I mean, they don't really have an obvious left-handed power bat to put in the middle of the lineup. And I know Pavin had a nice day the other day, but otherwise he's been pretty quiet. And Adrian Del Castillo didn't really, grab that role when he had his opportunity. And so, and you look at all the young kids and they're all right-handed. So it kind of gives like, we need some answers here. And this guy's been suspended throughout the entire season, has to continue to serve his suspension, but he's a left-hander who can hit home runs. And last year wasn't a good year for him in Philadelphia. He's still hit 18 homers, but otherwise wasn't a great year. I think they're kind of grasping at something. It could potentially be a short-term answer there. And then if they, are in position to buy when they get closer to the deadline, I think that would be more so when you find maybe a more surefire answer to that question, unless Kepler comes out and is red hot. But I think this is more so just like a flyer than anything.
I want to look to the future now, Alex. I want to talk about Jun Sung. You were there at the press conference yesterday. 18 years old, one of the top high school prospects in Korea. He's a two-way player, shortstop, and a pitcher, and I know they're really excited to have him. I'm wondering if and I read this, I think it was in your piece too, that he's not going to start his professional career until next spring. Was there a reason given for that? Because it's only June.
He has to graduate high school. He said he graduates in February.
He's still in. He's still
in high school.
Forgive my ignorance on that. But
no, it's all good. Yeah, no, it's kind of funny, right? It's like, well, when could he get to the Diamondbacks? Well, when he graduates high school, he can get to the Diamondbacks.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but apparently he put on quite a display, though, right? In batting practice?
He was hitting the ball all over the place. He was hitting out there with, Perdomo and Vargas and a few other of the Diamondbacks players and getting some, tips and meeting Nolan Arenado. He called it the most interesting day of his life, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, he was spraying the ball. He had a couple out too, which for an 18-year-old playing in a, hitting in a big league park for the first time was pretty cool. So yeah, they're excited to have him. It's a bigger splash than they've made in quite a while in Asia. I mean, they haven't had a Korean-born player on the team since Byung-Hyun Kim. And so if this can kind of work out, who knows? They're hoping it can kind of open up some avenues to maybe bring in some more talent from overseas.
Is he a better shortstop prospect right now than a pitching prospect?
Yeah, they see him as a position player. And, if something happens down the road where they want to get him back on the mound, they can always do that. But for now, I think they're going to focus with him being a hitter and a defender.
Exciting.
That's something to look forward to.
Yeah, exactly.
A long way
after he gets his high school degree. Hurry up, kid. We need you.
How about that? $1.5 million bonus before he even graduates high school.
There you go.
Better. Alex, thanks for the time and the insight. As always, we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Alex Weiner covers the Diamondbacks for us at ArizonaSports.com, joining us via video. Coming up next, 8 o'clock rolls around. Time for the Bickley Blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Looking at Jalen Green, watching him compete, he is explosive. It's laugh out loud funny to watch Jalen Green go out and compete. He is bright and shiny, and he's still very young. That's why I believe there's always a guy that thinks, I can fix that guy. And because of that, I think his trade value is still there because he's a Mustang. He's young, and he's a Mustang, and he's wildly athletic, and he can score the basketball. He's still a bright, shiny object, and I think they're going to wave him around.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and just imagine going to a big box store, lugging out a new television to your car and discovering a small crack in it when you get home, or maybe it doesn't turn on. This is one of many reasons you shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, because you're going to get same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you're going to get a no-worry installation done by a professional. Shop at Waltz. They'll deliver it, mount it, calibrate it, program your remote, set up your streaming apps, walk you through everything before they leave, and at Waltz, this is all they do. Televisions, home theater, premium audio, appliances. Their employees are specialists. They'll ask about your room size, your seating distance, whether you want a sound bar or a full surround setup. These are conversations you'll never get at a big box store. People also assume Waltz is more expensive because it's not a warehouse. Wrong. They're price competitive with the big box stores on the same exact models. But here's what you don't get at one of those big box stores. Someone who answers the phone when something goes wrong. Someone who comes back to your home if there's ever an issue. At Waltz, you're paying the same price and getting 10 times the service. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, it's Wolf, and oh boy, it's employee pricing at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, and more. More of what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now. Only at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol, selling Mr. Grand Price in possession.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' inconsistency was on display last night. The Snakes were shut out for the 7th time this season, and Merrill Kelly gave up 6 runs in their 7-0 loss to the Angels. Still a chance to win the series, though, this afternoon, as Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball. First pitch will be at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And then, as Brendan Sorsby plans to head to the NFL's supplemental draft, the Arizona Cardinals are expected to attend his pro day. For more on that story, head on over to arizonasports.com today. And last night, soccer's greatest to ever do it, Lionel Messi, at age 38, bagged his first World Cup hat trick and moved into a tie for the most World Cup goals of all time in Argentina's 3-0 win. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring, and a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
There was a time when the return of Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen felt like meatloaf and mashed potatoes. Comfort food, familiar faces and former aces that would guide and stabilize the pitching staff through the first half of the season. But now our two mainstays are creating more problems than they are solving. Gallen's ERA is well over 5 and looks like a pitcher sliding out of his prime. Kelly's ERA is nearly 6 and his performances have been all over the map. Meanwhile, the team is 11-16 in games started by their two veteran pitchers. And with setbacks delaying the return of Corbin Burns and A.J. Puck, their respective struggles seem very ominous. Obviously, there are other issues with the Diamondbacks. The offense can miss as much as they hit. The team was shut out for the 7th time last night, and the inconsistencies are taking a toll on the fan base in a sports town where you need to be good and exciting to move the needle, where bad and boring is a death sentence. Bottom line, the Diamondbacks invested $40 million this season on their former dynamic duo, and they're going to need their comfort food to taste a whole lot better moving forward. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
The shape of his cutter tonight wasn't exactly right. I think at times the shape of his cutter has not been right. He's got to have a 3-4 pitch mix on every night where it's really working, hitting edges, hitting corners, and just reading swings. To be honest with you, he was pumping 94s, 95s in the first inning. I thought it was going to be his night. It was going to be a really good night. But I think just the overall consistency of pitches and shape of certain pitches at certain times in combination with location. We've seen the changeup miss arm side. We've seen the fastball miss arm side. We've seen the cut shape not be very consistent. And that's a remedy for not being able to pitch deep into the games the way that we're used to seeing that Merrill do it.
Torey Lovullo, manager of the Diamondbacks, and what went wrong with Merrill Kelly last night. Yeah, he was pumping velocity, but he was not pleased with his performance either. Yet did say this.
Where's your confidence?
Still the same. I know I'm a good pitcher. I feel like I've been doing this long enough to know that I have the ability to just get outs. I'm just not doing that right now.
I was about to say, is it comforting to know your velocity was still good? You got the stuff, it seems. It's just location.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff has been the same, right? It's not like I've ever been, my velocity's not, it's not like I've ever been a flamethrower by any stretch of the imagination. That I'm not concerned about. The stuff, the shapes, for the most part, are fine. It's just the inconsistency is what's the frustrating part.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. Look, comfort food is a great way to put it, because comfort food is both good and bad.
Mm-hmm.
And we've spent some time this season talking about Diamondbacks. What is Diamondbacks baseball? And were they leaning too much on 2023, what they were able to accomplish? Because they don't look like the same team that they did.
No.
Yet they still adhere to that standard of that's not D-backs baseball. 2023 was 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
These are different pitchers right now. And I know the Diamondbacks were counting on the midseason return of Corbin Burns and A.J. Puck. And those are not going to happen now, not according to schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Can they count on midseason returns from Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly? I think the season might hinge on that question.
I tend to agree with you, and not trying to be overly dramatic here, but there's a level that I thought that Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen were going to remain at, even if not ace material, still B+ kind of pitchers, and I think that we have seen. Even in the last outing from Zach Gallen, I think, Jared, you're the one who said that that's probably the most you can expect from Zach Gallen at this point in his career.
Barely a quality start.
Yeah, exactly. Barely a quality start. And I think that the way that that Zach Gallen finished last year, I don't know how he gets back into that sort of mentality, but he's got to get that done. And I keep... every time we talk to Bob Brenly and other people, I don't know whether it's physical, whether it's age, or whether it's between the ears with Zach Gallen. Because even yesterday, Bob Brenly told us he's a tough guy to figure out because he is so intellectual and he is so detail-oriented in the art of pitching that sometimes just getting on the mound and throwing the ball, taking your sign from the catcher and throwing the baseball is what's required. And he does overthink a lot of things. And either way, these guys are going to have to kind of up their performances because the team is going to need this. Because what I feel about the Diamondbacks right now, we know that they struggle mightily against good teams. And this is the number one argument that people have against them when they're going well. It's okay, but they're not beating the good teams. I believe their record now is 11-26 against teams that are above 500. It changes because teams go above 500, under 500. It shifts a little bit, but it's not good. In the National League, there's only one team worse against good teams, and that's the Colorado Rockies. But the Diamondbacks used to pound inferior teams. Now they're struggling with that. Now that's win one, lose one. Hopefully you scratch out a win to get the series. And so I just feel like this team is very wobbly right now. And I hope that they can find a higher plane. I really, really do. Because, look, it's a long, hot summer ahead. The World Cup is only going to take us so far. Basketball is done for the summer. Training camp isn't happening until August. There's a lot of time here.
Well, you're right, because the eyeballs of the NBA and the NHL are off. And to me, I've never really acknowledged this feeling, but I really had that feeling. Saturday, the NBA Finals end. Sunday, the NHL Stanley Cup Finals end. It's like, okay, now it's the unofficial beginning of baseball season in Phoenix, Arizona, anyway.
Yeah. And I had the feeling last night that, man, I took my vacation way too early.
Well, I mean, Kelly and Gallen, and if you throw in Ryan Nelson, those are 3 of the 8 worst ERAs in all of baseball.
Yes.
And they're all on the same staff. Yes. And as we pointed out, Corbin Burns isn't coming back to save the rotation.
And they've also put arguably their best pitcher, in Eduardo Rodriguez, in another spot here. And he's been really good to answer these calls when it's like, wow, they really need Erod to deliver today. Mostly he's delivered this year. They need to win this series against the Angels. Because if you're hanging your hat on the fact that they beat inferior teams, the Angels over the course of 70-plus games have proven they're an inferior team to the Diamondbacks.
Mm-hmm.
You can't start losing these series to the Angels and the Twins and the Rockies.
Yeah.
And the Giants and teams like that.
And listen, I do think that the Diamondbacks have a loyal bunch of diehards for their fans, but the casual fan, you know what it is. The casual fan in the sports town is what makes teams and stories great. When they get folded into the mix, that's when we feel like we're really alive as a sports town. But there are credentials you got to hit. You cannot be bad and boring and expect anybody to stay on a bandwagon with you. Not in this town.
Nope. Can I tell my sports bar story?
Oh, please do.
I have another sports bar story to tell. So I'm at a sports bar, West Valley, last night. I was planning to eat, have my beverage, duck out, go home, catch the game on television. So it's about right around first pitch time. It's about 6:45. This place has 1 billion TVs. Not one of them on the Diamondbacks to start the game. A guy, never seen him before, sits down at the seat next to me, and he looks around and he goes, Diamondbacks started, right? I was like, yeah, but they don't have him on the TVs. And he pitched a fit.
Nice.
He's like, I don't know what it is with this town and this team. I'm like, oh my God. Did we just become best friends?
Did he get
Are
it
you
on?
my spirit animal?
Did he get it on a TV?
He did. One.
And
I left at that point and watched it in the comfort of my own home.
It's the best way.
Yeah. I think what I need to do to combat this, I just need to decorate my house as a sports bar. That way I can.
Oh, Vinny, you just unlocked the answer to all your issues. Turn your house into a sports bar.
That's what I think I need to do.
We'll come over.
Yeah. Hey, you need some accessories?
Yeah, that's right.
I'll search on Amazon for you.
I got I just need neon signs.
Okay.
And a couple of servers.
Jarrett and I will come over.
Coming up next, parity's good in basketball, right? Not everybody thinks so. We'll explain more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs, the 0-1 pitch to Arenado is swung on, grounded up the middle. It is Madrigal on the shortstop side of the bag who's got it. He throws to first in time, and that's your ball game. Angels win this one in convincing fashion. They shut out the D-backs by a final score of 7-0.
More reaction to the D-backs Angels series coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home. It helps support economic development and community growth. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Southwest Gas helps businesses succeed while helping Arizona become a national leader in advanced manufacturing. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps support a sustainable energy future for our community, visit their website at swgas.com.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
There's only one Ozempic
Hello, I'm Ozempic. Because this ad is 30 seconds, I can't get into everything I'm FDA approved to do, so I'm just going to play my jingle again. But first, ask your doctor about which FDA approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA approved Ozempic. Now here's that jingle again.
There's only one Ozempic. Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which players from last season's team do the Suns need to bring back? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think dynasty is better for the sport because if we're going to look at the way that the NBA experienced this golden age, those 2 decades where it went from Magic and Bird and Isaiah in between to Michael Jordan, that's where you had the greatest explosion in growth. And it's not just because those guys hoarded the championships. Now you're legislating parity. The owners are saying you aren't allowed to be great for an extended period of time because look at Oklahoma City with Durant and Westbrook and Harden. They weren't allowed to keep their 3 guys together because the money says, okay, you drafted too well. You drafted 3 MVPs. Yeah. You can't hold on to them. The reason that the Knicks won this championship is because Minnesota could not afford to hold on to Karl Anthony Towns, and he became the final piece for them. So it's going to also cost the Knicks on the back end.
That's Vince Goodwill from ESPN on Get Up yesterday claiming dynasties better than parity for the NBA's overall health.
Mm-hmm.
It's come up because we have had 8 different NBA champions in the last 8 seasons. Over those 8 seasons, that's 16 spots available in the finals. 13 different teams have played in the finals, 43% in the league. If you look at the immediate 8 years prior to the current 8-year stretch we're in, 6 teams went to the finals. Less than half the number of teams.
Mm-hmm.
So what does it all mean?
That's a good question.
Better? I think Vince Goodwill's point on having to break up teams because you drafted well is terrible.
Yeah,
and these second apron rules kind of exacerbate that, and that is an issue for the next CBA that I think that needs to be corrected in some way. But the conversation on Get Up continued, and here's more from Vince Goodwill about being able, how valid are these championships?
I like to know that greatness is validated. How do we know that any of the last 8 champions are actually validated because they have not done it again? Giannis is itching to get out. Boston is thinking about trading Jaylen Brown. They don't believe in their 1 championship. LeBron's 1 championship in L.A. was not enough. So why would it be enough for us?
Validate is the Larry O'Brien that I put on that shelf and it stays there forever. That's the validation. The Laker thing.
Oh, you mean participation trophy then?
I'm sorry, Larry O'Brien is a participation trophy?
If everybody gets one.
It is an actual trophy. You won the league that year. The 2021 I get because it's summer camp. Like it was in one little bubble, and that's why people give them crap about that one. But no, you win the title, it's validated. You're forever a champion.
See, that one struck a nerve.
Mm-hmm.
Calling a trophy that is earned over the course of 100 plus games a participation trophy just because 8 different teams have won it in the last 8 years. Woo! That's a strong take.
No, well, and I think it's a very, very poor take. I
agree with that.
I like the first half of his argument that, this is interesting now. The idea that having 8 consecutive new champions in succession, it is very unlike what the NBA has been traditionally. Generally, a team gets to the top in the NBA and they squat for a while. It's not just the throne is not getting replaced every single year. Or the person occupying the throne, I should say. Mm-hmm. And I think this is very different, and I think most people like this. Calling it a participation trophy, that's a little much.
I wonder if most people like this. As you said, dynasties in basketball really forever maybe not in the 70s so much, but the 60s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, and the 2010s were all defined by dynastic teams. And recently, like, we talked about the record ratings this year, but prior to this year, like last year was almost record low ratings for the finals, and that series went 7 games.
Because we talked about it so much last year when that series was going on, market size was a factor last year.
And fan base size.
Yes.
More so.
Indiana was a very fun team to watch. Oklahoma City was fresh and new, but there wasn't a lot of buzz there.
Yeah, because that sparked a lot of conversations on my part about a lot of the national shows and how they only focused on either the negative NBA stories or certain NBA cities. And as a result, they didn't tell the stories of teams and get people acclimated with guys like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Chet Holmgren and Tyrese Halliburton and all those guys. And so I think all of that funneled into those ratings. And this year was markedly different. I don't know. I think the Knicks winning this, it really felt like it came out of left field. They morphed into a monstrously good team. 3 games into the postseason and never let it go.
No, they never did. And to diminish that, and I'm not even down. You know how much I dislike the Los Angeles Lakers. I'm not even down with diminishing the bubble crown because everybody was playing under those conditions. It wasn't specific to them. And I know how I felt when the Suns made it to the finals in 2021 and they were 2 games away from winning a championship. And people tried to invalidate their run to the championship, to the finals, because, Jamal Murray didn't play, and Kawhi was hurt. You can't do that. People have done it with Denver. It wasn't, historically a pretty easy path to get there because they didn't have to beat any of the top teams. But you can't control that. I'm just not down with invalidating any championship.
Right.
That goes on that long.
That's fair.
That pursuit is what everybody is doing.
So why do you think dynasties have died in the NBA? Like I think we all thought that Oklahoma City was about to start a dynasty. We were declaring them champions, midway through the season, but it didn't happen.
I think there's a number of reasons. I think the second apron rules have something to do with it.
Restrictive salary cap rules, I think, has to be the number one. That second apron is very, very punitive.
I also think there's a lot more teams that have a clue of what they're doing.
And a lot more good teams.
As a fan and a consumer, to me, like fatigue becomes such a factor.
Oh, no doubt.
I got so tired of watching the Kansas City Chiefs, even though you're watching Patrick Mahomes play quarterback. How could you get sick of that? Because you're watching it every single year.
The Patriots were one of the biggest.
Fatigue.
I think there's 2 other very player-related issues. I think that the grueling schedule in the NBA makes it very difficult for aging teams to stay really, really good and healthy. So I think that plays a role. And I also think there's just a great increase in player parity. The idea of having a big 3 doesn't fly anymore because the best teams have waves of players that come at you. So I think those are a couple of between-the-lines kind of issues that have also affected this.
Yeah. In that previous 8-year stretch that I mentioned, there was only 2 teams from the Eastern Conference that made the finals. And it was whatever team LeBron was on.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
But on the other hand, getting sick of a team always winning makes it exciting to want a team to beat them, if that makes sense. Having different teams every year, you don't necessarily, grow to learn these players, to have big stars and say like, oh man, I can't wait for. Why do people remember those Giants teams? Because they beat Tom Brady.
Yeah. I also think it just boils down to a matter of personal preference. Because I don't like the fatigue of it. I'm also a captive audience. I'm going to watch no matter what. But watching Cleveland and Golden State go at it 4 years in a row, to me, was not my idea of entertaining, even though we got a memorable series and a memorable moment in the year that Cleveland won. I think it's good, but other people, like Jared said, you might root for somebody to tear down the monster.
What's funny,
we might be on the doorstep of a dynastic run by one of 2 teams, honestly.
Which I think that it just shows. Because people thought like, oh, man, here we go. How many titles is Giannis going to win now? Oh, my. How many titles is Jokic going to win now? The best player in the NBA finally got over that.
Yeah. But that's why I don't like
the point. The Thunder, 1 year later already, didn't even make the finals, let alone win a championship again.
One thing will remain constant. To call it a participation trophy and to diminish a single season championship is ridiculous because it's really hard to do.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yep. Coming up next, we'll get the latest on the Brendan Sorsby situation and the ramifications in the Big 12 and college football. Bruce Feldman from The Athletic at Fox Sports will join us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Pavin Smith, the expiration date on his Diamondbacks career is rapidly approaching.
No, it's expired.
It's rapidly approaching.
It's expired. It's just like you ever go to your cabinets and something expired like a while ago. You're like, why is this jar of teriyaki sauce still in here? It expired last year. Pavin Smith is the expired teriyaki sauce. We got to get rid of this. This thing expired, honey.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE, from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here, and over a quarter century ago, I had LASIK surgery. Finally got to ditch those glasses and contacts that I had been wearing for years. But now, years later, my vision's changed a little bit. I'm getting older. My vision's still pretty good, but I do squint at times and have had to use readers on occasion. I was wondering what was going on with my vision and options that I might have. So I scheduled a consultation with Dr. King at K2 Vision. Thorough exam, and like many people who have had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a candidate for refractive lens exchange. That is a permanent solution that also lets you ditch your glasses and contacts, but also ensures you'll never get a cataract. The doctors at K2 Vision gave me all kinds of information on my vision in that thorough exam. If you're thinking about permanently correcting your vision, the surgeons at K2 Vision have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures. So they know from their personal experience that they're going to have the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Calling Sun Devil Nation. It's time to start planning for London, where your Arizona State Sun Devils make history. Playing in the iconic Wembley Stadium against the Kansas Jayhawks. The Union Jack Classic kicks off September 19th. So grab your official tickets, hospitality, and travel packages now at UnionJackClassic.com. Experience everything London has to offer while supporting our Sun Devils in the first ever college football game played in the UK. Bring your family. Bring your friends. Buy your packages today at UnionJackClassic.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Bats went silent, and Merrill Kelly was not his best, and that's not a recipe for success for this Diamondbacks ball club. The Snakes were shut out by the Angels last night in their 7-0 loss, and here was Merrill Kelly on this team's inconsistencies right now.
I mean, it's a combination of things. When we, sometimes when we pitch well, we don't hit. When we hit well, we don't pitch. Some games here and there we don't play the best defense, but that's why baseball's a team game. You got to have both sides of the ball.
Eduardo Rodriguez will be on the mound today with a chance to win the series. First pitch will be at 12:40 this afternoon right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And whether it's the uncertainty with Jacoby Brissett's contract or the possibilities of Brendan Sorsby, the Cardinals quarterback questions are ongoing, and we've got you covered over on ArizonaSports.com with the latest. And this report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey with Brendan Sorsby no longer playing for Texas Tech. How does that change the balance of power in the Big 12 this football season? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, some of them we're going to talk about right now. Thanks for the setup, Bernsey. It's Bernsey, quite the point guard. Brendan Sorsby has applied for the NFL supplemental draft. How could it affect the Arizona Cardinals? What does it do for college football? Here to talk about all of it with us from The Athletic and Fox Sports, Bruce Feldman, kind enough to join us here on the Arizona Sports Line today. Bruce, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What a mess, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a mess for like a month plus, but really in the last 9 days, it was just total chaos coming out of the Big 12. You had that judge's injunction that came down last Monday, and so from that point on, it felt like it and college football were off the rails. You talk to coaches in the Big 12, and they're like, there's 15 schools that are basically following the rules, and one school, the one with the biggest money booster who's popping up on TV ads all the time, is the one that has completely gone rogue. And so it was kind of a wild twist and turn that it took on Monday when, the latest legal wranglings kind of, I think, boxed Texas Tech into a corner and actually kind of forced Brendan Sorsby out of the mix, and he had to rush and make his decision to try to enter the NFL supplemental draft. So it was just kind of, the last week felt like 2 months, to be honest, dealing with this.
Yeah, story. No doubt. Bruce, before we move on to the player, I'm wondering what level do you find it problematic that a local judge can kind of shut down a sport the way that this story kind of unfolded? That seemed kind of odd that an entire conference was suddenly like having to deal with this because of a single ruling in a single courtroom.
Yeah, 1,000%. I think a lot of folks were outraged by that aspect of it. Now, to say what Brendan Sorsby did, is guilty of, is one of the worst things we've ever heard of related to college sports. That's not accurate. He broke like the cardinal rule in terms of, betting on sports on a team that he was playing on, and made hundreds of thousands, like it wasn't just like one mistake. It was a ton of mistakes. But obviously there's other scandals we've heard of, the Jerry Sandusky scandal, a lot of other stuff. But what related to this was specifically just that this one judge, a retired judge, who I think has been retired for like 14 years, passed down this injunction with not a lot to it when lawyers read into the case. It was just baffling to them, and it basically cut the hands off the NCAA. Now, what it ended up happening, Tom Mars is one of the more prominent attorneys in the country as it relates to NCAA matters. He was telling me on Monday, if it wasn't for Texas's Attorney General, Ken Paxton, who got involved and kind of came down with this threatening letter to the Big 12, being basically saying, if you think you're going to do what the NCAA wanted to do, we're going to sue you. That ended up that blew up in Paxton's face, and it also blew up in Texas Tech's face. That was, a spectacular misplay that ended up basically costing Sorsby and costing Texas Tech in the end. It was all that bluster that ended up coming back to bite them.
Bruce Feldman from The Athletic and Fox, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. For NFL teams now in this process, if he is approved, Bruce, for the supplemental draft, there's not a lot of precedent on how to go about this. I'm wondering your thoughts on how these teams are going to wrestle his tape and his profile just as a quarterback versus his ability to convince teams that he's been rehabilitated. I can't think of really any similar instances in recent history anyway.
I can't either. There's been guys who've gone through, Terrell Pryor from Ohio State, but this wasn't gambling on sports.
Yeah.
And it's also the position he plays, the quarterback. It's the most intangible position, certainly in football, but probably in all of sports. And so you put that in there on top of, he definitely has physical talent. I mean, he's a big, strong guy who can really run and has a strong arm, makes a lot of good off-platform throws. There's a reason why he was considered the top available quarterback in the portal. And look, as you guys well know, Levitt was in the portal. Levitt helped ASU go to a playoff game and almost beat Texas. And he's really talented too. This guy, the coaches I talked to who evaluated him all felt like he's even more accurate. He's even bigger. But look, I mean, most college football fans outside of diehard Big 12 fans had never heard of him. If he was that good, everybody else would have at least gotten wind of him. But he, as one, college personnel director told me, he was like, I watched every game he's played in the last 2 years, and you watch him, and there's ability there, but you almost never came away thinking, oh, this is the best dude on the field in a game. Yeah. And this guy pointed out, it was like, go back to the last 2 years, he's 0-8 in November games. So I think he's a tricky evaluation for the NFL to begin with, where you're like, okay, there's some things that need a lot of work. He probably, without the gambling issues, probably would have been the second or third quarterback taken after Mendoza if he went into the draft last year. Now, it wasn't a good quarterback draft, so maybe that's a second or third round pick. Clearly, the Rams fell in love with Ty Simpson, but if he's after him. But now you add the gambling piece onto this and the addiction and what are you working with in terms of like emotionally? How does he handle it? I think the NFL would have at least had a year if he was able to play at Texas Tech to go, okay, now we see what he's like post-addiction. I don't want to say post-addiction, but post this scandal and everything else. And did he clean up some stuff that they had concerns about? Now they're going into it, I don't want to say blind, but it's a pretty big risk. My guess is he will probably go somewhere between the fourth and the sixth round just because there is some talent there. And even if he's punished by the NFL and whatever, they're going to look at that 2026 season as a redshirt year, so to speak, in the NFL anyway.
You know, there's selective morality in the NFL. The better you are, the more baggage you can bring into the league with you. I'm curious, do you think the league is going to put up a stop sign with this kid, given the fact that there's really no way of knowing if whatever addiction he had has been remedied or cured, and given what this all means to the competitive integrity of the sport?
A good question. I don't know. Like, my gut says not. I don't think they will, because, you know, I don't want to say that everybody's hypocrites now that we're wagging our finger about gambling when there's FanDuel and DraftKings and you can't put on a broadcast without hearing about a point spread or an over-under, or, you know, there's bad beats on SVT, and it's just so much more ingrained in, like, our sports culture now than it was when I was growing up. You know, it's just like it was kind of winked at for a little while in the 80s, and then I feel like Brent Musburger, you know, you'd hear like subtle over-under references pop up in broadcasts, and we all kind of got it. But I think now, and the other piece of that too, where it's thorny, is you have it in your pocket, you know, like with the phone. There's, you know, it's just way more access to it. So I think it's a much more complicated situation, and I don't know how much, you know, the NFL has dealt with some gambling cases, not that you know far off, but not quite like this. And I don't know if they can send a message. I agree with you on the selective morality. I mean, we see that time and time again, and I don't think this is going to be any difference. Whether they think he can manage what he is and if he has grown from it and they can trust him. If all those things happen, I suspect, you know, some NFL team will be very glad to have Brendan Sorsby and work with him and see what he's going to be like in a couple of years from now.
We are up against a break, Bruce, so I'm going to ask you 10 seconds or less. Is this exodus by Brendan Sorsby enough to change your thought on Texas Tech's Big 12 title hopes?
No, I think they added a lot of really good players. I think there's still a little gap, but you know, look, the Big 12 isn't the Big 10 or isn't the SEC. It's still, you know, the talent gap isn't that significant.
True. Bruce, great stuff. Thank you, Bruce. Thanks so much for the time. Hopefully we can chat again real soon.
My pleasure, guys.
Thank you. Bruce Feldman, The Athletic, Fox Sports. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, just one day later, is Jarrett willing to have a turnaround and admit that soccer is not
Come on, Ferret!
We'll grill him next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Not that long ago, I had an electric bill of $666, an obscene number. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers in Arizona are literally purgatory. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home about 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well, and I highly recommend you check out my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary in business. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable if you sell your home. It features accidental glass breakage, so if a golf ball takes out your window, if a bird takes out your window, they come out and they replace it, no questions asked. I had Advanced Window Products replace all of my windows, could not be happier with the result, and the installation process incredibly impressed, and that is because every employee at Advanced Window Products, every crew, full-time employees, fully vetted, never random subcontractors. And with that in mind, here's my buddy Joe to tell you about a great deal they've got going on now at Advanced Window Products.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Most people wait to replace their AC because of the price tag. But here's the math nobody mentions. A new high-efficiency unit from Parker & Sons starts cutting your energy bills the day it's installed. And with no payments until 2027, you're saving on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the brand new unit. No interest, no payments, no stress. The offer ends June 30th, so call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Was Eduardo Rodriguez able to return to quality form against the Angels? We'll react to the D-back series finale on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Messi flying forward. Leo Messi! He transcends time! His 200th cap! His 6th World Cup! Another majestic moment for Lionel Messi!
One of 3 Lionel Messi goals yesterday, his first ever World Cup hat trick. Yesterday, in this time slot on this show, Jarrett Carlin made the bold claim that soccer is the worst. Sammy made the bold claim that
soccer's the greatest.
I don't know if he said it's the greatest. He just said, no, it's not.
It's not the worst.
And this was on the heels of a day where there was 3 matches in the World Cup group play. All
4.
Was there 4? It was right. There was a scoreless tie, a 1-1 tie, 2 1-1 ties, and a 2-2 tie. 4 games. 4 ties. Jarrett said, ties suck.
They do.
And there's something to be said for that.
Soccer's terrible. Then yesterday we see 3 of the biggest global stars in the sport combined for
nuclear.
7 goals.
Go nuclear.
On arguably the most memorable group play day ever in World Cup
And not
history.
to mention, if you stayed up and watched the Austria-Jordan game, it was 3-1, and it was compelling for 90 minutes.
Did you have money on that game, Sammy?
He just loves it. love of the
I'm
game.
not going to answer that, but it was a big Austrian win.
It was a big Austrian. It was their first win in 36 years.
Oh, wow.
Jarrett, are you
with
willing,
us, Jarrett?
Are you willing to recant? Or are you going to double down?
It's amazing that one little guy, can be better than entire teams at a sport. It's ridiculous. First of all,
Yes, go ahead. I know you're speechless from what happened because yesterday. But
I love seeing all-time greats perform at an all-time great level.
Mm-hmm.
It is impressive that he still, Messi specifically, is this unbelievably great and unbelievably good. Now, playing against the nothing team, which is another problem with the world.
They qualified. They're in the tournament.
Yeah, but each region has different qualifications. There's a reason only South American and European teams ever win the World Cup. They're the only ones that ever win. So they make such a big deal about it. The World Cup. It's only 2 regions of the world that ever win.
Oh, now you're talking about the World Cup not being good.
Now we're getting into it.
Now we're getting into it.
It's just I agree that the World Cup that soccer in general provides moments of excitement, building moments of excitement, but it's also like a lot of just standing there and kicking the ball from side to side and nothing happening.
Well, listen, but hold on. See, yes, there are things happening. All of that movement, the forward, backward. It is all action. It's probing a defense, looking for windows to open, waiting for mistakes to be made. That, to me, is what makes soccer great.
Yes.
Is when suddenly somebody whiffs on a pass, and there's a turn. Now all hell is breaking loose. It's this little dancing tapestry, up and down and backwards and sideways, and maybe a rush, and then maybe a pullback. You've got to sink yourself in all of it. It's part of the reason why I cannot stand what Fox has done with these hydration timeouts. Because that's the beauty of it.
/ commercial break.
Exactly. If you're gonna get into that world and really enjoy the sport the way it's meant to be enjoyed, you can't be doing that.
No,
it's fair. I don't. It's definitely a Fox thing, but it's also a FIFA thing, where FIFA is more than definitely making money off these commercials as well. And if you don't know anything about FIFA, just understand that it is the most corrupt sporting organization.
There's no doubt about it.
On this planet.
There is that.
Take that, Olympic Committee.
Yeah. And they're pretty bad, too.
They're like, hey, what about us?
What about us? We've been ripping off people for 150 years.
It's so funny, though, that, and I don't mean to pick on Jared, but he said,
by all means,
there's not a whole lot of action. There's moments of baseball was at one time the national pastime. In other sports, you always laud the strategic as, wow, it's a real chess match going on. Outside of chess, the closest thing to chess is soccer.
Checkers.
Yes. Well, nobody's going to watch
backgammon, Parcheesi. Here, I'll give you, this is the Simpsons, 30 years ago, perfectly encapsulated the difference between Americans watching soccer and the rest of the world here.
Boring.
Come on, you schnorrers. Do something.
Halfback passes to the center. Back to the wing. Back to the center. Center holds it. Holds it. Holds it.
Halfback passes to center. Back to wing. Back to center. Center holds it. Holds it. Holds it.
I take all my cues on what I watch and enjoy from spoof cartoons.
Have you ever been? Has anyone here ever been to a big time soccer match, international?
No,
I've not.
No,
Sammy?
No.
They say it's one of those sports that's really exciting to be a part of. It's almost like college football and stuff. If you ever watch an international soccer game, they're chanting and they're singing and they're swaying. Yeah, you know why they're doing that? Because nothing is happening, and they need to entertain themselves during the game.
Here's the thing with soccer: if I can
waves don't break out in baseball games in the playoffs that are coming down to the last play or something.
I can understand why the boredom of soccer kind of turns people off, but every sport kind of has what makes them special. And for soccer, I think it is the buildup in everything of that. 40 minutes could go by. It could be nothing, but it could still be up and down. And 90 minutes could go by. And with one pass, one kick, the game could be over in the 91st minute.
Yeah, that's it.
And all 91 minutes before that were worth it.
I don't want to come off as Captain Soccer here. I don't need to. I don't need to defend the most popular global sport.
Right.
But I will say this. You asked the question, have you ever been to an international soccer match? My answer is no. It's also my biggest regret as a sports fan, because I had a chance to go to a World Cup game the last time I was here 32 years ago, and I couldn't make the trip, and it turned out to be a historic game between the United States and Colombia, and I couldn't go. And I kick myself every time the World Cup rolls around for not making that trip. My buddies went.
One of the greatest.
My buddy found the ticket stub. $25 is what they paid.
Oh my goodness!
At the Rose Bowl.
One of the greatest times I had soccer related was the summer I was in Iceland, and Iceland had a really good team that year. They had a viewing party in the middle of Reykjavik, and they put up a giant screen, and the energy and the crowd that it attracted, and it was the same thing as being in the stadium. Dudes just wearing all sorts of costumes, songs, chants. Yeah, it was there's nothing like that energy. When it's nation mano against imano. When it's nation v nation, it's fantastic stuff.
We have also had our first player arrest in this year's World Cup. Eli Wahi of Ivory Coast arrested on suspicion of fixing offenses less than 2 weeks before the tournament.
What's wrong with fixing fences?
Yeah, I gotta amend them somehow, don't
fixing offenses. My bad.
Play against Imano.
Turn your mic on, Jarrett, so we can see the. Jesse, hold that sign up again.
Jesse, come back.
He walked out. Nobody's ever said, Jesse, come back. Go ahead. Hold that sign up that you were holding up behind his head.
Hold the sign up. What does it say?
It's just a picture of Oscar the Grouch. So Jarrett is definitively not willing to recant on yesterday's statement, apparently.
I don't know how. Were any of the games close yesterday? Any of the games close yesterday?
You just complained about 4 games that were as close as they could be the day before.
Because the ties are the worst. Can we have something between a blowout and a tie, please? Goodness gracious. I'm sorry I didn't enjoy the 0-0 tie.
I'm sure you sat through all of it. For someone who loves the World Cup. Coming up next, we'll roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks offense and Merrill Kelly continue to provide more questions than answers in a loss to the Angels. The D-backs agreed to terms with two-way Korean prospect Jun Sung, and Gambo reports that the Cardinals are expected to attend Brendan Sorsby's Pro Day. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet is going to feel it. That's American value for American values, because employee pricing is not going anywhere, and that means you pay what the employees pay. Plus, you could stack serious cash back on top, no bull. Right now, you can save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorers plus an extra $2,000 back in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sports plus an extra $2,500 cash back. That's trust and American value delivered the right way since 1951. These offers do require approved credit. See dealer for details. Offers end July 6, 2026. And they're going on at Earnhardt Ford. Shop local, I-10 and Ray Road, Noble for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, or online anytime at earnhardtford.com.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hello, everybody.
everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. You know, people ask me all the time why I still love doing this after all these years, especially in the Arizona summer heat. And honestly, it's because I love helping people when they need it the most. There's something really rewarding about showing up to a home that's miserable and hot and leaving knowing that that family can finally relax and feel comfortable again. That never gets old to me. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence, have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' inconsistency was on display last night. The Snakes were shut out for the 7th time this season, and Merrill Kelly gave up 6 runs in their 7-0 loss to the Angels. Still a chance to win the series, though, this afternoon. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball. First pitch will be at 12:40 today, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as Brendan Sorsby plans to head to the NFL's supplemental draft, the Arizona Cardinals are expected to attend his pro day. For more on that story, head on over to arizonasports.com. And last night, soccer's greatest to ever do it, Lionel Messi, at age 38, bagged his first career World Cup hat trick in Argentina's 3-0 win. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement, tax, and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, good morning. It is the 9 o'clock hour. That means it is time for some social studies here. You can find us on social media. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, where you can find some clips of the show in case you missed it. And we're on YouTube at Arizona Sports. You can watch us live every single morning. All right, our first question today. Brendan Sorsby is headed to the NFL supplemental draft. For Cardinal fans, what is the best argument for the team acquiring Sorsby, and what is the best argument against acquiring Sorsby?
Okay, I'm against the idea in its entirety, but I'll play along here. The best argument for it is most people consider him, issues aside, a better prospect than Carson Beck. And so you're flooding the zone. You're giving yourself another shot at identifying and getting a franchise quarterback, possibly at a good rate. The downside is all the baggage and what it might mean and what it might create in the locker room. If the kid, has a real bad game, there's a lot of red flags with it, in my opinion.
Yeah. Argument 4 is just that. They need a quarterback. And if you're looking for your quarterback of the future, the more candidates you have, the better chance you have of identifying one. It's not a great argument, honestly. Argument against? I can't say when has anything like this ever worked out for the Cardinals, because Tyrann Mathieu, once upon a time, was a third-round pick and had some baggage coming in, and it worked out pretty well for the Cardinals and him. It just... I just think there's way too many landmines here for a team like the Cardinals to navigate in this situation.
So true. Seabacker44, he said he would immediately be the most talented quarterback with the most upside on the roster, would be cost effective and could set them up great for next year's draft to add a superstar at another position, or if they wanted to trade that pick for a boatload of other picks. Let's see. Ray said, best case, to see if he might be the guy and cause quarterback competition. Worst, I want to see Carson Beck play and not muddy the water. If he succeeds, this team continues to rebuild. If not, they could have their pick of someone real special in next year's draft. Okay.
Bruce Feldman made reference to this, and he talked about the 2 years at Cincinnati. If you go back to his year starting at Indiana in 2023, teams quarterbacked by Brendan Sorsby in the month of November went 1-11.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa! That's
and last year he had a disastrous 2-game stretch against Utah and Arizona.
Not very good. Okay, the topic of conversation of Lionel Messi has come up a couple times today after his hat trick in Argentina's first game of the group stage. So we asked the question of which active player has the best argument as the greatest of all time in their sport, and why. And the 4 options we gave: Lionel Messi, Shohei Ohtani, LeBron, and recently back on the scene, Serena Williams.
Ooh.
That's a tough... Serena's the best ever women's player, in my opinion.
And the gap between...
She's not at that level right now.
No.
Well, I don't mean right now. I just mean who is the
in history.
Active?
I think if it's
which player that's still active can you say is the greatest of all time in their sport ever?
All right, who was the second? It was Messi, LeBron,
Shohei.
I think it's Messi or LeBron right now. I don't agree with the LeBron argument, but I could see.
Yeah, well, I'm rejecting the LeBron thing entirely because of the Jordan factor. So to me, it's either. I think Serena Williams, the gap between her at her peak, it's been unlike anything women's tennis has ever seen. So I'm going to vote Serena Williams if I can.
Who would you say is like the second best women's tennis player
of all time?
Yeah,
Martina or Steffi Graf.
Steffi Graf,
right?
Yeah.
Yep. Lionel Messi, 41% of the vote. Shohei Ohtani, 30% of the vote. Serena, 23%, and LeBron, 6%. And Eddie V said, it's Messi, and I don't think there's a close second. Daryl Lee said, Serena, because who else can you come up with? At least the other person to argue with Messi, I don't know, Ronaldo, Pele, Ohtani, there's Babe Ruth, Barry Bonds, LeBron, there's Jordan. So if not Serena, who? And then different Tom said, Ohtani is the first pitcher since Babe Ruth to pitch like a perennial Cy Young winner in the MLB and hit like a batting champ or MVP every single year. He thinks it's Ohtani by a mile.
And when anyone brings that up, I will again point out that Babe Ruth's pitching and hitting careers were mostly separated.
Yeah, it's true.
Like when he was hitting 50, 60 home runs, that was separate from when he was pitching. Ohtani's doing it at the same time.
Yep, that's very true. Okay, this last question was kind of brought up. I don't know, you guys saw the terrible bungee jumping accident someone had on vacation.
I had not known about it when it came up in our meeting, but
wow,
I just watched the video. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I would recommend not watching it.
Terrible, tragedy, terrible.
Yes, terrible.
This is more light.
For people that don't know, a woman, where was in
Brazil.
Brazil,
Sao Paulo, I think,
was doing a bungee jump off a 40-meter platform, and the staff that was prepping her for the jump forgot to connect the rope to anything, and she plummeted to her death.
The negligence is just mind-blowing.
Yes.
Mind-blowing.
On a lighter note,
this is more lighthearted.
Right, of the question, what is the dumbest or craziest thing you've ever done on a vacation?
I got one.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Vinny.
Nick, you were there technically. It was the trip down to Rocky Point for Circus Mexicus.
What is Circus Mexicus?
It's a music festival.
The Roger Klein fueled festival. Bix Band went down there every year to play. I went down there one year, and we got on the Friday night. Your band wasn't playing until Saturday. Friday night we were doing stage announcements, and there was some beer flowing. And we got separated, and I didn't have great contact with you, but I had joined a group with a former coworker that worked here.
Yeah.
And then when the night came to an end, I was like, ooh, I don't know where we're staying. I don't know how I'm getting back. I can't get a hold of my ride. I got into a cab that I sat in the back seat, and I settled in, and I looked, and the cab driver started driving. And it just freaked me out because the entire dashboard was black. There was not one light anywhere in the car. And I was like, what did I just do? The cab driver, despite the faulty technology, was on the up and up, delivered me to the resort, but it took me another hour to find the building that we were staying in. I thought I was going to die.
One of my coworkers in the Gannett chain during the Brazil Olympics wanted to go down to Copacabana Beach and have some drinks, and we went down, and he was sort of our tour guide, and he got the wild hair, and he's like, I'm staying out all night. And I'm like, dude, we got to go back. I don't care. I'm staying out all night. So I got into a cab, and I thought I could navigate my way back, and I gave him an address to where I thought our place was, and he pulled into a rundown apartment complex, and I said, this is not where I'm staying. I spent the next 2.5 hours in that cab trying to find my way to something. It was terrifying. Middle of the night in Rio de Janeiro, in a cab with someone who barely spoke English.
How did you just
I finally had an epiphany of there was a Holiday Inn right by the media center, and I said, "That's it, the Holiday Inn." And so he got me back to the media center. I've never been happier to get on a media bus in my life.
Oh man!
Then there was a time we signed up for a boat trip in Hawaii. And it wasn't a boat; it was a raft.
Oh yeah, one of those.
It was it had an industrial plated bottom, so it was not just a raft. But you're on a raft in the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, it was a little bit too extreme.
Yeah, we don't have enough time to get to the responses. Maybe at the end of the show, but good story time.
Yes, I'm genuinely.
I want to see some of this stuff too.
Some of these. Thanks, Sammy. Social Studies. Every morning at 9 o'clock. I want to remind you that you can celebrate the 4th by giving back on the 5th. Vitalent's Saving Arizona Blood Drive is Sunday, July 5th from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. Roll up your sleeves and help reach 700 donors. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for details. Coming up next, the 2021 Suns got close to a championship. One member from that team now actually has a championship. More on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Right now, private student loan debt in the U.S. sits at about $300 billion, and about $45 billion of that is considered distressed. Lots of people in a lot of pain, and a lot of them don't know that there is a way out. That stack of student loan statements on your kitchen table that's been piling up and you've been ignoring, you don't have to keep pretending it's not there. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and that's all because of Why Refi. Why Refi helps refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans that other companies won't touch. This is what they do day in, day out, and they're really good at it. Why Refi is not a debt settlement company. They don't lump you into some cookie-cutter program. They actually work with you one-on-one and tailor a loan to your specific situation. You're talking to a real person. You're not dealing with a faceless call center. Why Refi builds your new payment around what you can actually afford. Good concept, right? Not what some formula says you should pay. It's what you can realistically handle every month. Private student loan debt makes people feel stuck, hopeless, like there's no light at the end of the tunnel. Why Refi is that light. They give you a plan, a real number you can work with, and a reason to believe things can actually get better. If you're in this situation and want to get out, give Why Refi a call today at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or go to whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at arizonasports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Employee pricing is back at Santan Ford, and this is the big one. You pay what we pay. That means F-150s up to $15,000 off MSRP. Super Duty trucks up to $8,000 off MSRP, and Mustang Mach-E's up to $11,000 off MSRP. This is employee pricing. You pay what we pay on America's favorite trucks and SUVs. Real savings, real money off the sticker. Employee pricing is back. Going on now with Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley and online at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles for 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Soccer fans, watch Mexico take on South Korea on June 18th at CAZ Sports Bar at Casino, Arizona. Get ready for an unforgettable matchday experience with a live DJ spitting the hits, exciting giveaways, promotions, and food and drink specials. Kickoff starts at 6 p.m., so arrive early to grab your seat before the action begins. Experience every thrilling moment on June 18th at Casino, Arizona. Uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Celebrate Father's Day at the D-backs game on Sunday, June 21st. The first 15,000 dads to the game will get a Father's Day polo. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which players from last season's team do the Suns need to bring back? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Can I say one thing, man? Can I say another thing? Shout out CP3, man. CP3 is a troll, bro. Get traded to Brooklyn, he gonna send me a helmet because play football in the East. Shout out CP3, bro. You a troll. My man. My vet. Oh.
That was Mikal Bridges.
Mikal freaking Bridges. What is up?
What did you call it? I think you used the word tipsy to describe it.
Yeah. Yes. The
kind.
giddy, tipsy Mikal Bridges. Yes.
I don't know how giddy he was. He was well beyond tipsy.
Oh, yes, he was.
Hammered.
That was part of it.
The guy is drunk.
He was drinking the good stuff, man. He had a glass of brown liquor.
Look, the one time, really, I mean, people don't even criticize public drunkenness in life
Mm-hmm.
is after an athlete wins a championship or fans who win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
It's like anything goes. And
All
that
is
certainly
fine.
was
Yeah.
the case for good
Yeah.
and bad in
Yeah.
New York. The parade is tomorrow. I have no idea what to expect. It's going to be, as the kids say, lit.
It's listen, every year I love victory parades in certain cities. I cannot wait to see what tomorrow's looks like in New York City. It's going to be insane. There's going to be millions of people on the street.
Mm-hmm. And you're not exaggerating when you say that.
No. And listen, and I think that, and what I wrote about today that we're getting into is, we've had to watch a lot of things that have been hard to watch in Arizona, and I recited some of them. Most people were kind of happy when Aeneas Williams got a chance to go to the Super Bowl with St. Louis, the Rams. Randy Johnson winning his 300th game with the Giants and a rescheduled game.
I wasn't happy about that.
I wasn't happy about that. But
Anquan Bolden winning a Super Bowl.
Anquan Bolden winning a Super Bowl. The idea of Sean Marion winning a title with the Mavericks. The idea of Mikal Bridges, though, I think everybody feels happy for him because of the joy he brought to us. And that has always been Mikal's secret sauce. He's just such a joyous, happy, sharing kind of person. Lovable goofball.
Look, Mikal Bridges is the kind of guy that when he was here even, do you remember when the Vine was closing its doors?
Yeah.
He showed up to karaoke.
Yeah, I
Just
threw
to
out,
hang out with people.
I threw out that video. I've never had a video do numbers like that one, where it's karaoke day at a bar and Mikal is up banging on the rafters with one of the songs. It's like, who does that?
Among those that are very happy for Mikal Bridges, not only just us in Phoenix, there's people in Denver that are happy too, including another Suns former teammate, Cam Johnson.
Who? Johnson?
Mikal was a big part of my career early on. And the reason they call us the Twins, I want to say DA started calling us that, DeAndre Ayton, is because like every workout, every film session, every lift, it seemed like we were doing the same thing. And then when we get on the court, we play kind of the same position and we look at each other like, who's going to do what job on this play? Who's going to do what job on that play? It's the whole thing. But, everybody who's been in the league knows that, like, it really kind of matters who's in your locker room with you and who you're surrounded with and your coaches and your teammates and all this stuff. And that was one guy that, like, that was always my guy from day one, from just putting in the work in the summers, putting in the work in the season, somebody that I could talk to about anything that's going on the court, off the court. And then we got traded together, and we both remember that day like it was yesterday and kind of branched to a new part of our journey. To see him have a moment like that, to see the tears kind of streaming down his face, it's a pretty cool moment, and I'm really happy for him.
Even though they got traded.
Cam Johnson.
Excuse me?
Cam Johnson?
That's the best part. It's not Gambo's delivery.
It's
Instead,
Bernsey.
Mimicked the actual cadence of the.
Can I play the whole thing again just
Please
for fun?
do.
Yes, please do.
Cam Johnson. I'm sorry? Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson? Yes.
North
Context,
Carolina?
please, Gambo.
Context, Gambo.
The Suns are going to take Cam Johnson. Okay?
Okay.
That was like the okay that Kenny Smith gives Barkley when he talks about Dan Bickley and Vince.
And Vince.
And Mike, okay.
You got to feel for Cam, though, because like he just said, played together for years, came up together with the Suns, traded together, played together on another team.
Yes.
The first time they separate, Bridges gets the championship.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter how many teams they play for. I know the desire among Suns fans to get one or both of those guys back at some point.
Yeah.
It's probably they're probably 1-2 on that list, maybe all time because they're that beloved here.
Mm-hmm.
They're always going to be lumped together. Always.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think they're okay with that, except Cam Johnson doesn't get any part of the trophy. He did say this, too, and I was glad to hear Cam Johnson say this. I'll explain why.
As a former net and somebody who is, not far removed, it's really hard for me to ever cheer for the Knicks. I'm not going to cheer for the Knicks, period. And I'm not really going to cheer for anybody, period. But I cheer for Mikal. and the guys that I know on the Knicks and the guys that, I've developed a little bit of a relationship with, and they got good guys over there. So I can't be mad about them winning. But Mikal especially, he's the Iron Man of the NBA. He does not miss anything. He's always going to be on the court. He's always going to be at practice. He's always going to be at games. He's always available. And he got a lot of scrutiny early on in New York, and they gave up a lot to get him, but it got to be all worth it now. And so a big shout out to Mikal, and he needs to enjoy this moment, and I'm real happy for him.
Oh, I'm glad he said that about I'll never root for the Knicks, even though he played for a Brooklyn Nets team that was not very good. I'm glad that players still have that distaste for franchises in the NBA. People talk about it all the time. Everybody's best friends.
Yep.
And there's no rivalries anymore. Nope. And I get the whole personal thing. You're going to root for Mikal, but when he's wearing the blue and orange, it's a little bit harder.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I like that.
He's not from Brooklyn, and he doesn't play for the Nets now. He's going to always hate the Knicks?
He said it. As a former Net, I'll never cheer for the Knicks unless he plays for him at some point.
But that means that he was fully immersed in the place he was, which is what Vinny's getting at.
Yeah.
That's part of the LeBron James player empowerment era movement that, it's not just the load management. It's not just the go wherever you want, go find teammates you want to play with, leave cities in your lurch. It doesn't matter. Please yourself. The one other thing is that it's this idea that we are not enemies. We are not competitors. We are all hoopers, and the man is the enemy. It used to be mano against imano, Jarrett. Right? And now it's, no, we're all brothers and we're all united to get ours, and the man is the enemy.
Final question.
Play against Imano.
Will Mikal Bridges be schnockered at the parade tomorrow?
Oh, probably after that Instagram video, I'm guessing.
I hope he did say he was going to bring his dog on the float when he was on Good Morning America. So
all right.
There's a little pet ownership responsibility there.
Who will be the most tipsy at the parade tomorrow?
Well, I would guess Mikal, because Mikal's got that who cares, I'm going to roll the way I want to roll kind of vibe.
He also seems like a happy drunk.
Yeah.
If you watch some of the people, now granted it was more hungover than drunk, but the Knicks that were on shows that next morning, like Josh Hart, I'm not sure how. We'll see.
You know who the most awkward drunk was? It was Tom Brady after the Bucks.
Oh my goodness!
Celebration.
They had to carry him to the.
Yeah, he just kind of goes.
But it was also somewhat humanizing, wasn't it?
A little bit
for a guy who wouldn't eat a carb ever.
Maybe that's why he was feeling that way.
Yeah. I want to remind you, USA takes on Australia this Friday. Arizona Sports hosting a watch party at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Come cheer on the red, white, and blue. Text the word CUP to 620-620 for more info and to reserve your table. It's powered by Michelob Ultra. Oh, by the way, that match gets underway at noon on Friday. Some daytime viewing action. I like it. Coming up next, we'll roll out this week's edition of Mock My World, the local flavor. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs, the 0-1 pitch to Arenado is swung on, grounded up the middle. It is Madrigal on the shortstop side of the bag who's got it. He throws to first in time, and that's your ball game. Angels win this one in convincing fashion. They shut out the D-backs by a final score of 7-0.
More reaction to the D-backs Angels series coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and in sports, the three magic letters are MVP, most valuable player, but on the roadways in the automotive world, it's BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new car or a certified pre-owned vehicle for that matter, here's my advice. Head on down to Chapman BMW, make it the ride of your life. And here's how you get it done. First, pick a location, Chapman BMW in Chandler or Chapman BMW on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix, because if you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, it will literally change the way you feel about driving. It's the handling, the power, the comfort, the swag. It's all there, and it's mind-boggling. You will look forward to every trip, long or short, you make in a Chapman BMW. As one of their techs once told me, there's greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW. Also, remember, every listener of this radio program, you get the hookup at Chapman BMW. Once you find what you like, ask for my guy by name. Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. He's hooked up a ton of them already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-360-0681 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-360-0681. That's 800-360-0681. What do you have to lose? Call 800-360-0681. Again, 800-360-0681.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, Goettl, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
How do you make the world's biggest soccer tournament all yours? Easy. Kalshi. Let there be soccer, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Ask Giannis, Bryson DeChambeau. Speaking of the U.S. Open. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position right now. Group stage, at last check, one of the favorites, Spain, is trading at 17% to win the Cup, meaning a $100 trade pays out nearly $550. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Bats went silent, and Merrill Kelly was not his best last night, and that's not a recipe for success for the Diamondbacks. They were shut out by the Angels last night in their 7-0 loss, but Eduardo Rodriguez will be on the mound today with the chance to win the series. First pitch will be at 12:40 this afternoon right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And whether it's the uncertainty with Jacoby Brissett or the possibilities of Brendan Sorsby, the Cards quarterback questions are ongoing, and we've got you covered over on ArizonaSports.com with the latest. And this report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Employee pricing is here. You pay what they pay on F-150s, Broncos, and Explorers starting under $42. American value for American values at Sanderson Ford.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, something we've talked a lot about today. The Cardinals are expected to attend Brendan Sorsby's Pro Day. Should they take a chance on him? Yes or no?
No.
No.
All right. Surprisingly,
I'm not convinced they won't, but no.
Yeah. 53% of the vote says yes, 47% says no. Almost split down the middle on Brendan Sorsby, guys. Can't believe it.
That's today's Arizona Sports Poll Question. You could vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
Mock My World, we did not do it last week. We did it the week before, Bick's first week of vacation with Kellen Olson in the fold. Jarrett, do you have the results in front of you?
No.
I mean, why would you? I guess they're immaterial at this point. I like this week's
All right.
category. And credit to Bick for coming up with this. This week's category, tell me you're from Arizona without saying you're from Arizona. So this will just be a list of quotes that would give it away.
Yeah.
Our draft order as determined by random.org. Bick, you got the first pick. Jared second. I will go third. Sammy fourth. 4-round snake style draft. Bick, you get your choice.
Okay, my first pick, quote, "It's only 102 degrees today."
Yeah, it's a good one. I had something very similar.
Well, I'm going to go with something similar but different. I'm surprised you didn't go here.
I think I know where you're going.
Yeah, me too.
It's a dry
Dang
heat.
it. Yeah. That's a good one.
Have you actually said that?
Oh, yes.
Yes, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When you're talking to people from out...
And you know what, the people who say that about Arizona, I go, yeah, so is an oven.
Exactly. That is the next part of that.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm going to go with damn snowbirds.
Oh, that's a great one. I thought I had stored that away.
I thought I was going to get that with mine.
If he said the dry heat one, that was going to be my one.
Oh, man. Okay. I had all three of those. I'm going to go with a recent one. I'm going to go with call Rafi. And then I'm going to go, let's see. I'm going to go with we don't do daylight savings here.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Forgot about that one.
I say that almost once a month to people.
Yeah, you got to remind them because it just doesn't register with people.
No, it does not.
I'm going to go with one from my childhood. I still have my Ladmo bag.
Well, that's good.
What is a Ladmo bag?
Wallace and Ladmo.
Before his time, they were already done before he was even born.
Wow.
That's true.
And
Pat McMahon.
I didn't grow up with that either because I'm not from here originally, but I did.
And I never actually
know
got a
of it.
Ladmo bag, and I'm still hurt by it.
Pat, if you're listening,
hook a brother up.
Hook a brother
Vinny
up.
To Jarrett.
All right, to put this in an actual thing you would say. Hey, is that a haboob?
Nice, yeah. That's good.
Essentially, you know what the word haboob means.
Right, that's exactly right.
Which I don't remember hearing before maybe
it's
10 years ago.
15 probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, my pick. 2 picks?
Yes.
2 picks.
All right, quote, "My driver's license doesn't expire for 49 years."
It's fantastic.
Did they change that with the new... that used to blow people's minds.
No, I don't know if they changed it.
I don't think so. You get it when you're 16. You don't have to do it again until you're 65. And then my last one, quote, "It's raining outside. Isn't that awesome?"
I had something very similar. Dang it. My picks.
The font on the grid is very small. I gotta figure this out.
Yeah.
Back to Jarrett, I think.
Yes.
No, it's July. I'll be in San Diego.
Dang it.
Oh, that's a good one.
Man.
That's a good one.
We're dominating these. These are great picks, guys. All right, Vinny.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to go with, how the hell can ESPN not tell the difference between ASU and U of A?
I had it. I was gonna phrase it. No,
That's
the
great.
Wildcats are in Tucson. I was gonna.
That's great. I forgot about that.
All right. I have 2 picks to wrap this thing up. I'm going to go with Old Town Scottsdale is a pretty good time. And I'm going to then say beat LA.
That's a good one.
Who's pounding that?
Could also mean you're from Boston.
I know, but I had a similar Lakers suck kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right, back to me.
Yes.
I'm going to go with I stepped on a scorpion.
Yeah. Have you guys all been stung by a scorpion?
Twice.
I have not.
Never.
I have not either.
Twice. And the first time was agony.
Oh, Jarrett, your last pick?
No, it's okay. We can drive in the suicide lane right now.
Ah. What idiot came up with that idea?
I know. Just asking for
I
trouble.
was explaining this to my drive. I was driving down 7th Avenue. I was explaining this madness to my kids, and sure enough, we ran into a car that had just been demolished.
I've lived here most of my life. Anytime I'm in those areas that have that lane between 4 and 6 p.m.,
It's nerve-wracking.
somebody doesn't know how to
That's
navigate
it.
it.
It's super,
That's it.
I don't
it's
know
super
how
nerve.
Somebody still is trying to turn left at some street.
Yep.
Yep.
It's always, even outside of the times, it's kind of nerve-wracking to go in and out, yeah.
All right, with the last pick in the game, quote, take the 202 to the 101 to the 202. Which I always think is absurd, which you could actually do.
They ran out of numbers.
Man, there's some good ones, too.
Yeah, I got another classic one. Remember Legend City?
Oh, that's great.
I miss having 4 seasons.
Yeah. My phone's
People say that all the-
overheated.
Yes.
How about every restaurant ends in Ertos?
Oh,
Goodness.
the way I actually had one, which was like, the difference between Betos and Bertos.
Oh, right. All
right.
the shaded parking spots
Yeah, I
are
was going to say,
taken.
I'm going to park in the shade.
Say you're from Arizona without saying you're from Arizona. Bickley's got, it's only 102 today. My driver's license doesn't expire for 49 years. It's raining outside. Isn't that awesome? And take the 202 to the 101 to the 202. Jarrett's got, it's a dry heat. Hey, is that a haboob? It's July. I'll be in San Diego. And no, it's okay. We can drive in the suicide lane. I've got damn snowbirds. I still have my Ladmo bag. How the hell can ESPN not tell the difference between ASU and U of A? And I stepped on a scorpion. And Sammy's got call Raffy. We don't do daylight savings here. Old Town Scottsdale's a pretty good time. And beat LA. We'll get this up on the website at arizonasports.com. You determine the winner of this week's edition of Mock My World. Some final thoughts to take care of next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I am really, really excited in the possible execution from Carson Beck.
On
this
that note,
preseason is going to be like nothing we have seen in a long time around here.
Guys, I have to ask him the question. What is your preferred cadence? Can I get your preferred cadence, please?
Brown, 80. Brown, 80, sad. Hot. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, you'll see a guy walk up. Green, 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 green. Oh, green. Man, what does green mean? Of course, the color changes based on it. It's a week-to-week proposition, yet at the same time, the cadence was so important.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and maybe you've wondered about that name, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. He's a world-class attorney, and our guy, Petros Papadakis, Fox Sports analyst, former fullback at USC, gave him the Sweet moniker because he could not believe a Bulldog attorney could be so nice outside of a courtroom, and it just kind of stuck. But know this, Sweet James and his accident attorneys, anything but sweet, anything but nice to your opposition you are going to be facing if you're ever injured in an accident. Of course, I am talking about the insurance companies that will not want to pay you a nickel, even if you are the victim. You call Sweet James for a lot of different reasons. Number one, they're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. And they're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. They're an award-winning law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate, and all their trial experience with a 98% winning record gives them tremendous tremendous leverage when dealing with and negotiating with those insurance companies. This is why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. And remember, having the right attorney on your side is essential. It can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and rain.
Calling Sun Devil Nation. It's time to start planning for London, where your Arizona State Sun Devils make history. Playing in the iconic Wembley Stadium against the Kansas Jayhawks. The Union Jack Classic kicks off September 19th, so grab your official tickets, hospitality, and travel packages now at UnionJackClassic.com. Experience everything London has to offer while supporting our Sun Devils in the first ever college football game played in the UK. Bring your family, bring your friends. Buy your packages today at UnionJackClassic.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and sell Mr. Grand Price in possession.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
Yeah, this rocks.
Shut up, Beavis. You get the idea the Scorpions enjoyed their time in Arizona, Vinny?
They wrote a song about it.
They sure did.
From 1982. Once upon a time, I was a kid, and I remember this album being out. So I was like 11 years old.
Yep.
And we had a family friend who was older than us. He was in high school. And he told me and my cousin, I'm going to take you guys to the Scorpions concert when we were 11. I thought this was going to be my first concert ever. I was so psyched. It never happened.
Oh.
He ended up taking us to a Phoenix Inferno indoor soccer game instead, which I was still thrilled about. But I never saw the Scorpions live. This song called Arizona.
Yes, it is.
What were you going to say?
I don't think I've ever seen the Scorpions live either.
I mean, the band.
Well, that is true. I've killed a lot of Scorpions.
I mean, what a perfect song of the day after that Mock My World.
No doubt about it.
Arizona by the Scorpions.
That's perfect.
Perfect. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Look, this is news. It's out there. I don't know if it's true.
Oh, I think I know where you're going.
It's being reported by Evan Sidery, who used to cover the Suns.
If you don't know if it's true, then it's not necessarily news.
Well, yeah, well, I'm going to put it out there.
But he's saying the source is generally reputable.
And I have seen it a few other places.
Have you?
That it's rumored.
Big news, Devin Booker will soon be changing his number.
Whoa!
The Suns franchise legend plans to soon switch from number 1 to number 15. Booker has worn 15 during his time with Team USA, which is in honor of his father. Booker also appears to be inspired by Kobe Bryant's mid-career number change. So I've seen a lot of Photoshops already, and a lot of people asking the question, what about Mark Williams?
Mark can figure out a different number.
Wow.
That is something. For something that's nothing, that's really something.
Because he never felt like a number change guy.
No.
And B, like it just aesthetically, Booker 1 looked clean and crisp.
Yeah.
And like I associate Booker with 1.
Well, now you'll have to associate Kyler Murray.
I mean, there's no doubt his number is going up in the rafters at Mortgage Matchup Center when he's done.
Yep.
But now it becomes a question.
Oh, what if he wins a title with number 15?
The only other player that applies to is Amari Stoudemire, who wore 32 and 1. But it's
that's
32, obviously, that's up in the rafters. Very interesting. There's a lot. And look,
I wonder.
Devin Booker is still the best-selling jersey for any Suns player.
Yeah.
Every year.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw somebody on X say, I just bought his jersey last week.
Okay, no, but I'm vibing on this because I think we all need a better version of Devin Booker. And the idea, and again, I was on vacation. I don't know who reported this. I don't know whether it was a rumor. But I remember reading somewhere that he's made it clear to the team that he would like to have a point guard in Phoenix. So the idea that Devin Booker's kind of reshaping things in his career, I'm down with it.
He's moving away from the 1 in many different ways.
Yes.
Nice, Vinny. Nice.
Yes. Just don't end up number 2.
Look out for number 1.
Oh, I tell you.
At number 2, okay? I tell you. Another thing that happened in the NBA, and this might mean nothing to anybody but me.
Mm-hmm.
The longtime PA announcer of the Los Angeles Lakers, Lawrence Tanter, calling it a career. He had been behind the mic at Lakers games since 1982. Think about what he's seen from that seat.
Wow.
Lawrence Tanter is a divisive figure. A lot of people don't like his very understated style. I like it. My son hates it. He thinks he's the worst PA announcer ever. But this was said in a 2001 interview from Lawrence Tanter. I think I'm different than a lot of guys in other cities because I'm not a screamer. My feeling was years ago that people paid money to come and see the Lakers, not to hear some clown on the PA. I use enthusiasm when the appropriate time comes, but I'm not a cheerleader, and I don't want to be, period.
I respect that.
I'm just going to leave that there.
I respect that.
That's the way it should be.
Of course it should be.
But everything, I mean, he said that in 2001. 25 years later.
Different world now.
It's all changed. So wait, are we getting...
No. It's just nothing confirmed. Beware of rumors is what we're sort of saying on the Devin Booker jersey change.
I wonder if it's just doesn't seem right almost.
It doesn't, yeah.
One other note from Off the Grid. I knew we were going to get into the vacation thing.
Oh,
but
it's honestly fine.
We got derailed by the Booker number change news. The Jacksonville Jaguars schedule release video. That it duped me. I thought Trevor Lawrence actually got that horrible haircut. It wasn't real. It was a wig. But they are auctioning off Trevor Lawrence's wig used for the viral faux haircut.
Oh, you're kidding me.
The video, which was released May 14th, caused a stir with 3.8 million views. It went so viral that the team put out a behind-the-scenes clip the following day to assure Jaguars fans that it was a fake and that Trevor Lawrence still had his hair. He said, quote, "I think our team did a great job with the video. I mean, the haircut wasn't great, but it didn't look good, but it looked real." I fell for it.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't imagine having that head of hair and then cutting it into that style.
Yeah, that's where I was at.
They just didn't have it in the budget for a better wig, I suppose. That is going to do it for us.
Fun show today.
On this Wednesday. Thanks to Alex Weiner and Bruce Feldman for joining us. We are back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Can't raise your arms, climb stairs, or kneel down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without exhausting pain. Let's celebrate what you can do. And that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain. It's gone. They've moved on, back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics game-changing regenerative treatments, done right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down. The pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on KTAR News helped you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. Let's get rid of that pain, starting now. The consultation's totally free to see if you're a good candidate. Call QC Kinetics now, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? So it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Picture this. It's 8 o'clock on 4th of July. It's 102 degrees outside, and your AC just quit. That's exactly the moment Precision was built for. We stay fully staffed all summer, nights, weekends, and holidays, because that's when you need us the most. And we never charge extra for after-hours calls. Make the Precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Decision with Precision Air. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' inconsistency was on display again last night. The Snakes were shut out for the 7th time this season, and Merrill Kelly gave up 6 runs in their 7-0 loss to the Angels. Still a chance to win the series, though, this afternoon. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball. First pitch will be at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as Brendan Sorsby plans to head to the NFL's supplemental draft, the Arizona Cardinals are expected to attend his pro day. For more on that story, head to arizonasports.com today. And last night, soccer's greatest to ever do it, Lionel Messi, at age 38, bagged his first World Cup hat trick and moved into a tie for the most World Cup goals of all time in Argentina's 3-0 win. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Soccer fans, catch Mexico versus South Korea June 18th at 6 p.m. at CAZ Sports Bar at Casino Arizona. Enjoy a live DJ, food and drink specials, promotions, and more. Don't miss out on the action.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys. Welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Hello there, live from He's going to scream no matter what, Wolf, even when you're sounding.
That's right, I got to lower it just a little bit. Yes, to lower the return. Thank you.
Yell, hello there, live from Chase Field. It is the Wolf and Luke show. Kellen Olson filling in for Luke Lipinski. Ron Wolfley right alongside me. If you're on the video on the YouTube, you will see a little bit of grass work, a little bit of dirt work right now, a little bit of maintenance being done on Chase Field. We're about a little under 3 hours away from first pitch for the series finale between the Angels and the Diamondbacks. Hello, Ron.
What is going on, Killer? How you doing? Hey, what up, YouTube? Yeah, shaka bra right there. You can see we're sitting close to each other because we actually like each other. See how that works? It's interesting, is it not? Jeremy, I know you appreciated that. How you doing, Killer? Are you fired up?
You do like me, but not as much as you like Mike Hazen, because when Mike Hazen comes on our program at 11:45, he will be sitting here. I'll be sitting over there because, again,
Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing. That's right,
That's
Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
That's
and
the guy that
talk
does
to him about that and the possibility of wheeling and dealing.
We certainly will. We might have a player stopping by as well. We'll let you know if we have confirmation on that. We're with you up until noon. We'll get you ready for Diamondbacks Angels, but of course we have to get into. Unfortunately, this is my fault, Wolf. I talked about this yesterday. I was in this seat all the way up there, cold beers and cheeseburgers, not on this particular side per se, on the field. I was over there after the Diamondbacks had the loss to the Rockies. I don't have to tell you which one. You know the loss I'm talking about.
Yes.
And we talked to Mike Hazen the next day.
Yeah.
Wasn't awkward so much. Mike's always great. He's going to be great again today. But it was like, okay, you'd love a great win to have the vibes up to talk to him. So here we are, 7-0 Angels last night. Hits 14-4.
Man.
So not only was this a struggle for Merrill Kelly, but it was a giant struggle for the offense as well, Wolf.
Yeah, you know, where do you begin on this one, Basinonians? Just the fact that, again, the bats went silent in this game. Merrill Kelly got roughed up. They just flat out got roughed up. More on this as the show unfolds, of course. But those two things really stood out. They played some pretty good defense, of course, once again. But it was bad overall, man. Only 2 opportunities with runners in scoring position. Think about that. Only 2. I guess on one hand, you could look at that and say, well, it's kind of a good thing because, you know what, they really haven't been hitting Wolf with runners in scoring position, yet at the same time, to go 0 for 2, only have 2 opportunities to actually hit with runners in scoring position. I think that more than anything else dictated this game.
It absolutely did. Torey Lovullo spoke after the game. Here is him on the pitching and hitting.
It looked like Merrill never got his footing, and they jumped on him for some early runs, and they just continued to really show up with stubborn at-bats, quality contact, and we're trying to wiggle him through that 6th inning. I thought the pitch count was low enough to send him back out there for the 6th, but that's where it kind of went upside down on us. The bullpen came in, kept it basically where it was. By that time, Detmer had established his arsenal with our group and was a tough customer. I keep saying it. I believe enough in our hitters that we should be able to beat anybody any time. And to get to where we're going, we got to be able to throw up runs on any type of pitcher. I want to be respectful of what I just saw because that was really good stuff. But overall, we got to be better. I'm still trying to get to the bottom of what's making this team go on certain days and then not go on other days. But we're going to keep coaching. We're going to keep talking about it. We're going to try to figure this out. And when we start getting a real good push in the right direction, we're going to be in a really good spot to get on a nice run.
Wolf, it's funny. It's the old adage of you don't know what you're missing till it's gone, and what's gone right now are just quality at bats for this team.
I think there was a song killer about that.
There's a little bit of that.
Don't know what you got till it's gone.
A little bit of that.
Cinderella.
Oh,
okay.
We're jumping on it. I was ready for you to jump on the desk at that point.
Okay.
You were getting primal.
Well, I was going to get fluff up your hair a little bit.
Don't make me say
spray something in it.
I'll say Eric Carson one more time, and then that'll really get you jumping up and down. Wolf, it's just man. So we're 4 to 6 weeks in the season. And there's all these metrics that we looked at. I'm talking since Mike Hayes and Torey Lovullo got here, Wolf, where we're talking about chase rate, whiff rate, walk rate, all this kind of stuff. But all those numbers tell you is, does this team work a quality at bat? And what that tended to lead to was them overachieving as an offensive team when they didn't have the talent necessarily, but they were just working such quality at bats, getting everything they needed out of every single at bat. It feels like offensively they're just not doing that right now at all. There was a couple of weeks where it was okay, here's the Diamondbacks team under Hazen and Lovullo that I'm used to. Right now, not seeing it. I think Torey is alluding to that fact right there.
Yeah, no, I would agree. You think of the at-bats right now for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and you think of there are some that are being really, really aggressive at-bats and others that in certain games look like they're waiting and waiting and waiting and not being very aggressive. And there's that happy medium. There always is that happy medium. And right now I think that is what is plaguing the Arizona Diamondbacks. They cannot find that happy medium right now. I think of Ketel Marte, Base Orleans. I think of Corbin Carroll, and I think of Jerry. I think of Perdomo. I think of those 3 guys specifically right now. Listen, the only way out, we used to talk about this all the time in the locker room, when you were out there and if you weren't playing well as a player, the only way is out that front door. That is the only way you're going to change anything that opposes you. And I think of Ketel Marte, and I think of Corbin Carroll, and I think of Jerry, and I think of those 3 guys. If the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to become a good offensive team once again, those 3 guys have got to take the responsibility, bear the responsibility, go out, execute, and do. You can talk all you want, but until you do, you need your best players, Killer, to actually do. Go out and be the best players on the team. Do what they do. That's what the Diamondbacks need right now. And when you want to talk about this team getting better offensively, you need to look at 3 guys specifically and say, it's time for you guys to do.
Merrill Kelly spoke last night after the loss. Here's what he said on the lack of consistency.
It's a combination of things. When we, sometimes when we pitch well, we don't hit. When we hit well, we don't pitch. Some games here and there we don't play the best defense. But that's why baseball's a team game. You got to have both sides of the ball. You got to be able to make pitches when you need it, and you got to be able to get hits when we need it. Right now we're struggling to put all that together, but still a long way to go. Still a lot of baseball to play.
There's something I really stick to, Wolf, this principle of, like, these are things that good teams do and these are things that bad teams do. And I really do date back to the end of last month, those 3 games in Seattle, and there were 2 that were there if you just executed a little bit more. And a good team wins at least one of those 2 games. A great team steals both of those games, let's be honest. They were not able to do either of those, and that's when, like, my warning signs started to percolate a little bit. Don't get me wrong, I'm the guy who picked this team to only win 75 games, and I believe they're going to overachieve that based on what we've seen this season so far. But at the same time, there are, like, signs of this starting to fade. And the only good team thing that they do right now consistently is beat bad teams. They've got to get that right today and still take this series against a bad Angels team.
Yeah, it'd be great if they could do that. There's no doubt about it. Can you imagine to win another series? Go out and win Game 3 and win another series. The best thing you could possibly be as a team is to go out and not perform your best and still win. Still win games, whether it's in the NFL, you're winning. If you go out, you don't play well, you turn the ball over a couple of times, yet at the same time, you still found a way to win a game. That's great. The same with baseball. You win a game, you win this series. You go out and you do it. I think you just have to continue to do it. It actually bullies. It actually fills you with an excellent feeling when you're inside the clubhouse or inside a locker room, when you know you're not playing your best, yet somehow you're still winning and getting it done. Right now, I think it's important for them to go out. This game, I don't want to exaggerate. I don't want to overreact to one game, Basin Earnings, but this game feels a little heavier than some of the other games. And I think it'll go a long way to really encouraging the guys that are inside the clubhouse right now in terms of going out and winning, even when they're not playing at their best.
I think you got to split at least these next 4 games. The Twins are playing better as of late, but you got to take care of that series in some capacity, and you got to win today, because coming up the rest of the time before the break, you've got St. Louis on the road, you got Tampa on the road. Those are 2 of the better teams in the league right now. You got some games against the Giants at the end of June, which is good, but then you got the Brewers, the Padres, who are underachieving but are still immensely talented, and then you're in LA against the Dodgers before the break as well. So this is like the stretch, a mini stretch like we talked about with the Giants and the Rockies, where they were able to take advantage of it against inferior competition. We'll see if they are able to do so and keep that going again today. USA takes on Australia this Friday at noon, and Arizona Sports is having a watch party at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Come cheer on the red, white, and blue. Text CUP to 620-620 for more info to reserve your table. That is powered by Michelob Ultra. Sounds like the Cardinals are at least interested in Brendan Sorsby. They're keeping tabs on the quarterback, who we're still going to kind of figure out exactly what this is and describe what could be for the quarterback prospect potentially coming up in the NFL supplemental draft. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2 outs, the 0-1 pitch to Arenado is swung on, grounded up the middle. It is Madrigal on the shortstop side of the bag who's got it. He throws to first in time, and that's your ball game. Angels win this one in convincing fashion. They shut out the D-backs by a final score of 7-0.
More reaction to the D-backs Angels series coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basin Audience, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you picture your retirement, what do you see? Well, everyone's goals, they look a little bit different, Basin Audience, and that's why your plan should too. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they take time to understand what matters most to you and then build a plan around that. Find out how at TrajanWealth.com. There's more to retirement planning than crunching numbers, of course. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they build strategies around real goals and real lives, not spreadsheets. They craft personalized plans that keep your future in focus. Visit TrajanWealth.com to start planning today. You can also pick up the phone at all times and call 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Here are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks offense and Merrill Kelly continue to provide more questions than answers in a loss to the Angels. The D-backs agreed to terms with two-way Korean prospect Jun Sung, and Gambo reports that the Cardinals are expected to attend Brendan Sorsby's Pro Day. Those are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hello. I put on the wrong headset.
Oh.
I put on the wrong headset.
Oh, there we go.
We got a triple headset situation here. So
you know that's something
Insider,
I typically would do.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I would put on
this
the
is,
wrong
and also
headset,
I gave you crap. I think the first show I filled in when you didn't turn your mic on. So that was going to lead to a conclusion of me going to the wrong thing. Yeah, we've got another headset here. Mike Hazen is going to sit here at 11:45, and this headset, that's the headset that I was grabbing. That is the one that is on. So I'm going to move this over there so I don't do that.
Okay, good.
Again. It's going to go over there, and we're all good to go. Hey, we're live from Chase Field. It's a Wolf and Luke program. I'm Kellen Olson filling in for Luke Lipinski. Again, everyone, you can make fun of your buds like I did with Ron Wolfley earlier in the week if you want to, but your comeuppance will arrive soon.
Of course.
It will come there, and it did.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
As well. Oh, I appreciate that. The compliment inside there is very nice. Hey, you want to talk more about Brendan Sorsby? John Gambadoro's got some information for us on the Burns and Gambo show yesterday. Here's Gambo on saying Sorsby will attend the team's pro day.
Here's what I can tell you. The Arizona Cardinals, I would expect that they will have representation at that pro day. It'll be like almost any other pro day. So I would expect that the Cardinals are going to be represented.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about that, man. I believe every team is actually going to be there for Brendan Sorsby's Pro Day. This is a situation where you get to sit down, you get an opportunity to talk a little bit more with this guy, and I honestly think what he does on the field isn't nearly as important as what he says when he sits down and talks to some of these guys, some of these executives, some of these general managers, of course. Wouldn't even be surprised to see a coach show up.
I think the main thing to understand here, Wolf, is that this is not some like random prospect that has come out of nowhere, right? Like every team in the NFL, including the Cardinals, evaluated Sorsby coming into the draft because they knew there was a chance that he was going to be a part of this current quarterback class that Carson Beck was selected in. That was not the case as well. So here's Gambo with more on how the Cardinals have already done their research on him.
What I can tell you is that the Cardinals have done a lot of extensive research on Sorsby already because there was a chance that he could have been in this year's draft. So they do have a pocket of information that they have done on him that they've evaluated. So this isn't new to them, okay? This isn't like, oh, let's find out about this kid. They've already done some work and evaluation on him because of the possibility that he would have been in this draft. So they've got something to go by if that's the case.
And then Gambo does expect the Cardinals to be interested in Sorsby.
The other thing that I would tell you is I would expect that they will have interest. Where in the draft, I can't tell you. But because they don't know if they have an answer at quarterback, they will continue to look at the quarterback position. So having Carson Beck in a third round does not rule out the Arizona Cardinals from taking a chance on Sorsby in the supplemental draft. Now, the other thing to mention is that they still need to see if he will be in the supplemental draft.
Yes.
The league has to make this decision. So the Cardinals, as of right now, do not even know if he's going to be in the supplemental draft. They need to wait for the league to decide if he'll be in it.
And I think the other shoe to drop that we're going to wait for, Wolf, is like, let's say he's in the supplemental draft. Yeah. Is the league going to let these teams know that he's going to be suspended for 2 games? He's going to be suspended for the entire season? Like, these are the types of things that teams are going to need to know going into the draft to properly assess what his value is going to be. And there's just more that they need to figure out as well. And we were talking about this in a different context yesterday. But you can do as much work as you want, and you can talk to these guys like face-to-face, in person, and tell yourself, I can sit down in 10 minutes and understand the person. I believed Brendan Sorsby. I believe that he is past this. There's just no way of knowing that. And then there's this whole other rabbit hole we can go down about addiction and the things that go into that as well. This is a lot to qualify in order to take a quarterback prospect and take him seriously on in your organization. Wolf.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. First of all, the NFL, I believe, this is just me based on audience, but I believe the NFL will go ahead and allow him to enter the supplemental draft. I think that will be a decision that will be coming down at some point in time, sooner I would say, as opposed to later. The interesting thing about this, after doing a little research, Brendan Sorsby, he bet on his team, but he wasn't playing when he bet on his team. Doesn't make it better, doesn't make it go away, but it does make it a little bit different from my perspective once again. If he knew he wasn't playing and he was betting on those games. Now, once again, Basin audience, hear me well on this. Okay, addiction is addiction. And if you're addicted to gambling, you're in real trouble. And anyone who's ever suffered from that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I've had friends in the past that have actually gone down that road, and they've suffered greatly because of it. It is an addiction. There's no doubt about that. And you've got to be really careful when you're talking about a player in a professional sport, and especially playing a quarterback position. Believe me, there's going to be a lot of general managers and a lot of scouts that will still take Brendan Sorsby off their board. We're not even going to think about bringing this guy in. There'll be other teams, based on a certain amount of desperation that might be out there in their quarterback room, who might actually say, you know what, let's give this kid a chance. Let's give him a chance. Now, to what degree? in the first round of the supplemental draft, in the second round, in the third? To what degree are you going to give him the opportunity? That is what I think is really interesting and will determine where Brendan Sorsby does eventually go.
And just if the league tends to use this as a example going forward, like they're going to show that any kid who does this in college, we're not going to take you in the NFL. Like they could just say, you're not coming here, you're banned from the NFL. We're not going to have anyone with an extensive betting history in our league. Except they already do. Kayshon Boutte was playing for LSU at the time when he did a whole lot of gambling. I think it was nearly 3,000 bets that he put in over a 10-month span. He took his punishment at LSU. He came to the NFL. The NFL did not punish him further from that. The difference there, of course, is that Boutte got his punishment from LSU. Sorsby hasn't gotten his yet. In fact, he's getting the NIL money anyway. So you wonder if the league looks at this as setting a precedent going forward. At the same time, this is not just some borderline first-round pick that is a left guard or a defensive lineman. This is a quarterback. And I think that really changes things as well. Ben Solak on ESPN.com wrote an excellent story going through his own evaluation of Sorsby that I would highly recommend Cardinals fans to read, because the conclusion that he came to, Wolf, is I like the guy. Like I would take him in the late first round, early second round, and that kind of thinking. But this is like a quarterback too. Like he's going to come in this year, be a backup, learn for a year, and then in 2027 you expect him to go. That's not the mindset the Cardinals can have in taking someone like Sorsby, because they need to figure out what they have in their quarterbacks this year to find out before that class coming up next year.
The only thing I'm going to say quickly is the fact that the NFL, when you're talking about setting a precedent, I think they're going to come down hard on this, setting that precedent.
It'll be fascinating to see, and we'll keep you updated when the news trickles in. What's going on with the Diamondbacks offense? We'll talk about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, live from Chase Field on the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You want to give a good long look to Carson Beck. Can you do that and give a good long look to Brendan Sorsby at the same time?
Probably not this year.
Probably not, right?
Probably not this year.
And you need to, because you're going to need to make an informed decision as to whether either one is the guy. But if either one was the guy, and you didn't have to take quarterback next year in the first round, ooh, the things you could do with that pick.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information, or if your teeth get knocked out, of course. Listen, Dr. Joe is a good buddy of mine. He's the owner-operator of Aria Dental Implant Center. He's the real deal. He has helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. I mean, again, I say it every time, but think about that. Those are reps, man, right there. And the all-on-4 full-mouth implant experience is everything, and Dr. Joe will give you that. Book your new patient consultation in 3D CT scan, or get a second opinion before you make that big decision. Ask about treatment options and financing. Patients are often shocked by what's possible. No doubt about it. Aria Dental Implant Center. Go online, of course, or you can actually just call them. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win over the Los Angeles Angels this afternoon at Chase Field. First pitch is at 12:40 with pregame coverage starting at noon right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight. They host a WNBA Finals rematch with the Las Vegas Aces at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And sticking with the WNBA, the league announced that the regular season will increase from 44 to 50 games in 2027. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Right now through June 30th, a new high-efficiency AC from Parker & Sons means no payments until 2027. Start saving before you spend a dime. Call 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey, it's Gambo. Was Eduardo Rodriguez able to return to quality form against the Angels? We'll react to the D-back series finale on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey there, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson filling in for Luke Lipinski. Ron Wolfley is no longer aside me. He is so far, in fact, that I don't even think.
Oh my goodness!
Can we touch? Can we
yeah,
get
it's gonna be. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's good.
Let's don't reach each other. If you're on the YouTube page, you will see.
Yeah.
I was sitting next to Ron Wolfley during the start of the show here at Chase Field, but we've opened up a gap now for our guest to join us. We are expecting a player at some point here, relatively soon.
Yes.
And then later, of course, at the end of the program, 11:45, Mike Hazen will be in this seat. We got plenty to ask him about. In the meantime, Wolf, this was another rough one for the Diamondbacks on offense specifically. That has been a unit that has really been floundering over the last couple of weeks. This was the 13th game this year. The D-backs have had 4 or fewer hits. That's tied for the second most in the majors, and this is now 18 games where they had 1 or fewer walks. They just had 1 last night. That's also top 5 in the majors as well. Like, this is just one of those things, Wolf, where the lows are so low for the offense right now, where it's like, okay, like the runners in scoring position is one thing because at least the runners are on, but they do have these games as well that they're not immune to, where they really struggle to just get guys on in general.
Yeah, there's no doubt about this. You know, the bats went silent again last night, did they not, Base Earnings? Only 4 hits in this game, and It's not like Reed Detmers has filthy, overpowering stuff. He does not. He's got an ERA under 4, of course, but it's not like he's Nolan Ryan. Google it, my young crunks. Would have got to throw that in. Some of these young people listening today, Killer, they got to Google Nolan Ryan. Do you believe it? The Diamondbacks, when you think about it now, they've been shut out 7 times, and 3 of them have occurred in June right now. This is a team that is struggling to score runs, as we all know, and runners in scoring position, that has been a bad thing to even mention from time to time when you talk about the Diamondbacks, and it seems to be only getting worse because now they're not getting the opportunities as much actually to hit with runners in scoring position. But it's a situation where, once again, there's only one way out this door. There's only one way this is going to be fixed, Basin audience, and that's by your best players stepping up and doing their job and playing best when it's needed the most. I'm talking about Ketel Marte, I'm talking about Corbin Carroll, and Jerry specifically. Those 3 guys. Now, again, does that preclude everyone else from doing it? No, of course not. But I do know your best players, when things get sideways and it gets a little bad inside the clubhouse, inside the locker room, your best players got to lead you out of the trouble you're in. And that is Ketel, Corbin, and Jerry.
Diamondbacks are now 6-12. Wolves, since they went 11-2 against the Giants and the Rockies. And if you're looking at the specific numbers over that 18-game span with the 3 guys that you're talking about right now, Geraldo Perdomo, the average is up and the slug is up. He's hitting .311 over that span, .443 slug, so the OPS is .851. That's in a great spot. That's more the Jerry that we saw last year. Corbin Carroll has been not hitting for average as well. He's down to 236 over those 18 games, but the slug is still there, and he's at about an above-average OPS. The problem has been Ketel Marte. He's hitting 188 over those 18 games. The slug is at just 319 for him as well. So, yes, I could sit here and tell you that, like, Tommy Troy's hitting 167 over that stretch, or Nolan Arenado's hitting 150 over that stretch, or Ildemaro Vargas is hitting 075 over that stretch. That certainly is not helping, but with this team and the way that it was designed and what we knew it was going to be coming into the season, those guys at the top just really have to produce and just get the rhythm and the flow going for these other guys in the order, and that just has not been there really all season. Corbin has been the only guy out of these 3 that has been consistent all year long. The other 2 guys have gone through major ups and downs.
Yeah, it really is. It's a situation where, once again, too, we have seen the Diamondbacks lineup come out and be aggressive and swing at pitches early. We have seen them come out and be patient at the plate as well and maybe look passive at the plate. And it's a combination of both. And I'm sure the scouting reports actually weigh heavily into the approach at the plate. But at the same time, think about this. The first walk by a Diamondbacks player occurred with 2 outs in the 7th inning last night. Think about that, okay? The first walk, it's incredible. The Rangers, I just cannot believe this situation when you think of the Diamondbacks going up there and being so patient that they got a walk. And excuse me, it wasn't in the 7th inning, it was in the 8th inning. That blew my mind. You've got to be kidding me. That your first base on ball happened in the 8th inning, and this is something that I think they've got to get better at. There's sometimes they look way too aggressive at the dish, and sometimes they flat out look passive.
I think, too, something that we're seeing is like the blend of what you're talking about, right? Like when it all goes together. There are going to be scouting reports that they get where, hey, guys, swing on this guy early. Like you remember when Scooble was here earlier in the year, it was like, guys, this is the only time we're going to get him. Let's go hit early.
Yep.
But it feels like that blend of that, like when they're going passive, it's when they're going too aggressive in one direction. I'll put it as when they're extremely passive, it doesn't feel like it's working out. When they're extremely aggressive, that blend throughout a game is not just there because Torrey and the hitting coach, Joe Mather, are not just going in there and they're not just saying, okay, like we're going to be swinging every single pitch here. They still want to blend. They want to lean in a certain direction, but it feels like they're overextending so much. Torrey Lovello spoke after the game yesterday. Here's what he said about the hitting. in just
Our quality of contact in the zone, certain pitches, if we're hunting them and they're in the middle of the zone, has been really good. As of late, things have been a little bit of a grind. It's men in scoring position. It's been a little bit of a grind. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything and say that it's okay, because it's not. I mean, we're aware of it, and we're going to work at it. We got a really good group of hitting coaches that are just grinding it out with the boys, and I see them working as hard as anybody in the batting cage. I see the conversations are very positive. But agree with you on a lot of fronts there. I mean, you asked one question, but it tells a big story. Like, I can sit here and talk to you about this for half an hour. Checking off of certain pitches and certain counts gives you count leverage, or keeps you in counts, or gives you the ability to see one more pitch. And we're a very stubborn group when it's going right. And what is happening, and why are we not having success? I think guys are trying to do too much. I just want them to just be themselves, know what they're good at, be themselves by going up there, controlling counts, and doing the damage on the right pitch. If not, check off of it.
I love that, Matt. Guys are trying to do too much overall. This is one of the reasons why I will continue to say this. Your best players need to go out and play their best. When your best players are going out and playing their best, Killer, you know what that does to everyone else? Mm-hmm. It just says, okay, all is well. I'm just going to go out and be me. Just be the best that I can be, the best version of myself that I can be. I'm just going to be me. I don't have to step out of my skin, my comfort level, whatever it may be, because we're struggling as a team to score runs. When your best players like Cattell, Corbin, and Jerry, when they're out there and they're leading the way and they're playing up to their capabilities, it just kind of says all is well in the clubhouse or in the locker room. I don't care what team sport we're playing. It says all is well. Do your job. You go do what you can do. Play up to your ability. Don't try to step out and do too much because you know Jerry's struggling, Corbin's struggling, or Cattell's struggling. Do your job. Be yourself and let these guys lead. Seriously. It sets the tone for everyone else.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or donating today. It looks like Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin will both be back with the Suns, but if we had to choose which one is more important to resign, who would we choose and why? We'll talk about that next.
Actually, Kellen, that will be at 11 because Brandon Garcia will join us next.
Oh.
Thank you for cutting in with that information. All right, the lefty in the pen, the rare breed. We got Brandon Garcia will be joining us next live from Chase Field here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You know what I love about All Pro Shade Concepts? Installation is all done by their in-house team, man. There are never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers are shade experts, man. Yeah, that's right. They've installed thousands of shades right here in the basin. They're going to work around stucco, tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open that same patio with a touch of a button. It's super cool. And these shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. Here's what you do. You go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Get to Chase Field for the D-backs Twins game on Saturday, June 20th, and pick up the Gabriel Moreno soccer jersey, courtesy of Wendy's. Get tickets now at dbacks.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. A customer called in recently asking why their newer AC system was already having problems. My first thought was because you probably didn't have us install it. But honestly, your AC system shouldn't be failing that fast. Small issues can quickly become expensive breakdowns. Get your AC installed and maintained the right way with Precision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC and make the Precision decision today.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Green Sally up, green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, green Sally down.
Hello there, it's Wolf and Luke live from Chase Field. Kellen Olson filling in for Luke Lipinski, of course, Ron Wolfley. Not alongside me. He's so far away from me right now. If you're on the YouTube stream, that's because you will see walking over to us just right now is Diamondbacks reliever Brandon Garcia, who is about to put the headset on.
Okay, is he coming up behind me? Ah, there it is.
Papa
yes,
squat,
indeed.
sir. Papa
yes.
squat, sir. How
Brandon
you doing?
Garcia, how you doing, Brandon?
Kellen, nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you. Put on that headset and let's talk some baseball for a few minutes. So I got to ask right away, if you're not familiar, my name's Kellen Olson. I've covered the Phoenix Suns for 10 years, so I notice the cleats, the book cleats. Suns fan, Devin Booker fan?
Yeah, 100%. I liked them ever since. Once I got traded here, I really bought into it, I guess. And then I tried his shoes out, and they're really comfortable. So then I decided to cleat them up, and I like them. I got 2 or 3 pairs in my locker right now. I want to get some more, so that'd be nice.
Hey, if you say it out loud, that they'll appear. That's what I've learned about Book. He is very passionate about the shoes, and not only the people that use them in different varieties. He loves that skateboarders are using them. He wants everyone to be using them, so he'll be thrilled to hear that you got them cleated up. So we should expect you at more games this year now that you're up here in Arizona and in the Valley.
Yeah, this off season I went to a good amount. I think I went to 10 plus games. My fiance and I, we loved going. We liked the experience there. It was pretty cool. They had a nice little run there, too, so it was really good games to go see.
The other question that I had for him really quickly, Wolf, is that you've seen some of your teammates go out there and take the shot before the game.
Yeah.
Would you be ready to do that?
I think I was the first one to take the shot,
You took the shot?
I did.
I didn't remember.
I took it day after New Year's, actually. So January 2nd or 3rd, I missed. I missed it.
Dude, it's way too much pressure. If you're not familiar, listenership, the Suns, right before the game starts, like they're going through starting lineups, it's really freaking loud.
Yeah.
And then they bring someone out there, they take a free throw, and they have to make it. There's a ton of pressure. Everyone's watching. It's really awkward. You didn't do anything too bad, Brandon. You did fine.
I didn't airball. That's fine.
That's totally fine.
Yeah,
yes.
that's
Brandon,
what I was telling myself.
I'm Ron Wolfley. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Hey, you know what? I'm doing well. Thank you. I noticed when you walked up, you got some shoulders. Okay, I played 10 years in the NFL. Doesn't look like it, but I played 10 years in the NFL. Did you play football in high school?
No, I didn't.
You did not?
No, just baseball.
With those shoulders, you did not play football in high school.
I was a quarterback when I was 8, though. Only when I was 8, but that was it.
Okay.
I like football, though. I wish I could play it, but I think I would get hurt.
So what are you focused on this season? When you evaluate your season right now that you're having, what are you focused on?
Just taking it day by day. That's it. Not taking any day for granted. That's the biggest thing that I'm extremely focused on right now is I started the year in AAA, so it's like obviously this is my end goal. This is where I want to be. So I'm not trying to take every day. I need to go and give it my all every single day that I'm out here because who knows where I'll be tomorrow. Like that, I can't control what happens tomorrow. I can only control what happens today.
Brandon, when you came over in the trade, just like kind of researching where you were going throughout your like minor league career, like going from starting to relieving, like you were bouncing back and forth. You got stretched out a little bit towards the end of last year. What ultimately led to you finding this comfort spot that you found in these last 6 weeks to just be such a great contributor for the team this year?
I think it's just experience, and with experience comes confidence. This is one of those things where I always believed I can pitch in the big leagues, but it was just having that. Now I have the proof that I can. Like it was always just like a dream or an aspiration that I had, and now it's like I have the evidence for myself. Like it's not. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody else, but only to myself. And like now I have the data, the evidence to prove that.
Oh, Brandon, I love this stuff. This is the psychology of sport right here. You're not trying to prove everyone else wrong. You're trying to prove yourself right.
Yeah, 100%.
Talk a little bit about why confidence is so important to a professional athlete. Why do you think confidence is so important?
Yeah, I mean, I think confidence just gives you that extra edge because everybody out here is really good at baseball. And so you got to get every single edge that you can out here. And it's just having that extra little boost of confidence. And it's not only having the confidence when you're doing good, it's like having that confidence when things aren't going right or everything like that. So that's what I'm trying to do. And that's what I do by taking it day by day is so I don't go through those highs and lows. I try to stay right in the middle.
There is a massive difference between thinking you can do it, thinking you belong at this level, the highest level our species can generate, and knowing that you can do it at this level, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like that's the hardest thing, and like that you can only gain that through experience.
Yes.
You can only do it by getting out there on the mound and throwing the ball.
Brandon, we love seeing you get called up as fans of the Arizona Diamondbacks because we've got some gruesome left-handed hitting in this division, to say the least, and you got to see that firsthand. At the start of the month, you came in, Ohtani and Freeman right there, got out of it with the double play. What was that moment like as a lefty? Because I'm sure you guys take extra pride in, like, yeah, I am the guy that you bring in to face the lefties, even if it's two all-time greats like those guys.
Yeah, I think that all started back when I was in college, and I had like a realization that like lefties, I need to absolutely dominate them, and that was my main goal. Is like when a lefty steps in the box, I'm trying to dominate them. Like if a lefty gets a hit off me, I'm way more mad than if a righty does. So like, I take a lot of pride in just being able to go out there and attack lefties.
Why do you think you're having so much success this season? Because you are. You look at some of the numbers. You got an ERA of 2.87. You got a WHIP of 0.0 or 0.89. That's pretty good.
Thank you.
That's real good. Why do you
you.
think you're having success?
I think that it's honestly just because I'm developing a little bit where it's like I'm still young. I feel old. I'm 26 now, so I feel older, but I still think I'm baseball young. So it's like I'm developing, and the biggest thing is like the more experience that I get. Like I got drafted 3 years ago, so I've only been in pro ball for 2.5 years now, I think.
Okay.
So it's just getting out there and just learning the game. Coming over here to Arizona was amazing for me personally, I think, because getting a different perspective on pitching, getting a different perspective on baseball in general. So it's just being able to go out there every day and learn something new. And it's just adding every day and like stacking days on top of days.
Who have you learned the most from? Is there a player in the clubhouse that you just kind of have learned a lot from?
Yeah, I think that's what I've been so grateful for coming over here is like there's so many guys in the bullpen, especially like Ryan Thompson playing the game for a long like this year we have Paul Sewald. He's been he's played for a long time. So it's just being able to learn from those guys. Like Ginkel's been here for a while, like Clarkie, like everybody out there, like everybody's played for a long time. So it's like I'm not the type of guy to ask questions, I guess. Like I just learn from watching them and watching what they do and how they prepare themselves and just how they deal with situations when in the game, like if a guy gets on second base in the 7th inning or something, like I watch them and see if they get up and start moving, and it's like I prepare that way as well.
Brandon, the secondary stuff has been incredible for you this year. I was curious with the sweeper and the slider, how long you've had those pitches for, how much you've been fine-tuning them, because you've had success with all your pitches, to be clear, but those two, you've only allowed one hit off those two so far this year.
So the sweeper was a new pitch when I got drafted, so only 2.5, 3 years old now, I guess. I'm still adjusting it, so just came up with a new grip actually last week. So the last 2 outings I've had have been with a different grip.
Okay.
And we all decided that I think it's a lot better that like I'm going to throw it a little bit harder. It's going to be a little bit shorter, easier to control. So it's just learning how to deal with that. And then the cutter, slider, whatever you want to call it, is brand new this year.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was something that we decided that I was going to add in the off season and work on that just to help me get better against righties. So that was something that we worked hard on this offseason.
I'm sure the entirety of your major league career, you're going to make little tweaks like that to your arsenal. So how fulfilling was that you made like these 2 changes so soon and you're seeing such great success with them?
Yeah, it's definitely pretty amazing. And you said it best. It's like I know that in my future I'm going to have to make these little adjustments. So it's just like my way of thinking about it is like I'm trying to learn every day on how to adjust to that, so it's not too late. So it's not like I don't never want to get punched first. Like I always want to be able to react to that and go from there.
So what is the hardest thing about coming out of the pen? What is the hardest thing as a bullpen pitcher? What's the toughest thing about it?
The toughest thing I would say is you never know when you're going in the game. Like you might have a hint or an idea, but it's baseball. Like you never know. Like you could be warming up like in the 7th inning and and we're down by 2, and then they hit a 2-run home run that inning. Like the game's completely different at that point. We're down 2 versus now we're a tie ball game. So like I think that's the hardest part is just being ready at all times. Another thing is just being able to be ready every single day versus a starter. It's like every 5 days. So just a reliever, it's like you got to be locked in every single day.
Do they tell you when you're going to have it off? I mean, do they say, hey, listen, take a night off?
Yeah, there's days like that for sure. It's kind of rare, but it's one of those things where we get paid to play this game, so it's like we got to be ready to go every day. Off days aren't mandatory, so.
Very cool.
All right, Brandon, we'll put the word out. We have people from the Suns listening to the show. We'll put the word out. Look, this guy had a pair of Chapter 1s himself and got them cleated himself. Like guys like Tarek Skubal, they get the boxes sent to them by Book. You're the true diehard fan of the Devin Booker Book 1s and the Book 2s, so hopefully this message gets out there to Book if he's listening and you show up randomly at your locker and there's 2 stacks of boxes right there.
That would be amazing.
We'll put out the word for you. I'm sure the Suns and Book will be in touch soon enough. Brandon Garcia, Diamondbacks reliever, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up next, we'll talk more Suns basketball. Gillespie or Goodwin, we'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Listen, it is employee pricing and more. That's right. Basinonians, employee pricing is still going on at Ford dealerships, of course, all over the country. Think about it. At Santan Ford right now, employee pricing and more at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. More of what? Well, how about this? More affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection. Now that is American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone, brothers. You can lock that in right now only at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. So what do? Well, here's what I'd tell you to do. You jump in your car and you drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or you could actually go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the Shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win over the Los Angeles Angels this afternoon at Chase Field. First pitch is at 12:40 with pregame coverage starting at noon right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight. They host a WNBA Finals rematch with Asia Wilson and the Las Vegas Aces at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And sticking with the WNBA, the league announced that the regular season will increase from 44 to 50 games in 2027. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Ford. Employee pricing is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. You pay what they pay, plus cash back on select models. Shop now and stack up the savings at earnhardtford.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey with Brendan Sorsby, no longer playing for Texas Tech. How does that change the balance of power in the Big 12 this football season? The Bernsey and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hour 2 of the Wolf and Luke program that is only going to have 2 hours of programming today. We will take you up until pregame coverage of the series finale between the Angels and the Diamondbacks, which will occur, Wolf, right behind us, because we are at Chase Field right now. If you want to head on the YouTube stream, click on that sucker, rewind about 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes or so, and listen to our chat with Brandon Garcia. He was awesome. He seems like a great kid.
Big time. Love that kid, man. And wouldn't it be great, by the way, if Erod just took the ball and came out here today and shut it down like he was pitching in the WBC. We've seen that this year, have we not?
We absolutely have. We've seen him in that form pretty much all year, and I think something that we talked about last week is he's been like a stopper of sorts for this team.
Eduardo
Rodriguez.
If that didn't throw me off more in the studio when I'm on remote, that thing, I have no idea what's happening whenever Jesse plays a random sound clip that I'm not exactly familiar with. You're familiar with 2 basketball players, Wolf.
Yeah,
their names are Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin. They're both currently unrestricted free agents, but the difference here to understand, you might be thinking NBA offseason, that's in July, like the draft hasn't even happened. What's up? You can re-sign your own free agents right now, so we could get the Gambo bomb, the Shams bomb, whatever you want to call it, the not Woj bomb anymore, that one of those guys, both those guys are re-signing with the Suns. The expectation is that both guys are going to re-sign, but for the sake of the thought exercise, well, first just what you thought those 2 guys brought to the team last year, and then who would be a priority for you if you had to pick between one?
Well, first of all, both these guys were just sparks every time they were on the floor when you stop and think about it. Colin Gillespie, I think, was the biggest surprise, to me at least, just watching him develop the way that he did. Jordan Goodwin, for the most part, a known commodity at the age of 27. Now, I realize Colin Gillespie is 26 as well. But Jordan Goodwin, to me, you just knew on the defensive side of the ball the kind of goodness that he was going to offer you, the kind of effort that he was going to give you. I think we all expected that from Jordan Goodwin. It was just what a culture fit he was. And even Colin Gillespie, to some degree, right? The little villain, as we all like to say. Jordan Goodwin, of course, was the culture of the Phoenix Suns, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of going out, being a professional, and giving everything you've got and fighting to the very end. That is who Jordan Goodwin has been in the NBA, and it just really was accentuated here with the Phoenix Suns and the culture of the Phoenix Suns. If you had to pick between Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin, the good news is, based on our needs, you don't have to. The good news is, hopefully, the Phoenix Suns are going to sign both these guys and bring them back. But because we produce here and we produce, pick one, boy, that would be, really?
But I think it speaks
to
how...
Can you pick one?
No, and that speaks to how important both guys are. It's kind of a trick question in that regard. It's like, can you picture a Suns team next year without Colin Gillespie? I cannot. Can you picture a Suns team next year without Jordan Goodwin? I cannot. And I'm expecting, and I'm not saying this in an expecting reporting way, it's just you follow all this stuff, you listen to Game List reporting and all that kind of stuff we have going on, that both these guys are going to be back, and they're probably going to get this done even before free agency is underway. I asked Colin, you'll remember when Colin broke out those first couple of weeks, everyone was like, oh, this kid's awesome, and then they learned that he was a free agent. They're like, oh my gosh, does he want to stay? Do we want to keep him? We asked him. At the time, he was super passionate about it as well, and then we asked him at the end of the year as well, and he was just as passionate about coming back here. Jordan, same way. Jordan's been bouncing. His basketball journey is unbelievable. He's been around everywhere. Now, his stay in the league hasn't been that long, but he's bounced around a couple of spots, and it seems like he's found a home here, similar to how we talked about Josh Okogie a couple of years ago as well. So I do expect both guys to be back, but the interesting thing that happens now, Wolf, is that you are committing to these guys financially in a way that you didn't before.
Yeah.
Both of them were on minimum contracts, and what I mean by that is we talk about this jigsaw puzzle of the rotation and how by signing these guys to valuable deals, Goodwin will probably be somewhere in the low, like you talk like $5 to $8 million, somewhere around there, maybe dancing around, and then Gillespie's low to mid-teens around there. Those price tags speak to their value and speak to how they will be valuable parts of the rotation. So that's where we talk about in the next segment, which we're going to get into, which is like the Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal question. We talk about how you fit these three guards, these three guys together, Devin Booker, Jalen Green, and Dillon Brooks, how it all coexists together, and how you get those guys in the game as well, because they're really unique players too. Wolf, we talk about the Jalen Brunson conversation and how we need to slow down on not drafting guys because they're not 6 feet tall. Like, let's slow down. We're not there yet with the game. With that said, Gillespie at his size offers a certain skill set that you need to maximize. Jordan Goodwin, not the biggest dude as well. He plays about a foot taller than he actually is.
Yes.
But they're two smaller guys as well. So just the threading of the needle with the rotation that Ott did beautifully last year, in my opinion, is going to need to continue again this year.
Yeah. You know, too, I think we talk an awful lot about Devin Booker and having a point guard that might actually be able to come here and take a lot of the responsibility from Devin Booker in terms of distributing. Just become the cold, hard killer that he is mentally. This is something we were talking about the other day as well. But when you talk about that, who do you think is better suited to do that? You know, it's to me, it's Colin Gillespie. Yet at the same time, I think Colin is a guy that it's not like he breaks you down off his dribble. And so much of the time, you've got to be able to do that. I think if you're going to be a quality point guard, you have to be able to penetrate, to break other people down, create help, and then all of a sudden kick the ball to the open guy. A lot of that, I think, is something that challenges Colin Gillespie.
And ultimately what this does as well in this thought exercise that we're dancing with right now is, hey, people want to stay here, man. They've built up a lot of goodwill with their organization, with their player base in the league in just a year's time, because you think about, let's be blunt, the laughingstock that they were in some ways last year, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. They built up so much goodwill from 5 years ago, I should phrase as that's when it stopped, when the finals run happened. And then they were taken so much seriously, and then the Durant stuff happens, and then everything else kind of goes in the way that it does. And they're building that back up right now. Both these guys spoke in April, Wolf, on their commitment to Phoenix and wanting to be here. Here's what Colin Gillespie had to say.
Yeah, it hasn't changed. I still want to be here, and front office knows that. Everybody knows that in the building, so I'm sure we'll figure it out when that time comes.
And then here's Jordan Goodwin as well.
Yeah, for sure. So we just see how everything goes, but yeah, it's definitely my destination. I want to be.
Two very, very similar answers.
Yeah. Shout out Goody, by the way. That was the old walk and talk that we do, Wolf, where I didn't know. That was after they got eliminated, and I was like, okay, who might not talk tomorrow? I need to grab everyone that I can, like free agents, boom. Tried to talk to Mark Williams, and then with Goody specifically, just talk to me for 45 seconds, but re-upped with that type of mentality as well.
Yes. So once again, the good news is, Mason O'Neal, for the most part, I think both these guys, at least the Suns, have been pretty vocal about it in regard to actually bringing both of them back. Hopefully that happens.
Want to see Ron White at Talking Stick Resort on October 4th? Win your tickets before they even go on sale. Visit the contest page at arizonasports.com to enter now. Should the Suns consider trading Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal? Is there an and there instead? Should they trade both? One, none? We'll talk about that. More off-season movement coming for the Suns next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basin Indians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, brothers, if you've got neck or back pain, you got to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. And the reason why you should choose them, well, it varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors, man, and they provide a broad range of treatments. DISC provides pain mapping, of course, and a very careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue. And then they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors, often trained doctors from all over the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, text SPINE to 620-620. Basin needs. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less, but don't do that. This is your home we're talking about. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy, move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. Get settled in. Do it without waiting around for other people. No showings, no double moves, none of that. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent will help you sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. Look, with Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy, it's all right there on Orchard.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at ArizonaSports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg. But the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, 'cause now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. Harold, the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years, and your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance so you can pay off your home in a fraction of the time with no lifestyle changes.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks win a series against the Angels? We'll continue to discuss our baseball team. Tune in. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hello there, it's the Wolf and Luke program. We're live from Chase Field. Series finale, Angels and D-backs half-day club offer out there. Get on down here to the ballpark. Wolf, I am always a basketball guy first. I will be for my whole life. But there is an ambiance and atmosphere to
basketball comes behind soccer, I believe, though, right?
Might be there. Am I the person that's going to speed home right now to make sure I hit England and Croatia at 1 o'clock in time? I am going to do that, missing Cristiano Ronaldo's first game of this World Cup yesterday. It was too busy. We have too little show here to get to the absolute brilliance.
You so want to talk about Messi.
Wolf, he's 38 years old in his 6th World Cup, and he scored a hat trick.
Still want to talk about that.
He had 13 goals in his World Cup career coming into the day. Kylian Mbappe scores 2, passes him to take 14, and Messi's like, hold on, youngster, hold on a minute. He's 3
got,
more, I'll rip
what,
off.
16 now? He's got
tied the record. We could very well see, Alex Weiner and I were talking about this, we could very well see both Messi and Mbappe become the new leaders in World Cup scoring in goals, and watch them kind of trade spots with each other on the leaderboard throughout this tournament. I can't wait. Okay, there you go. You got me my 45-second spiel.
Good.
Thank you, Ron Wolfley.
Yes.
You're a great friend.
I knew I was going to tee you up on that at some point.
Dearly wonderful cohort to work with.
Yes.
Okay, questions with the Suns. We've been talking about these a lot the last 2 days, and I think that one that is kind of staring you in the face right now is Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal, because it just feels like there are too many bodies to go around. The benefit that the Suns had last year, which was ultimately not a benefit for them, but a bright side to the bad news of all these injuries, is that they never really had to work through too much of a rotation logjam. But if you look at the end of the year and you look at what was happening to Royce O'Neal's minutes in the playoffs once we got there, he only played 18 minutes against the Thunder in Game 4. He only played 22 minutes in Game 3, 23 in Game 1. There's going to start to become this log jam happening, and that was without Rasheer Fleming really getting in there at all. And that's the guy that you and I really want to see going in there. The front office perspective, Matt Ishbia was on our programming on Burns and Gambo in April. Here's what he had to say on the idea of those two guys.
So I really think highly of Grayson and Royce, and I hope they're both on our team next year, and I expect them both to be on our team. They're under contract. There's no reason for that. So my perspective is Grayson wasn't as healthy as we like. We got to get him healthy. Royce played 75, 77 games. He was healthy. He was Mr. Reliable, started a lot of those games. How do we continue to develop those guys? Now, those guys, Royce is the oldest guy on our roster. It doesn't mean he's going to get 10 times better, but how does he maintain that level of play? And so, honestly, I know it's not what fans think is not sexy. It's not exciting to say we're going to have the same team go back out there, and we were the 8th seed this year. Why are we doing that? I'm saying everyone's going to get a little bit better. We're the most unhealthy team in the NBA this year. More starters missed games in our team than anyone in the NBA, and we still outperformed expectations if you look at that list. And so, hey, can we be a little healthier next year? Can we get better? Can we have some continuity? Can our schemes work a little better? Can we focus on some things that didn't work as well? And can we go to winning 48, 50, 51 games to be a top 4, top 5, top 6 seed in the West? Win a playoff series? Like, let's take steps towards the championship. We don't need to try to, take a big gulp right now and make changes that maybe do not align with the identity and the vision that we have.
Matty Ish, to me, so much of the time, he reminds me of Sean McVay, ladies and gentlemen. He goes, man. He goes. There's no doubt about it. What did you think of what he said?
Well, I thought that he actually hit on the problem unintentionally, which is that, again, what I spoke on earlier, which is that they were so unhealthy last year, it didn't allow them to have to solve these issues until really the end of the year, and even then they were dealing with injuries. Grayson had just terrible injury luck. He and I chatted for a few minutes at the end of the season, and just like the amount of like bad luck that he had. And now I'm the first guy, Wolf, to say if you're just unlucky for a certain amount of years with your injury, you're just injury prone. Even if they're just coming randomly, like a guy steps on your foot. Bradley Beal had a few of those. Eventually, you're just the injury prone guy. I got some math for you. It's not going to be too complicated. Don't worry.
Okay, great.
48 times 5. We got 48 minutes in a basketball game, right? That's what we've got. We got 5 positions to fill. We're going to do 48 times 5. That's 240 minutes to go around for this team. Let's cut out 48 of those because we're going to play a center. We want to play big at some point. We're going to have Oso. We're going to have Kaman. Maybe we'll have Mark Williams. Maybe there'll be another center that they add or whatever. So we got 192 minutes to go around. I'm going to give Devin Booker 34. I'm going to give Dylan Brooks 30. I'm going to give Jalen Green 32. I'm going to give Colin Gillespie 24. I'm going to give Jordan Goodwin 18. That is 138 minutes of those 192 that are already gone. I have not brought up Grayson Allen. I have not brought up Royce O'Neal. I have not brought up Rasheer Fleming, who better get at least 20 of those freaking minutes, so help me. And then Ryan Dunn, I haven't brought up. How about Haywood Highsmith? How about another winger guard that they add that I haven't mentioned yet? There's just not enough room, and these are the two guys where they are completely different players, but they still contribute in similar enough ways where you figure one of them's got to be on the move to open up some space.
Yeah, you're talking about both these guys. They can shoot the three, and it's catch and shoot a lot of the time. For me, Grayson Allen is the guy. He's younger. I know that he's had injury issues, yet at the same time, he's younger. He's try hard on defense. He does. He cares about defense. He tries hard. And not only that, too, I was talking about this a little bit earlier with Colin Gillespie, but you know what's interesting? Even though Grayson Allen is not super explosive, everyone knows his game is, shooting the three, but he can also put it on the floor, can he not? How many times do you see him put it on the floor and take it to the rack? He does it. He actually gets opportunities to not only get to the foul line, but also to actually create for somebody else. And that's the reason why I think Grayson Allen is more valuable to me.
Royce is such a unique player that I think it allows him to fit anywhere as well, where Grayson, I think you're looking for a more specific fit. If we're talking about like who's more tradable, I think it's Royce because he makes half as much money, and I think Grayson, coming off of the injuries and having some injury history before that, nothing extensive per se,
right,
but just has a tendency to miss a handful of games every year. I think that ultimately is going to make Royce the more tradable guy. And he can fit in anywhere. The biggest skill that you can have as a guy who's not on the ball in the NBA, Wolf, is you're open in the corner, I pass it to you, now what? Are you going to shoot it? What if the heavy closeout is there? What do you do? Do you pump fake? Do you drive in? Do you dribble out? We know Royce O'Neal for like his ball fakes in the corner, and now sometimes he'll just hit a pump fake, dribble to his side, take the three. Sometimes he'll take a couple dribbles and hit a floater. Sometimes he'll dump it off to his teammate. He's excellent at that. Now, he is really faded as a defensive player. He came into the league with Utah, known extensively for his defense. Grayson is not really a capable defender in that regard either, but Grayson is probably the better defender now, but both guys are really offensive-minded players right now.
I think honestly, to me at least, just watching it, Grayson Allen moves a little bit better than Royce O'Neal, and you can imagine if in fact you can't move Basinonians as well as you once did, that is going to really impact your ability to defend as well. I think Grayson Allen still moves a little bit better than Royce O'Neal, and it's one of the reasons why I think he tries hard on the defensive end of the floor, and you'll see him try hard. He's going to give you what he's got. That is the one thing I truly like about both these guys. But Grayson Allen is definitely going to try hard on the defensive end of the floor. He's going to give you what he's got. Royce O'Neal, Royce Allen, that's great. Royce O'Neal does as well. He tries hard, but you can see he can't move his feet the way that Grayson still can.
There's going to be a baseball game happening behind us in just over an hour. We'll talk about the keys to the Diamondbacks and Angels series finale and preview it next here on Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You don't want to move yourself, right? You don't want to drive yourself nuts, get the family all worked up because you're trying to move yourself. You need the professionals to do it. You need Moving Team 6. Now, I can tell you right now, Moving Team 6, the owner and operator is Tim Lee. Tim Lee started the company all the way back in 2012. This is a family-run business. I love these guys. I know these guys. That's right. Garrett and JT are his sons. They run the business right here in Phoenix. They proudly support and hire veterans, man. That's because moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient, on time, reliable. It's why they hire veterans. Here's what you do, Mason. You go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Still stuck in a bank CD earning next to nothing? There's a smarter way to grow your money. CanvasAnnuity.com offers market-leading fixed annuity rates with guaranteed terms of 3, 5, and 7 years. Lock in a strong rate while they're available and watch your savings grow. And remember, unlike CDs, your earnings grow tax-deferred, which means you don't pay taxes until you take your money out. Visit CanvasAnnuity.com to see today's rates and start earning more on your retirement savings.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
Celebrate Father's Day at the D-backs game on Sunday, June 21st. The first 15,000 dads to the game will get a Father's Day polo. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand-smashed patties made with Angus beef, drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then, cool down with the Tropical Cream Slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this month sounds big for truck buyers.
It is, Dave. It's Truck Month, and our kickoff to summer savings event is underway at Liberty GMC. Whether you need a truck for work, weekend projects, or summer adventures, now is the time to buy. Right now, get up to $12,500 off the 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months, or lease the 2026 Canyon for just $369 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win over the Los Angeles Angels this afternoon at Chase Field. First pitch is at 12:40 with pregame coverage starting at noon right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight. They host a WNBA Finals rematch with the Las Vegas Aces at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And sticking with the WNBA, the league announced that the regular season will increase from 44 to 50 games in 2027. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, folks, let's get you ready for a baseball game before we're also going to get you ready for a baseball game. Diamondbacks pregame coverage of the series finale between the Angels starts here on 98.7, the local sports leader for Arizona sports, of course. We're going to get you ready at noon, but before that, we're going to talk to Mike Hayes in 11:45. You're used to hearing D-backs on deck and then us tossing it to that pregame show. But hold on a second. Don't go anywhere just yet. Stick around again. We'll have Mike Hayes in here joining us in about 15 minutes. A lot to ask him about. Let's preview this game, Wolf. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They've got doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They are the proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Visit thewindowdepot.com. Eduardo Rodriguez in the bow of the lefties takes the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Erod is 5-2 with a 2.55 ERA. This year on the other end, we've got Sam Aldeguerri, the lefty, pitching for the Angels. Aldeguerri this year has thrown 17 innings. In those 17 innings, he is 2-1 with a 2.12 ERA. This is one of those games, Wolf, where you can just look at the pitching matchup and what Erod has been all year. You can look at the Angels as a team that's been underperforming all year, and then Aldeguerri, who just really doesn't have that much experience in the majors. This is one just from this element alone where it feels like the D-backs got to win this game, on top of several other reasons why they need to.
Yeah, with Aldeguerri taking the ball on the hill, of course, I think of two guys specifically for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think of Corbin Carroll. Interestingly enough, Corbin Carroll eating up left-handed pitching this year so far this season. Really cool to actually see that. But I think of Corbin Carroll getting off against Aldeguerri. And then, of course, Ketel Marte hitting from the right side of the dish. Listen, he's got more home runs from the left side, yet at the same time, to me, the exit velo, when you think of Ketel Marte and the way he ropes balls from the right side of the dish, to me, I'd love to see Ketel lead this team. I've been talking about it all show long, Basinonians, but man, specifically Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Geraldo Perdomo, those three guys have got to lead this team out of the abyss that they are in, the wilderness that they are in terms of scoring runs right now.
Erod coming off of a strange outing and one of the best Diamondbacks wins of the season, in my opinion, because Erod was only able to go 2 2/3. He threw 85 pitches, including that 40-pitch first inning. He only gave up 2 hits, but he walked 5, and that was a season high for Erod. Previously, the high for him was 4 as well. Yes, it was only the 1 earned run on the solo home run as well, but he was allowing a lot of traffic. The relief corps came in there from the bullpen and did a fantastic job protecting him as well. So you're going to need to see Erod back on his game. We talked about how Merrill, the mainstay, was this guy for so many years for the Diamondbacks, where you came in, whether you were in a rut, whether you were on a winning streak, you knew Merrill was going to put you in that position after last night. And after this season, it looks like Merrill's not really ready to be that guy right now. So someone else in the rotation needs to step up and be that person. And I think it can be Eduardo Rodriguez.
No, I'm with you on that one right there. You might want to get some broadcast bacon ready to go back there, Rick. Give me some broadcast bacon, but it really is. When I think of Merrill Kelly, I think of Merrill Kelly getting ahead of hitters so much of the time. And when Merrill is on, more times than not, I think, Killer, for the most part, you see him get ahead of hitters. He has not really done that so far this year, consistently enough to at least my liking. But that broadcast bacon right here in 2025, and by the way, this came from Todd Walsh and Brandon Webb, okay? The broadcast bacon, Basinonians, in 2025, Merrill allowed 5 or more earned runs twice in 32 starts. Twice in 32 starts. This year, he's allowed 5 earned runs 5 times in 12 starts. Think about that.
It's unbelievable. The MLB standings, let's take a look at them. This is brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Honestly, the NL West standings, they are what they are. The wild card is more pertinent right now to the Arizona Diamondbacks. They sit 37-36, a game and a half out of that third spot the Nationals currently own. They have won 4 straight. It's the Cardinals, Phillies, and Nationals at the top of that National League wild card race, and then you've got the Padres, the Cubs in the mix, the Pirates, the Marlins, and the Reds as well. 9 teams still within 5.5 games of each other. It's remarkable. We're going to see some teams fade. We thought that was the Mets already. They're a winning streak away from getting right back in this as well. So we're just going to keep an eye on the next month or so here up until the trade deadline, which we're going to talk about Mike Hazen about shortly. We expect teams to fade, but this is the competitive aspect that Hazen talks about constantly, where everyone is so close to being in it that, like, being a hardcore declarative seller at this point in the season can't really make as much sense. We got more news here from the injury report. That is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. The guy that we're keeping an eye on right now, because we've got setbacks for Corbin Burns, AJ Puck. We're waiting for more Justin Martinez news as well. James McCann is the guy to keep an eye on. Remember, James was good for this baseball team last year.
True.
He was very helpful in that backup catching role. 2 days ago, Torey Lovello said McCann will start playing in complex league games next week. So he's starting to work his way back. They've sort of had to. Torey was honest. He told us at the start of the season, when looking at Adrian Del Castillo and when he came up, like, we're not looking to have him catch. We're looking to have this guy be the designated hitter, but because of everything that's kind of happened and transpired with McCann's injury and other circumstances, Castillo has been doing some catching for the team this year. All right, you know what time it is if you listen to D-Backs on Deck. It's time to get a key to the game. Let's do it.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-Backs Keys to the Game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
All right, Wolf, I'll go first. Sam Aldeghiri is the starter for the Angels, the 24-year-old lefty from Verona, Italy. I'm sure Gambo's going to be thrilled to hear that. 6'1", 210. He's only made 7 starts in the majors across 3 different years, so he's been up briefly and then sent pretty far back down 3 straight years now. Over the 43 2/3 innings that he has thrown in the majors, Wolf, 34 strikeouts, 28 walks. So we talk about how aggressive of an approach the Diamondbacks have had as of late. Let's pump the brakes a little bit, guys. Let's work some counts and let Aldeghiri throw balls, because that is what he has been doing and has been unable to stay in the majors because of that.
Okay, so are you looking for a key from me as well? You want me?
If you got one, buddy,
you know what? I'm
going
to do that. I'm going to give you a key right here. How about this? Get a hit with runners in scoring position.
How about that?
I mean, can I just say that? Let's bring it right down to the get a hit with runners in scoring position. It was kind of a good news, bad news situation. It was a situation yesterday where they only had 2 opportunities. Only 2 opportunities, can you imagine, to hit with runners in scoring position. Well, that typically is what happens to you when you only get 4 hits on the day. You score 0 runs, of course. That's exactly what happened to the Diamondbacks yesterday. But both those opportunities, again, neither guy actually got a hit. And this is something that really has been plaguing the Arizona Diamondbacks. Earlier in the season, it was not. Earlier in the season, they were one of the best teams with runners in scoring position and hitting with runners in scoring position. They have really been in a desert, a wasteland of not being able to hit with runners in scoring position right now. So I'd love to see that turn around, and hopefully it's going to be guys like Cattell, Corbin, and Jerry that will lead the way.
Wolf, we talked about some of the lineup juggling that's been going on for the Diamondbacks. Here's the lineup today. Marte, Perdomo, Carroll. So Perdomo sticking in that 2-hole. Gabby is behind the plate. Arenado at third. Ildemaro Vargas is at second, so Cattell will DH today. Jordan Lawler in center. Gino Groover gets the nod at first, and then Tommy Troy in left field. So a day off for Gurriel as they start to work him back a little bit. 4 peaks, 4 seats on the 4th of July. See the Diamondbacks versus the Brewers and get $200 in food vouchers for the game. Text seats to 620-620 for your chance to win. Well, it's a point in the season. We all talk about buyers, sellers, all that stuff, who's going, who's leaving. If only we could talk to General Manager Mike Hasten about it. Guess what? In 5 minutes, we are going to do just that. So don't go anywhere. It's the Wolf and Luke Show live from Chase Field on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes it over the shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Summer's heating up. Good thing Sonic refreshers now come frozen. Blended icy cold with real fruit and green tea, they're the coolest way to refresh this summer. Try them in 4 delicious frozen flavors: strawberry passion fruit, watermelon peach, mango peach, or berry citrus. You deserve it. Found parking in the shade? Sip to that with new frozen Sonic Refreshers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Each refresher contains approximately 45 milligrams of caffeine. Limited time offer at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern. But there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.1% per year. The best part is, you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
Welcome back to the Wolf and Luke Show live from Chase Field. I'm Kellen Olson filling in for Luke Lipinski. Luke back tomorrow, I believe. Wolf, you're here tomorrow too. We got the regular show back tomorrow. What's the deal over there?
Okay, yeah, I thought you were in tomorrow, but that's okay.
I'm not in tomorrow.
I'm definitely going to be in. So interesting.
Are we back to normal? I'll check. These are the you know my brain in that kind of sphere turns off for in 10 minutes. Brother. That's when I'm in Arizona Sports at night.
Yeah, but
if my schedule speaks to me truthfully on the Outlook app. Here, it will be the Indeed the Wolf and Luke show returning. So much time off for that Lipinski. What's wrong with him? The ego he's got lately is out of control. If you can tell, we're waiting still for general manager Mike Hazen. Not his fault. I got us out early. That's like the greed in me and like the person who asks questions all the time, the beat reporter in me, the beat writer in me. It's like, let's break early. Let's kind of try and get here instead of like, 7, 8 minutes. Let's go for 10. Let's try and get there.
The freaky Mike Hazen is running down the stairs right now. Oh, I did the run. You don't think he's sprinting?
Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
Yeah, I don't think he's sprinting.
He's just a man that's really efficient with his time, because if you're good at his job like he is, in my opinion, then you have to be efficient with your time, and he's very efficient. He's got a lot of things to do. His baseball team plays in an hour. Like there's things going on.
We're talking about a very smart man here. I mean, Mike Hazen's head is huge for a reason. Okay?
Of course, there's a lot to get into with him that we're going to talk about. The trade deadline, not rapidly approaching per se, but we can now see it in the distance. Pretty far out, but we can still see it enough, and this is around the time when we use the old two words, buyers, sellers, and so on. Yes. He's got a top of the rotation right now that is really underperforming. That'll certainly come up with him as well. And just the mix that he has been using right now in his lineups, and Torrey has been using in his lineups as well. They've been implementing a lot more youth than we're used to try to spark this offense as well. The inconsistencies there that are coming. You were right about Mike Hazen and the urgency. He's jogging over.
I see.
Right
now. There it is. I told you
this
is what he does.
Mike, he said you're gonna move with purpose towards us. And if there's anyone that knows moving with purpose, it is one Ron Wolfley. And here you are with us. Mike, welcome back to the program.
Air?
Hello. We are on the air.
Oh, man, I'm out of breath.
You're good. That's what he called. You said he was going to be running through the halls.
Right, I told you. He's going to know that we're on. And
That's right.
Boom.
That's right.
How you doing, Mike?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good, man.
Yeah?
You're an old guy. Yeah, hanging in there.
You look great.
Does he look fantastic?
He does, but it's good he's on radio.
Stop it.
It's good he's on radio.
There's no doubt about it. So, you know me. I love talking about the psychology of sports.
Sure.
I love talking about philosophy of sports. So I'm going to ask you something a little bit different for the first question, Mike. What's the hardest thing about your job?
Trying to see what's coming 30 days down the road.
Constantly looking.
Constantly. It's not even, this part of looking 30 days down the road is simple, right? What's going to happen coming into the trade deadline. But that goes on all year round. It's 12 months a year. What's coming down with the draft, what's coming down when you get towards August, September, what's that going to look like, both finishing out this season in the best way possible. And you can get, obviously, you boil it down, stop thinking about the future a little bit, but you still have to think about what's going to happen when the calendar flips over November 1st. So that part's a struggle for me, because we're responsible for putting the absolute best product performance every single minute of every single day, all of our training, translating all of that into wins on a nightly basis. And yet we're also in charge of ensuring that the long-term future of the organization, which is not just long-term, it's next season, or it's, going into this offseason.
Right.
We're also in charge of that too. And those things conflict with each other. And so you're making choices. But it is what it is. Everybody has to deal with it. It's a level playing field, so all 30 teams have to deal with the same stuff. And, we've been doing this long enough that it doesn't surprise you anymore. You get into a rhythm of the season. So, but that's the hardest part for me, because there's times when you're thinking about me. So we've put a lot of young kids on our roster. So I'll just give you one example. Put a lot of young kids on our roster. Like Waldschmidt didn't have to go on the roster this year, okay? But we made, and I will continue to do this, is this team, the Major League team, is the most important thing on every single minute of every single day, even though we do have to look at the future. But putting Waldschmidt on the roster is going to cause somebody else down the road, a good player likely in the end, not every one of them, but a good player down the end, to lose that roster spot and probably will fall out of the organization somehow, some way. Is that going to be harmful to us long term? I don't know. But, you make some current choices that you may have to pay for down the line that nobody will talk about by November 1st. So those are the types of things that we have to kind of balance out on a given day. But we always prioritize this team for winning every single minute of every day up here, and I don't care about those long-term things if we're prioritizing those things.
Mike Hazen, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager, joining us on the Wolf and Luke Show live from Chase Field. Mike, this is not the Zach Allen we're used to seeing. This is not the Merrill Kelly we're used to seeing. It would be unfair of me to sit here and ask you how much longer they could have in the rotation. I want to ask you instead, what is the battle for you as a baseball mind, knowing the precedent those guys have pitching at a high level, but continuing to see them struggle and waiting for them to reemerge to their previous form?
Yeah, look, they are going to get the ball every 5 days. The state of pitching in the game, the way it goes, the hitters are getting better. There's more power. It's just I do think the game is a little bit different now. Obviously, with those guys, it's not everyday elite stuff that you're running out there on a nightly basis, which is what everybody wants to do. But they really know how to pitch. They've gotten into some ruts here or there. I am still very confident that the ability to make pitches, the ability to sequence, the ability to not just get swing and miss, but work through games, keep the bullpen in a situation where they're working deep into games. I think there's over 162 games, there's a benefit. Yes, we need to get that group as a whole more consistently on a roll, night in and night out, if you're going to run a winning streak. I think what we've done is we've middled around 500 here, a little over at times, a little under at times, and we've been settling around into this, which is not, we need to move past this and get on a run that's going to kick us up to the 8 to 10 over 500, and then you play 500 the rest of the way if you want, and I think that gets you in. It just... Yeah, we haven't done that yet, and that consistency from them is what's going to be needed to do that.
You talked about planning ahead. You guys are planning ahead for Corbin Burns to return here pretty soon. We know that got pushed back. With that said, what is your confidence level in some of the other options you have if an injury were to arise in the rotations, the Brandon Pfaadt, the Mitch Bratza of the world, if you need those guys to come
I
in?
feel good about that. Look, Brandon Pfaadt's a major league pitcher that we sent down to AAA because he wasn't getting stretched out. He wasn't getting consistent work. We pulled it off with Nelson last year where we put him in the bullpen for the first couple months, and then we had an injury that worked out so that he was able to just seamlessly move back in. That didn't happen for Pfaadt. We were trying to hold on as long as possible, but at some point we had to, rip the Band-Aid off and ensure that he could get back up to 75 to 90 pitches. And so he's down there doing that. He's going to be back up here at some point, and we know we're going to need a starting pitcher, and he's going to be better than he was when he was just getting sporadic work out of the bullpen. So I feel good about that. We do have a good young crop of kids that are coming. It is one of the harder things to do is come up and be a major league starting pitcher as a young player because you're carrying the burden of the entire game on your shoulders. So having young starting pitching is very tough. But they're very talented, and we have a good group up here, and I'm confident that they'll come up and give us what we need. And again, with the bullpen pitching the way it is, that'll give you a chance to win games.
For me, so much of the time, Mike, I think of your best players leading a team. That they have to go out and play their best when it matters the most. And when I'm thinking of the offense for you guys so far, I think of Corbin Carroll, I think of Jerry, of course, and I think of Ketel Marte. These guys who are so productive and so talented. Are you getting enough out of them right now, or do they need to lead this team out?
Yeah, we're having those conversations internally. I think it's a good question. What we talked about this morning, we need our good players to be good.
Yeah.
Every team does. That's not some rocket science here, right? I'm not blowing anybody's mind with that statement, but it's great watching the Tommy Troys of the world come up and win a game for us in Cincinnati and impact the game, and it's fun and exciting.
Jose Fernandez.
Right, what Fernandez did in a couple games, that's awesome, and everybody gets so excited about it. We get excited about it. But the other 4 days or the other 6 days of that week, the good players need to carry what we're doing. And that hasn't happened on a consistent basis. We were doing really well with runners in scoring position for the first couple of months of the season. Now we've fallen down to the very bottom of runners in scoring position. We're going to find some middle ground to that, but are we putting enough runners on base? Are we creating enough run-scoring opportunities? Last night we didn't create any. In Cincinnati we created a ton, which I felt like that part of our game is starting to improve a little bit. But it's not just Ketel, Corbin, and Perdomo. It's Gurriel and Moreno too. It's, Arenado sitting there waiting to clean up all of that stuff. That's when we're going to have a good offense, and it's going to become more robust. And we've talked about, you have to be able to win games in this league offensively when you're not hitting. You have to still be able to score enough runs, 3-4. If Soroka's pitching in Cincinnati, you have to get 4 runs somehow, some way, because of the way he's pitching, you're going to have a chance to win that game. What we did on the road trip and what we gave Merrill in Miami and what we gave Soroka in Cincinnati was we lost games giving up 2 and 2 runs. Like that can't be sustainable if you're going to go on those winning streaks. So yes, we need it's high expectation, comes with the territory. They're old enough now, they're mature enough now that they need to be the ones carrying the load and let the Tommy Troys and the Waldschmidts and the Baroses and the Groovers of the world just be the cherry on the sundae.
That's right.
And we're working through that. We haven't hit our stride yet this year. There's good and bad with that. It's been a struggle to this point, but in 2024, I believe, when we were grinding through the first half of the season, we didn't, Gino had a 5-something OPS. I think Corbin was struggling. And then we were lights out offensively for the rest of the season with the same group of players. I believe that maybe with a little less power, the Gino Suarez sort of power surge that we got out of that, we have good hitters in our lineup that are capable of putting up 5 to 6 runs a night. We start getting that, we're going to go on a winning streak.
Mike, we thank you so much for the hustle and getting over here.
Sorry I was late.
As always. Oh, no, you're totally. We were early. We were trying to plan, get a couple, and I couldn't ask you the buyer seller's question, all that kind of stuff. You know, it is.
I'm planning on buying. I'll answer that question for you.
Okay, there you go. That was a nice little tidbit at the end. Wolf and Luke, that's it for us. Diamondbacks coverage coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to